So, well, first, I want to thank you for having this, being open to have this conversation. And I wanted us to be able to host it together, one, so that we can show, that we can have productive conversation without somebody having the power of the mute button and all that stuff. And two, I think it's important for, us to kind of bridge this gap when it comes to this conversation. I've been in spaces for a good 3.5 weeks now, and I've seen a whole lot of talk about this subject. I haven't really seen virtually any spaces where both opinions were able to be shared in a cohesive, productive manner, nor have I seen any spaces that were fostering actual solutions, like combatants to the issue that is this kind of um, headbutting that we're seeing when it comes to this subject. So I don't know if you want to start off to give like your take on like the spaces that have come out in the last couple weeks that you've seen or been a part of pertaining to this conversation. I'd
Well,
love to hear.
there's only been, I would say, me personally, there's so many spaces on my timeline. Um, so I've been mainly in the spaces that discuss Black people's heritage and reparations. However, there was one space I was recently in um, involving the trans community, talking about how a lot of the trans community they have they imitate women, and there's like a kind of vitriol between trans women and other women, like the biological women, I would say. So I was in that space. I didn't speak in that space though, but I was in that space for a good minute, and Twitter kind of shut that space down. I was in and out, I would say, and Twitter shut that space down, so I wasn't able to really get an opinion on it. And I wish, oh, I mean, it was being recorded, but Twitter shut it down, so I couldn't go back and listen to the playback about that. So that's kind of the only spaces that I've been in that's been involving the LGBT, and Black people specifically.
Oh, okay. So I guess you can just kind of talk about your stance on the issue. I have a rough idea about where you stand on it, but where do you
Okay.
stand when it comes to it?
Okay. My stance is, for me personally, I don't care what people do in their bedroom. I feel like, however, whatever people do in their bedroom, as long as they're not harming anybody, then they can do whatever they do, however they choose to do that. Um, I feel like though that should be, in my opinion, that should be not necessarily a private thing, like you're hiding it, but that isn't something that necessarily needs to be like a personality trait of you. For instance, everybody wants somebody. Everybody's attracted to somebody. I don't feel like who you're attracted to should necessarily be like a characteristic of you. I feel like your race is a bit of, and I understand your sexuality, your religion, and all of these other intersectional things is a factor in your life. But from studies and statistics, a person's race is a bigger factor in their life than their sexuality is. I had another space where I was trying to say that I feel like the white gay community um uses the Black gay community kind of to as mascots, or to campaign some of the things that they're fighting for. And there's a lot of racism in the LGBT community among the white and the Black side. But excuse me, I'm cooking actually. But certain, and I'm not going to say all, certain LGBT Black people have like some type of trauma growing up, for maybe not being able to come out, or what have you, when they were younger, and they use that, and there's like a vitriol between the LGBT community, or the Black LGBT, and the Black straight people. And I feel like the dominant society, the white gay people and white straights, use that um, to kind of manipulate the Black LGBT into going against Black straight people. So that's kind of my opinion. My opinion is what you do is what you do. I don't feel like you should be harmed. I don't feel like you should be mistreated for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody does something that somebody's not gonna like in the bedroom. So you should be able to do that without being harmed or anything like that, and without having to, face any sort of discrimination. You know what I'm saying? For that. But I do feel like there is an agenda that the white LGBT has against black people in general, and certain people, certain, not all, but certain people in the black LGBT is not seeing that clearly because they're viewing it from their sexuality um, over their race, or their sexuality being a bigger factor in their life than their race is. So that's kind of my opinion on it.
Okay, I definitely respect your opinion, and we're going to talk about it. I guess for people in the room, I'm also going to offer my opinion. I'm going to sum it up very quickly. I think that well, number one, I think that a lot of Black LGBTQ people are Black first. Even just saying Black LGBTQ, we always put Black first, not even just in our conversation, but in how we live our lives. There are a lot of Black gay people out there, trans people out there who veer off from the Black community, and we can talk about that as well. But I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about the Black LGBTQ community and who we are and what we do. I think that there's a lot of miseducation and ignorance, and people are in their bubbles when it comes to this conversation, and they're not willing to hear all of not only the attributes that Black LGBTQ people have contributed to the Black movement, but also the strides that we have had to make because we have not historically had a community that we can come back to once we've done all this work. A lot of Black LGBTQ people were told to play in the background. We're supposed to be subordinate roles in this community. We're not allowed to express, any other modem of other issues that play a factor of racism, but also play a factor of homophobia as well, without us being shut down, told that our issues don't matter, told that we're essentially disposable people, and that unless we're talking about heterosexual Black issues, that we should sit down, shut up, and play our role. And I think that a lot of times, a lot of people double speak in these conversations by saying, and I'm not coming at you, Afro Elite, but I'm just saying other people in the general sense. People, I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do in your personal life, your lifestyle, whatever that means. And then in the same breath say that if I were to get married and have a husband one day, that I'm not contributing to the Black community, that homosexuality is a degeneracy and something that is unnatural and something that, is somehow contributing to the downfall of the Black community. We're told there's a gay agenda. We're told there's a feminization of the Black man, or a masculinization of the Black man. We're told of all these different things that fall into the LGBTQ camp and are direct attacks on people like me and people like, my other Black LGBTQ siblings. But then in the same breath, we're told that we have to stand behind, Black people, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter how offensive and how violent and destructive that they are. And we're told to just be a part of the movement. And we're not allowed to bring up any other issues that affect us specifically. There's a conversation about intersectionality where we're not allowed to have any sort of intersectionality ever in the community. But in the same breath, we bring up a lot of Black women issues, and that's directly intersectionality. We're talking about Black issues and female issues. So I have a major issue with the hypocrisy and the direct disrespect that comes from a lot of Black people. I'm always going to be Black first. I've actually done a lot of work within my own community. I live in Prince George's County. I've done a lot of work here. I've done a lot of work in my hometown of Lexington Park, Maryland. I've always talked about Black issues. Whenever you see me in spaces in Afro Elite, you and I have been in spaces together. We were in a space a couple of days ago where people were talking about Black issues and people that were not Black speaking on Black issues. And I made it a point to make sure that I was Black first. And I'm always Black first. But I'm having a conversation with my Black brother and my Black sisters when they join the space as well. And you have to address these certain issues. So that's my 2 cents on it. But we can go to hands. So I'll go to Herbie first. And then go to
Before
you.
we do the hands, can I say
Sure.
and this is why I feel like these conversations are important, because I like what you did in that space the other day, Eric. Even though like you might have some disagreements with some certain Black people on Twitter about certain Black issues, but when it came to like non-Black people jumping in talking about reparations or whatever, put like all your issues aside, and you was all like, okay, well, this is a black issue, so I'm gonna put whatever issue I have with anybody else aside, and I'm gonna deal with this problem because this problem is important. So, I feel like these conversations are important because there is order that needs to be established amongst us, and we can have conversations and make progressive steps ahead so we can, build unity, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to us getting on code against the the oppressor class, we all got to just like kind of put our beefs aside, and you did that. So I got to say I respect that. But I know you want to get to the hands.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Herbie, and then Nino, and then Kay.
Yeah, I want to start off by saying that I personally don't care if somebody sleep with, what they do in the bedroom, all that stuff. So like growing up, that stuff wasn't really something I had to judge people for. Go On the other hand, though, when it comes to like politics, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I've been noticing a pattern where the LGBTQ community will, like Afro Elite said, align more with like white liberals or white LGBTQ. And you've seen that with BLM, right? So I posted on the Jumbotron what they established last year. So they used the deaths of George Floyd to to get tangibles. There's nothing wrong with that. But now that set back our activism like years, right? And on top of that, you're seeing a pushback against BLM. So you got states pushing all this, trying to erase their history. They're pushing all this like permitless carry, like you don't have to have a permit. They're trying to basically like start race wars in a way, right? So is there gonna be a race war? Probably not. Or is there gonna be like white vigilantes doing shit pretty soon? Yeah, absolutely. Especially once those neo Nazis come back from Ukraine. Yeah, especially around midterms. Yeah, it's gonna happen. So, and I feel like with all the shit that's about to happen, you're seeing different groups within the black community just making us more disintegrated. You got LGBTQ wanting to do their own thing. You got feminists trying to do their own thing. It's like people don't realize that we're gonna have to be more united in the next 2 to 3 years, given the shit that's about to happen. So I don't know. Me personally, I just don't think it's cool how y'all move different politically than the wider Black American population. It don't make no sense. So.
Oh, thank you for that. Go ahead, Nino.
Can I be heard?
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right. Yeah, man. Just for a little background, I live in Atlanta. I know Atlanta gets a lot of jokes as being a quote unquote gay city or whatever, and especially in recent years, a lot of gay transplants have been moving to Atlanta. I actually say in Midtown, which is probably which is, it hasn't always been this way, but it is now like the gay epicenter of the city. So with that being said, I'm around, a lot of LGBT people, whether it be willingly or unwillingly. And I have, made a lot of observations over the years, And just for a little background, one of my closest best friends actually came out to me my senior year. And our friendship was not affected by that alone. It wasn't until I feel like he crossed a boundary that caused the rift in that relationship. So, and I know folks from the LGBT community loves to try to throw that word homophobic around, as if like everything that I'm saying as far as criticisms versus that community is being discounted. But it's like y'all don't even know who you're talking to. Like if you talk to any LGBT person that knows me in real life, and they'll tell you, "Oh nah, Nino cool as hell. Like he's probably one of the most least judgmental people out here." You know what I'm saying? Like for me to not be engaged in that lifestyle, I'm cool as fuck. Like I'm cool as fuck. But if we're gonna be talking politics, then some things need to be addressed, which I feel like are uncomfortable truths that a lot of LGBT people, and Eric, I don't know you personally. I've never spoken to you, so I don't want you to think I'm directing this towards you because I cannot make a judgment about you because I don't know you. I'm speaking due to my own personal experiences. And I know you made a comment where, as you were saying about homophobia and everything. Well, at the end of the day, not everybody's going to ever agree with what you do in the bedroom or your sexual lifestyle, and that's just a fact of life. Like, that's what a lot of Black LGBT don't seem to understand, that no matter what you do, no, there's going to still be people who's not going to accept that, and I feel like that's just something that's just going to have to be just, you know, coped with, unfortunately. Now, does that mean you should be harmed? No. Does that mean you shouldn't be allowed to marry each other? No. Does that even mean that you should be banned from doing things such as adopting children? Absolutely not. As long as, you know, as long as that environment is conducive to the well-being of that child, who cares if they're LGBT or not? Because I'm pretty sure the child doesn't care if they're stuck in a foster home. With all that being said, though, but there are some things that Black LGBT do, and I'm not saying all, because that's definitely not the case. I was actually in the space earlier today with Marcel of South Carolina, who is one of the biggest proponents of reparations for Black Americans. And he was basically, the whole topic was, are Black LGBT people automatically sellouts? And like I said in that room, no. Just because you're Black and LGBT does not automatically make you a sellout. That's absolutely false. But if we're going to keep it a buck, or keep it 100, as they say, there's 3 common traits of people that are always the ones that are undermining the Black collective. That 9 times out of 10, they're either LGBT, they're swirlers, or they're of immigrant background. And that's like 9 times out of 10. You can pull a name out of a hat of Black coons and sellouts, and I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, they're going to be one of those 3 things. Can you find outliers of people that are not LGBT swirlers, or what was the other one? LGBT swirlers or of immigrant background? Absolutely. Absolutely you can. But if we're just going to keep it a buck, those are the 3 common traits of people that usually work to undermine us. And again, just because you're one of those 3 does not automatically make you a sellout. But when somebody identifies himself as one of those 3 things and call themselves speaking on what's best for the Black collective, I'm going to have to check their resume real quick just to see if they check out. Marcel, who I was referring to earlier, Marcel's resume checks out. Marcel is a Black gay male, and he doesn't hide that, but he doesn't implement his sexuality into his politics, because at the end of the day, no issue that is occurring in the Black community can be addressed without first addressing systematic white supremacy. And I don't care what it is. I don't care if you talk about Black on Black violence or none of that. Everything that is an issue in the Black community can be traced back to systematic racism. And until that is addressed, nothing else can be fixed. And then I don't like when people try to act like, oh, Black people are so homophobic. Black people are so homophobic. Okay, name a group of people that is more accepting of LGBT people than Black people. When I ask people that, they get caught up, because you can't say white people, because who's creating all the anti-LGBT laws? It ain't us. It's them. You damn sure can't say Asians. You know what I'm saying? Like, the things they do to LGBT people in their countries, you know what I'm saying, are damn near human rights violations. So if you want to talk about homophobic, well, I don't understand why that label gets put on Black people. And when Black LGBT puts that label on us, it triggers me, because it's like, do y'all not realize what you're doing? You're putting a target on all of us now, because they're now going to try to use that to justify implementing laws and policies, and even just narratives that will operate against us as a whole, which includes Black LGBT. Because I know we were talking about intersectionality earlier, and I'm sorry for speaking fast. I'm just trying to be real brief. I don't want to take up everybody's time. We talking about intersectionality in passing earlier. The intersection is always at race. That's the main road. That's the main road. Dealing with everything else is just a horizontal issue. When people talk about the gender disparities, oh, the gender pay wage gap or whatever, men make so much more money than women on the dollar. Okay, now let's break it down by race. Oh, now all of a sudden we see that white women and Asian women make more than Black men. So maybe the issue isn't gender. Same thing when it comes down to religious persecution. Oh, I'm being persecuted because of my religion. I'm being persecuted by my religion. It's because I'm Muslim. Okay, well, let's break that down by race. How are Black followers of Islam treated in comparison to their Middle Eastern counterparts? Oh, maybe it's not your religion. Maybe it's race again. Race is always going to be the main road that needs to be addressed before anything can be fixed. Everything else is just a horizontal issue, as Dr. Claude Anderson calls it, which basically means it's an issue where it looks like you're doing something, but you're really not solving anything. until the race issue is first addressed. And again, I'm just trying to be really brief. Again, sorry, talking really fast. So I think a lot of times when Black people, as a collective, when we talk about how LGBT people are typically used against the rest of us, it's like that's an uncomfortable thing to hear because you feel like you're being targeted. But if we keep it in the book, that's exactly what is going on. And then the white liberals use Black LGBT as mascots and attack dogs. That's what they use Black LGBT as, because if they really gave a fuck about Black LGBT, they'll be addressing the racism within the LGBT community. I know there's racism in the LGBT community because, again, I live in Midtown Atlanta. This gay club's like blocks over from my house. There's a Black gay club, and there's a white gay club. And it's like, if it was all one unified community, why would it be based off of race like that? And I feel like, as long as you are putting your race first, man, you good in my book. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I would check niggas who. I'm gonna talk informal. It's Saturday. I'm gonna check niggas that be going in on folks just off of the basis of them being gay. Like I know in some of the conscious spaces, we'll have maybe some other people in the conversation, and it'd be some niggas in there talking, or he's gay or whatever, or he's a body boy or blah 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 blah. So what? Who cares? Has he said or done anything to undermine us, or that was off code? No. Okay, then we'll lay off him. You need to chill out. And I think we as a collective do need to. We got to stop letting that shit slide, because I think a lot of Black people do indeed let some of that shit slide. That we need to start checking that shit. And it's like, man, if that person ain't doing nothing to undermine us or harm us, then you know what I'm saying, what they do with their sexuality is none of our business. Let them live and let live. And I think we need to do a better job of checking folks on that. I know I personally do it, but I would like to see other people do that as well. Now, if somebody's undermining us and doing little sideways shit, or those underhanded, sneaky shit against us in the LGBT, and somebody wants to pull out this identity and be like, "Hey, man, he doing all this here, LGBT, he gay, whatever, he doing all this, whatever," then I feel like it's kind of free reign, because a lot of times that secondary identity is exactly why that person is doing it. And the very, very last thing I'm going to say before I mute myself is, I think it also needs to be addressed by the on-code Black LGBT people, how there are Black LGBT that does indeed flaunt the sexuality in hopes of showing the white society that, hey, I'm different than the rest of them. I'm not a threat. Basically saying, hey, I'm not threatening. See, look, I got my rainbow flag in my bio and everything else. See, I'm different than the rest of them. So you don't have to come, you're going to treat me better than them. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed within the Black LGBT community. Because when Black heterosexual people call it out, we're just going to be labeled as homophobic. So just like how I was saying, how Black heterosexual people need to start checking our own, attacking people on the basis of their sexuality, I think the Black LGBT are going to have to do some self-policing of their own and start calling out the off-code Black LGBT. And that's what I'll say.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Kay.
You want to respond to that, Eric?
I'm going to save my commentary for the end.
Okay. All right. I don't even know where to begin. So I'm hearing some assumptions. I am hearing some valid statements about, there is racism within the LGBT community, which Black LGBTQ are aware of and call out. So we do have to create spaces that are comfortable for us amongst ourselves. I'm hearing a lot of, I don't care who you sleep with, but something, 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 but it's sort of like you are tolerant of our existence. And so intersectionality does play a big role. And I do identify as Black first. That's always been, the thing for me. My sexual orientation has much less influence on my life than my race. So I think for a lot of people, for most people, I think that is pretty accurate. You can get into a discussion about someone that you may feel is sort of outwardly or sort of clockable. But, those intersectionalities, we do have to play the line within those. And a lot of times within our own Black community, it's the homophobia. Now, not everything is homophobic. I will say that not everything is racist. I think that some people call out racism when it is not. Some people call out homophobia when it's not. Things that I typically don't do, however, I don't tell a gay person what's homophobic or I'm gay, but like just examples. If I'm not gay, I typically don't tell a gay person what's homophobic and what isn't, particularly if other gay people are co-signing and like, yeah, that's homophobic. I don't tell a Jewish person what's anti-Semitic. So, I don't know this issue now these days with this black first, black first. I was in a space talking about the WNBA player who is over in Russia, and just the comments that people were making um, were just so dismissive. And I think a lot of it was due to her being a lesbian. So I'm just going to sort of park it there right now. There was a lot said in the statements that I'm having a little bit of difficulty remembering, um, a lot of which I just don't agree with. So go ahead, Eric.
Okay, I'm actually gonna pass it off to. Thank you for that, Kay. I'm actually gonna pass it off back to her because he has his hand up, and then if nobody else has any. I'll go ahead with my stuff.
I'll go after you, Eric.
Yeah,
After Herb.
Okay.
yeah. So like Nina was saying, politically, I'm gonna reiterate it because I don't think like I made my point clear enough. Like politically, Black LGBTQ ignore the anti-blackness from. I'm not talking about like interpersonal. I'm talking about political anti-blackness. Like y'all shoved Biden and Kamala Harris down our throats, right? And anyone who criticized them got called toxic black male, like fucking what was that shit? Toxic masculinity, all that shit, right? So
Ashy.
they got hold up, let me finish. So they got in office, right? And then Biden, being the snake he is since the '90s, right? He panders to LGBTQ black women by putting them in positions of power. So that's somehow absolves him of anti-black racism. So he's doing that. Meanwhile, he's turning a blind eye to Texas, right? So Texas banned teaching about Sally Hemings. They can't teach about the KKK. They're calling slavery immigration, right? In their textbooks now. They pretty much whitewashed our whole history. So Texas, like, our history doesn't exist there anymore. Virginia is doing the same thing. You can't teach about the Three-Fifths Compromise. You can't teach about slavery. Like, they're really going all out with these laws. And has Biden even made a statement about any of that shit? Nah, just pandering, right? So that's what I mean by anti-blackness. Like, they turn their, it's crazy. Like, just pay attention to these state laws, man. Like, that come out every week. He never addresses any of that shit, and it specifically targets black folks. So I'm trying to figure out how you guys can still, because when I scroll down the timeline or I go out and talk to people, it's mostly LGBTQ and black women who are still on this Biden and Kamala Harris, support. So I don't know. It's looking kind of weird.
Herbie, you're breaking up.
Were you done,
Say
Herbie?
what? Say what?
I said you were breaking up. You sounded real digitized for a while.
Oh, y'all didn't hear what I said?
I know I heard most
No,
of
we
it,
heard
but I
you.
don't know if anybody else had an issue. But
Oh shit! I was pretty much just saying, right? So they turned their back on political anti-blackness, right? So they won't say anything about all these state laws that are passed to specifically target black folks, but they'll pander to LGBTQ and black women because they know if they do that, then they don't have to address the real issues, which is how all these state governments are passing anti-black laws on purpose to change the political makeup and socioeconomic direction that our country is heading towards. So that's a big thing that he doesn't bring up. He Kamala Harris and Biden just ignore it, and then you got LGBTQ just hyping them up every day, the same way they were when they were running for election. Like y'all were shoving them down our throats. Like if anybody even said anything about Biden's crime bill and how he locked up a lot of so I'm from Oakland, right? When Kamala Harris used to work as a district judge here in the Bay Area. I was here, so we knew all about her shit, right? How she moves, how she got down, man. And whenever you express that during 2020, people shut you down like, nah, Kamala Harris, she's down, she's black. And I'm like, no, she's not. Like we've seen how she moves down here, so and it was mostly LGBTQ pushing that shit.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, number one, I would like to actually see those numbers because it was actually a majority of Black voters who voted Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and I haven't really seen a whole lot of LGBTQ people co-signing Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Actually, a lot of the people that I've talked to, the friends that I've seen, the people that I follow on Twitter, the people that I follow on Instagram, a lot of those people have come out and they were actually some of the first people to criticize Kamala Harris's her track record when she was the attorney general in California. And a lot of them were taking them to task, including myself, about some of the racist remarks, a lot of the racist remarks that Joe Biden has made in the past, and some of his policies that he voted to, for, and against when he was a senator. So I don't know. I think, again, painting those large swath brushes against our community and making sort of accusations like that, like, I'm not going to take away your experience if that's something that you've seen, but it's not indicative of, for me, what's actually going on within the community. And I agree with Kay that there's a lot of statements that I'm hearing that's made about Black LGBTQ people that when you're a part of the community, it's not really true. And I can give credence to the fact that, okay, for somebody that's looking outside of the community inward, I can understand how a lot of people can see there is an epidemic with a lot of Black gay men, especially with interracial dating. That's a fact. There is an epidemic of a lot of Black queer people pushing away from the Black community. That is a fact. I can understand how people can see that Black gay people put their LGBTQness first. I can see where you're coming from, even though that's not true. I can see where you're coming from when it comes to that. And I agree with you that the LGBTQ community is inherently racist and that white LGBTQ people, individuals, are, extremely horrible individuals and people who perpetuate the system of racism within the LGBTQ community. I 100% agree with all of that. But at the same time, I think, again, people are not asking LGBTQ people questions. Rather, you're making a bunch of conjecture based on assumptions. So I like, okay, the first point that I want to say is anti-Blackness and homophobia exists everywhere. Okay. It's a year old nomenclature that's mentioned with people that say that, oh, Black people, they say that we're the most homophobic group. They say that we're the most homophobic group, and that's not true. Name to me a community that hasn't been, that's more homophobic. Name to me a community that's less homophobic or whatever. And you have to understand that Black LGBTQ people, we deal primarily with Black people. So naturally, we're going to feel the sting of homophobia from people that look like us as opposed to people who don't look like us, especially those that live in majority Black communities, or many of us that come from, lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and we're all in the melting pot together, or the crock pot together. You're going to feel the sting of homophobia from your counterparts as opposed to people that are in different communities. And yes, I've experienced homophobia from a myriad of different groups: white people, Hispanic people, Muslims, Christians, Black people. It doesn't matter. I've experienced it on all sides, but I primarily experienced it from Black people. I'm not saying that Black people are more homophobic than not, but you have to acknowledge that Black people are very homophobic people, ingrained in a religious system of binary constructs, binary social constructs, and the idea that men and women should get together and procreate. It is something that people have been chanting and shouting since slave times. So there's a lot of rhetoric that's spewed from heterosexual people about LGBTQ people.
Have you
Additionally,
ever
and I want
been
to,
to an Arab or an Asian household? You ever been to Arab or Asian household?
I actually have been to
And you're
Asian.
telling me, I got
I
a question.
actually,
How
so
come there's a very
I
low
allowed you to,
number?
hold on one second, because I allowed you to talk. So hold on one second. I let everybody talk uninterrupted, so I want the same respect in return. What I'm saying is that, again, let me reiterate that, yes, every single community is homophobic. And I can argue that there are other communities, like Asian communities and other religious communities, that are extremely homophobic. White Christians are some of the worst people I have ever met. Okay. So I 100% understand the fact that Black people may be perceived as less homophobic, but please understand that there are many different violent grievances that we have with heterosexual people, Black heterosexual people, people within our own community, and it's coming from a place of love. I don't like the fact that I'm sitting up here explaining to people how homophobic and exclusatory my community is to me, despite the fact that I spend every single day fighting for this same exact community. It doesn't make me feel good that I've been in spaces and I've been in conversations outside of these spaces wherein the minute that I walk into the room, I'm told that I don't matter. I'm told that why are you talking? You're gay. Sit down. Shut up. I've been called an it. I've been called I don't know if you want to be a woman or a man, but this is not the conversation for you. I've been called all that kind of stuff. Okay. I have been bullied since childhood. I have been it's been a whole lot of stuff that has gone on in my life. And it's not okay that a lot of this stuff is getting dismissed because you don't agree that people are not homophobic. I don't really care who you've talked to and who you've met with and the gay people that you've talked to, because there's a whole other conversation about a lot of masculine gays and a lot of passable trans people pushing this notion that homophobia is not as severe as people make it out to be. Because I love Marcel dearly. I've donated to his campaign and I agree with a lot of stuff that he says. But Marcel is not perceived as a gay person. He has to tell you he's gay for people to believe that he's gay. So many of these masculine presenting gay people will sit there and try to tell you that homophobia is not the real issue and homophobia is this and homophobia is that. It's not as big of an issue as people make it out to be, because they can pass, because they have the power in society to blend in with a group of homeboys or show up to the conversation and not have to mention that they're gay. As opposed to somebody that's like me, I can't, even if I were to take these braids out, even if I were to take off, my thigh highs and my sweater dress and put on some pants and a graphic tee and some Timbs and walk into a room, people are still going to perceive me as gay. So, and I've tried to be straight before. I've tried to be straight acting before. When I was in school, I tried the whole song and dance, trying to hide my mannerisms. It did not work. I still was called a faggot. So miss me with that notion, okay? That it's just because you talk to a bunch of other gays about the homophobic issue does not mean you get to come up on here and try to say that it's not as bad as you're making it out to be because my gay friend told me that. So I don't know. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to keep the conversation moving. I'm going to pass it to Kay first, because he had his hand up, and then
Let me
first? Oh yeah, Afro, you said that you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
let me address something. Now, I do agree with Nina when he said about calling things out. Because I will admit, as a straight Black man, there are some things that, everybody can recognize that there are things that can be done better. There are some things, if you were, and this is being on a recorded space, if there was a Black person on a space who's on code, who ain't cooning and acting like no Uncle Tom in a space, and the space started to jump on him or her just because of their sexuality, I would address the space. I would say, hey, that's not cool. And this is a recorded space, so anybody can go back and look at quote me on this. But I will address that. Now, I haven't seen that because the spaces I'm in, I'm kind of selective with the spaces I'm in. So that can be addressed, and that is something. Now, when we say there are homophobic people everywhere, there's homophobic people in every ethnicity and every race. But to say a group of people are homophobic when that group of people really don't have the power to oppress anybody straight, and I put this in a jumbotron where they were talking about straight Black men are the white people of Black people, and I think this is one of the things that creates the division, because straight Black men don't really have the ability to do anything except dislike or to name call. We don't have the ability to discriminate when it comes to a job, to a house, to a loan. Now, I'm not talking about there can be violent situations, which I don't approve of, but then that's not an oppression, because you go to jail. An oppression is something that you get away with by definition. And there's nothing that we can do against the LGBT community that the straight Black man can just get away with because he's a straight Black man. Now, when it comes to certain things in homophobia, and I'm going to leave this alone, I'm not saying that there are no homophobic Black people, but there are times when I do, and this has happened to me personally, when I do feel like homophobia is kind of false flagged, like for instance, and I put this in the Jumbotron too, not last year, a few years ago with the Jussie Smollett, and you had Vibe magazine called straight black men out for not supporting Jussie Smollett. And we were in straight the a lot of the straight black people, a lot of straight black men were just being silent. We weren't condoning what had happened, but before it was exposed that he lied about the situation, they were saying that straight black men were being homophobic for not supporting Jussie Smollett. And then when it came out that Jussie Smollett was lying, nobody came and was all like, okay, yeah, we're sorry we called you homophobic. In other cases, with for instance, Little Nas X, I made a video about Little Nas X with his like Satan shoes and everything, and I was called homophobic for that when I didn't actually attack his sexuality. His sexuality didn't have anything to do with him promoting Satanism. And I feel like, okay, that's a there are instances, and that does have to be admitted, there are instances where you might feel, based off of the life that you've lived, maybe discrimination that you faced in the past, and I'm not talking about you specifically, Eric, or anybody specifically, that you feel like any attack on anybody who's LGBT is a homophobic attack, when that's not a homophobic attack. It's just an attack on that person's actions and what that person had did personally. So I can say from my experience that that has happened, and I wasn't going after Little Nas X's sexuality or anything like that. Like I've addressed Travis Scott, Barack Obama, Terry Crews, a bunch of other black male celebrities, and nobody said anything about that. But the second I address Little Nas X, I'm all of a sudden homophobic. So, you know what I'm saying? So we do have to admit that there is times where false flagging has happened. And I'm gonna land there because I know some hands are raised.
Hmm. Well, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I agree that there are people out there that will just label something homophobic because that's just what they choose to call it. I mean, there are a lot of people that they hijack terms and they hijack slurs and they hijack different, accusatory terms because they don't have anything else to combat what you're saying. I mean, you can run the gamut of people being called anti-black, a coon, a bed wench, a homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic. I mean, I've seen it, and I'm not generalizing, but specifically the homophobia. I have seen it too. And even with the Jussie Smollett situation, I've seen like black men that be like, I don't believe the story, and they were trying to give like real reasons as to why they don't believe it. And then there were people that were just calling them homophobic. And I don't agree with that. I think you can look at a situation and critique it as needed. But and the point that I'm trying to make is that while we can talk about that, and I will willingly admit that yes, there are a lot of gay people who, for some reason, whether it's blinded by their trauma or because they just believe that if you say something against a gay person, it's just homophobic, because there are some gay people that believe that, which is very stupid and ignorant and dumb. The greater conversation needs to be what the general consensus of many gay people is homophobic and what is not. And what I mentioned before, the instances of being homosexuality being deemed as degenerate behavior, the instance that gay couples getting married and engaging in families is not advancing the Black community, and that there's an agenda to emasculate Black men and to make them gay, make the kids gay. That's all homophobic rhetoric. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's extremely homophobic. It's extremely wrong, and it needs to be called out. And people need to educate themselves. That's where I'm coming from. But did you want to respond to that, or did you want to go ahead and move to the hands?
Well, I will respond to that very briefly. I do feel like the narrative of the emasculation of the Black man, I feel like that's kind of separate from LGBT. It's tied in, but the conversation is actually kind of separate. That goes more into like the conversation of buck breaking, which I'll like circle the room and allow other people to speak before I say that. But necessarily, you don't have to be LGBT to be an emasculated Black man. you know. So, and I will address that later on in the conversation, but I'm gonna get to this, the hands. I was about to say spaces, the hands. So who had his hand up? I think Nino had his hand up first.
No, it was Q first, then me.
Okay, yeah, Q, you did. My fault.
All right, so a couple of things, or a few things. Um, I mean, I didn't hear much about. I mean, I did see an article talking about where's the apology for the homophobic responses. So regarding Jussie Smollett, who I knew wasn't telling the truth from pretty much the beginning. His story, people I talked to in Chicago were like, that just doesn't seem. Now, finding out that he lied about it after the fact doesn't excuse some of the homophobia that was seen in the beginning. Just because at the end it turns out to be a lie doesn't mean that any homophobic comments that were made were then okay. I know some people were specifically talking about, black silence and people not saying anything about it, which could be still an argument. Some people probably like, I don't give a fuck, that nigga's gay. um the second thing is about Biden. So I'm not going to get into a whole big thing about Biden and Kamala Harris there. And Erica was about to DM you to figure out how. I don't know how to share links in spaces because a lot of Kamala Harris's record as a prosecutor has been exaggerated. There are places that can go on, and there are things that are legitimate critiques about it. I think any prosecutor is going to have some people who have critiques about their record as a prosecutor. Understanding that, however, as Attorney General, she's not overseeing every case as Attorney General. She is the head of justice in the huge ass state of California. So there are plenty of online resources that are reputable that take a very objective look at her record and actually show that um, what she is doing later in her career as more of a progressive and reformer is, she has come a great way from maybe from the critiques that can be said about her record as a prosecutor and critiques as Attorney General. But I'm not going to get into a whole big debate about why Biden, why Harris, gay people shoved. I
Can
think a
I
lot.
one thing to address, not to cut you off, but can everybody share the space so we can get more people in here? But yeah, can you keep going?
Um, the other thing is about, so a lot of these things that people are saying that Biden should be commenting on, the presidency is a management position. So, I mean, there are certainly things he has spoken out about, these voter suppression laws. He's got an education secretary, Miguel Cardona. That's his job, really, to be pushing back on a lot of these things. And then also have to understand there's a difference between what the federal government can do and what states can do. So there's what state legislatures can sort of enact without any role. That's why the whole big issue now with voting rights is an issue, because I knew that when they gutted the Voting Rights Act, that those states that required federal approval for any changes to the voting process, that they were going to start to, you know, uh, cutting early voting, taking polling locations away, um, cutting like the Sunday voting because they know that it souls to the polls. So there's a lot of state versus federal issues. Biden can't comment on everything. I think that Biden has made not particularly statements about everything that's going on in the schools, about what can and cannot be taught. It's this, here we are again in this culture war about history. The U.S. education system has always been whitewashed. This is nothing new. It was whitewashed when I was in elementary school and they were teaching us about Columbus. And fortunately, I came from a household and had exposure, and I was that problematic black kid in the mostly white school who raised my hand and was like, okay, but how can somebody discover something in which people already lived? So the education system of the U.S. has always been whitewashed. Books that have been out for years talking about, you know, the happiness of slavery, of slaves, and just really whitewashing the brutality of it. So yeah, those were the main 3 points that I think I wanted to hit in terms of Kamala's record. Again, you can go online to some reputable who offer a more objective look, where that offers some critiques, but also pushes back against just this overwhelming "she was horrible." Because I think that's one of the problems that we have, which is why I kind of appreciate a space like this, because too often times we're in our own bubbles. And once you get set in a certain way about something or someone, you're not really amenable to someone being able to offer you a different look and be like, okay, well, maybe I wasn't exactly right about that. Oh, I know it's the other thing that I wanted to talk about, mass incarceration. And this was actually the article that I wanted to try to figure out a way to put in the Jumbotron, because it talked about mass incarceration actually started in the 60s. When like the RICO statute, which broadened the scope of federal law as the war on drugs took shape, that was when mass incarceration really started.
Started after the Civil War.
And this article goes into the fact that, was the crime bill responsible for it? No. Was it a link in the chain? Yes. But the actual statistics, and see, I'm empirical based. I want data and evidence, because everybody wants to talk about the crime bill, the crime bill, the crime bill, which I'm not saying that there were not problematic things about the crime bill. I think that the CBC and a lot of Black people were actually in support of the crime bill at the time. But there's data and numbers and statistics about what everybody thinks is this mass incarceration that was caused by the crime bill that is just not true. It's just not true.
Yo, can I respond to that real quick?
Let's if you can save your comments, let's address things in order real quick. Because I have some comments about that too, and I don't want to Nino to lose his point.
All right. Yeah. So I'm just going to go in order because I've been trying to keep mental note of everything everyone was saying. So I'm going to just start in order, so beginning with Herbie. Honestly, I think me and Herbie probably agree on 99.99% of things politically. And it sounds to me racially as well. But one thing I want to address is his verbiage. You know, this is not an attack on you, brother, but this goes into my earlier point about us keeping each other accountable. Just like I expect Black LGBT to keep other Black LGBT accountable, I feel like us as heterosexual Black men got to keep each other accountable as well. And the thing that I want to address is your verbiage that you use. You weren't incorrect about the things that you were saying. Let me be clear about that. It's the verbiage that you use that automatically made people go on the defensive. And I peeped it in real time. You know, I have a background in psychology. I have multiple degrees in criminal justice and in psychology. You know, I've worked at mental hospitals and I work for child protective services. So when it comes down to, you know, just seeing the human psyche, I'm real observant about that. And the type of generalizations that you were using in your verbiage, it made Eric and Q get on the defensive. Like I said, and I feel like because they then became defensive, it kind of made it difficult to digest what you were saying, which again I don't disagree with. But when you were saying y'all, you know, that makes anybody get defensive. Because I know as a heterosexual Black male, I get defensive when people start doing the same shit to us, saying, "Oh, Black men this or Black men that or y'all this, or y'all that." I'm like, y'all, how about you address the specific group of people that you're talking about? Because now I'm at a point now, I feel like I don't even want to have a conversation with you no matter you generalize me like that. I'm not talking about you, Herbie. I'm just saying how people do heterosexual Black males. So I think that's just something we should be mindful of moving forward. And that goes to even, you know, the members of the LGBT community when talking about the heterosexual Black community as well. I feel like, you know, let's all just be mindful of our verbiage that we use. So that way the points that we're trying to make are not lost in translation. That's all I want to say about that. And again, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that to make anyone feel like I'm attacking him. I just say let's just be mindful of that moving forward. Now, Eric, when you were saying that you feel like there's not a gay agenda, I have to completely disagree with that. Does that mean everything out there is part of this agenda? No, absolutely not. And it's a lot of times where I agree with folks who be calling things, part of the agenda when it's not. But I feel like if you have ever read the works of Neely Fuller Jr., Neely Fuller Jr. wrote multiple books, but his most popular one is basically the United Independent Compensatory. Basically, it breaks down what racism, white supremacy is as a system. And once you read that work, everything else makes sense. But for those that are uninitiated and have not read the works of Neely Fuller Jr., the things that we're saying, it just confuses them, and they're interpreting the things we're saying in ways that we're not. And there is, in fact, what's the word? It's the word for basically where they're trying to shave off numbers of our population. That is a real life thing. That's real. That's just point blank. Period. I can show you more LGBT and interracial relationships on TV, in movies, than I can show you of non-toxic heterosexual relationships. That's by design. That's not by accident. The homosexual community is only 3% of the population, yet they're overrepresented in media. So again, I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you when I point that out, because again, if you are homosexual, I feel like you still, at the end of the day, what you do and who you are, you shouldn't have to change that for nobody if it's not hurting the collective. But to point out this agenda that is, in fact, being pushed on Black people, I feel like we need to, that should be able to be addressed without somebody being accused of being homophobic. Again, I can show you hella Black LGBT representation on TV, but I can't show you too much non-toxic Black heterosexual representation on TV, despite Black male, heterosexual Black males being the higher population. So that's just what I wanted to address really quickly to Eric. Now with Q, and I'm sorry, y'all, I'm just going down the line. Unfortunately, Q, I've seen a lot of red flags with the things you're saying, and I feel like it just supplements a lot of people's point when they feel like the Black people that be pushing real hard for the Democrats are usually LGBT, swirlers, or of descendant of American slavery descent. And I even noticed when you put your hand up, you got a white hand showing up. Your hand lighter than mine. Then when I clicked on your page really quickly, I said you got Kamala Harris as your banner, and it's just like, oh man, you one of them. And when I say one of them, it's not because you're just gay, because Eric here is gay, but I don't get the sense that Eric is a Democratic shield. I don't get that sense whatsoever. I feel like Eric is just a Black person who is Black first, who just so happens to be LGBT. Whereas Q, on the other hand, this is just me in the short time of you being in this room, I can't help but feel like you put your sexuality equal to your Blackness, if not above it altogether. Because you're caping for the Democrats, dog. Like nothing. I can't take anybody serious caping for either major political party, be it the Democrats or the Republicans. And I feel like that's a spectrum that needs to be addressed. We got some Black Republicans who are on the far conservative stance, where they are those homophobic people, who are very, just cut off from reality and everything else. But I also, on the other side of the spectrum, we got the damn near Sodom and Gomorrah folks who's caping for the Democrats. And I feel like you, and the things that you have been saying and the things that I'm seeing, I can't help but feel like you kind of prove my point when I say that the three categories of people that tend to undermine the Black collective are 9 times out of 10, and I have been saying this for years now, and I have yet to been proven wrong. 9 times out of 10, they're either pro-interracial relationships, LGBT, or of immigrant background. And I call those type people hyphenated Negroes. Those are people that put their other identities equal or above their Blackness. And if you believe in intersectionality, you can't say that you don't put any other identity equal to your Blackness. Intersectionality by definition means they intersect. They're on the same level. So I mean, I know you said in your introduction that, I don't put it, I'm Black first, whatever, but you're not Black first if you believe in intersectionality. Because again, that means you're putting it on the same level as your Blackness. That's what an intersection is. They're on the same level. And again, so I just can't. I don't even want to get too deep into politics part of it. because it's just so much data out here and receipts pulled out on the Democrats at this point. I can't take anybody seriously who is caping for them at this point. Just like I can't take anybody seriously caping for the Republicans either. Now, I understand people are now leaning towards Republicans as far as protest voting. You know, I do understand that somewhat. But for someone that wholeheartedly believes in what that party is doing and what they stand for and everything, I can't even take you serious, dog, because they are not your allies. If there are such allies to you, what have they done for the Black LGBT specifically? Yeah, they passed some policies for the LGBT community as a whole, but we already addressed that. There's inequities within the LGBT community itself. Justice, as defined by Neely Fuller Jr., who I cited earlier, who broke down what racism, white supremacy is as a system. He wrote that book almost 50 years ago. No, almost 60 years ago now. And it still holds up to this day. And Neely Fuller defined justice as, you know, helping the people who need the most help first. And so if those people were really the allies of LGBT, specifically Black LGBT, I'm going to need somebody to tell me what have they provided tangibly for Black LGBT. And if you can't name anything of substance, then you tap dancing a little bit for them, soft shoeing. And I would say the same thing for anybody doing the same for the Republicans on the right. And that's what I'll land the plane here.
I would like to quickly just say something to that. Well, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, number one, I don't think that is a fair assessment of K at all. And I think that actually speaks to the issues in our current political system. You can't attach somebody being, not for Black people just because they subscribe to the Democratic Party. It is a political party at the end of the day. People are allowed to have their own opinions on how this country should be ran. People should have their own opinions on what certain political platforms they agree with. And if Kay identifies with the Biden-Harris platform, that's his prerogative as a person of this country, as a Black person. And we should just because he has Kamala Harris in his banner. I mean, it's not a white supremacist. It's not Richard Spencer. It's not a KKK sign. It's not anything like that. He's not anti-Black because he has a Kamala Harris banner. It's a Twitter. This is my issue with a lot of people. Like, it's a Twitter banner. Like, come on now. We have to raise our discourse and our emotional intelligence to a higher notch than just attacking somebody because they have that in their banner and because they subscribe to I'm sorry. I don't mean to come off a certain way or kind of like, and I'm trying to string my words together. I'm also trying to talk a little bit slower because I can slur up my words and stuff too. But I just don't think that's a fair assessment of him. His hand is that color because Kay is actually very light skinned. So it just matches his skin color, his skin tone.
Thank you.
So it has nothing to do with any of that. Like, I think you just made a lot of assumptions about him based on the 30 seconds that you just met him. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think anybody should make any assumption about anybody on this panel, being as we have not met each other in person and we have not had full discourse and full space with each other for more than 30 minutes or more than an hour, really. So
okay, I just want to reply really quickly. I know Herbie was next. I just want to reply really quickly since what you said was in reference to what I stated. Mm-hmm. You said, because I can't judge him because he's a supporter of the Democrats. Well, if somebody's a supporter of the Nazi Party, can you judge them?
No, I didn't say you shouldn't judge him. What I said was you shouldn't question his agenda of Blackness because he has a Kamala Harris poster, Kamala Harris picture on his Twitter banner. That's what I said.
No, but I stated more than just that. It wasn't just that. It's the fact that he came in here literally caping for them. He was saying things and trying to justify support of the Democratic Party, which everybody else, even Afro and Herbie, even said that they want to come back around to. So it wasn't like, I just saw Somali.
They have full.
Really quickly.
Go ahead.
Really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, so it wasn't just, I saw a Kamala poster and just took that and ran with it. No, it was an accumulation of things, which again, I don't want that to feel like it's an attack. But at the same token, I am very observant. And like I said, he came in here saying things in support of Kamala as far as caping for her. And it just so happens
that's not caping for anybody. He gave context. He was trying to give context to the Kamala situation because people were already talking about it. So he was addressing that certain point. He's allowed to do that. That doesn't make him. That doesn't make him anything.
I don't listen. He is absolutely, that is his right as an American citizen. I don't disagree with you on that. But if we're talking about the best for the Black collective, if you are supporting an anti-Black candidate and party, then by definition, you cannot be for the betterment of the Black collective. But I just looked at his profile again. I didn't even peep originally because I didn't open his profile all the way. But I see, what is that? The Puerto Rican flag? Oh, is that the Puerto Rican flag? I'm sorry, I'm not well versed in flags. I know that is a foreign flag. And it just so happens that he fits one of the three categories I stated earlier. And I said I have yet to be proven in the going on 8 years I have made this observation, and that the three common denominators of people that tend to operate against the Black collective.
But he's not operating against the Black. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. He's not, because him sitting on a Twitter space making one point about Kamala Harris is not him working against Black people.
If he voted for Kamala Harris, despite all the receipts that have been pulled on her in the Biden administration, then by definition, he has been operating against the Black collective.
If he wants to disclose who he voted for, then he can do that. But he was making one point about the Kamala Harris issue that was presented before. So it's not fair for you to make an assessment that he's by any way working against the Black community.
Well, how about this? How about this? Like I said, if by definition, and he doesn't have to disclose his information to us or not, he can if he feels like it. But if he doesn't, that's fine as well. But just know, if you have supported a candidate that has harmed us and has not gained any type of policy to repair the damage that has been done by them, then by definition, you are operating against us. That's just point blank period. I don't care who the candidate is or what the party is. And that's the last thing I want.
Now, I feel like to be fair with the point of somebody. Now, I've had, and I'm not going to be long, but I've had several issues with the Biden and Harris administration, and I've broke down the three strikes law and the crime bill in great detail before. But I feel like we should keep the same energy, because if somebody came in with a Trump banner, and they were thinking about how Donald Trump was good for the Black community, and they were saying things in defense of Donald Trump, and we criticized them for their defense of Donald Trump. I feel like that we can keep that same energy when it or any political party. If they came in, and I'm not saying he's a Trump supporter or anything, but if somebody came in with a banner of Adolf Hitler, you can make the assumption that they are, and I'm not saying Q is, definitely, of course not, but if somebody came in with a banner of something, that represents something. And then when we made criticizing remarks about Harris and Biden, he came in defense of Harris and Biden. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that he defends and supports Biden and Kamala Harris, who have done things throughout their political career as being very anti-Black. So when we criticize somebody for supporting somebody who is anti-Black, the same way we do with Trump, I don't think you can, because if this, we wouldn't be going through this if he was a Trump supporter, because we can openly criticize Black Trump supporters, but we can't criticize Black Biden and Harris supporters. So,
because there have been many spaces that I've been in, and not even just spaces. I'm a political science major, so I've had conversations with a ton of Trump supporters. My home county is Trump County, like Lexington Park, Maryland is Trump world. So I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of Trump supporters. I would never attack somebody's personhood because of who they support. Okay, so that's
his personhood, though.
But he just said that you can't make the statement in the same way we don't want people to be calling people homophobic and heterophobic and all this stuff. You can't say that because this man has a Kamala Harris banner and because he made one statement about the Kamala Harris situation that somehow he's working against Black people. That's not a fair statement to make.
If anybody was
to get up here and make a statement about Donald Trump and how if that person is pulling if that specific Trump support, is working against Black people because of who they support, I'm going to call that person out too.
Okay,
because
well,
it's not about political parties.
But
Politics is
was to say,
the
Eric
point that I just want to make. I'm
then
sorry.
you would say, okay, that's working against the black community. I mean, if you support somebody who has worked against the black community, then thus far you are working against the black community. If somebody came up with a swastika banner and they say, yeah, I support the Nazis or the Soviet Union, you can easily make the criticism of saying, oh yeah, well, you are against black people.
yes,
If
because that's an American political party. So that's
I
a
mean, it's
But we're
no,
playing semantics at this point. The point is
it's
just
not semantics at all. What I'm trying to
okay.
tell y'all is that
Logically,
I would never get into any sort of conversation and attack somebody's personhood because of who they support. That's just me. I've
it's
had to
not his
go.
personhood. It's not his
I've
personhood
had
that
to
I'm
go.
attacking.
But
It's his politics.
okay, but you telling him in this black space that he's working against black people because he supports Kamala Harris, like that's not. And I'm not saying that
Listen,
I'm not an avid supporter of Kamala Harris, but I'm just saying that again, if we're going to talk about, if we're going to have a debate and a conversation, attack the point, don't attack the person. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Well, let's use another example then. If I support someone who is a staunch homophobe who preaches against
That's a
LGBT,
different. That's
the
a
whole
misleading.
lifestyle. No, it's not. It's not. It's not those,
It
sir.
is.
It's
That's not a
not. And
political
again, this
party.
is uncomfortable.
That's a
I know.
person's personhood.
Listen. That's logic, though. If I support someone who is anti-LGBT, and I come to their defense when people criticize them, would it be above beyond belief to suspect me of being against LGBT if I vehemently, I'm sorry, my words get slurred like yours here. If I staunchly support someone who is anti-LGBT, they are open about it. They staunchly are against LGBT. Would it be beyond belief to assume that I too am against LGBT, even if I say I'm not? It's like, well, no, I'm not against LGBT, but I support this person that creates harmful policies about you, that demonizes you. But I personally am not anti-LGBT. Well, would it be beyond reality to say, well, even though you say you're not anti-LGBT, the person that you support is, and so therefore your actions in supporting this person is operating against us? Is that not logical?
For the average person, it would be, but I'm telling you, for me, somebody who is not only studying the subject, has been in politics since he was 14 years old, I'm telling you, I can separate the person. I can separate the person from the candidate of which they support. I'm telling you, that's me personally.
Because this is a good conversation, but I've been in several spaces where you've had a whole bunch of people who've had their hands up for like hours, and it's been like a few people talking. I like to keep the spaces that I host a little bit more organized, and Eric, I'm sure you do too. So, and this is a good point about the Biden and Kamala Harris thing, but you know, certain people have other things to do, and then certain people forget their points if they're listening to the conversation. So
I agree. Sorry about
with
that.
permission, I feel like we should get to the hands.
I agree. I agree. It was just it was a tiff of just a very passionate subject. But Herbie's been waiting a very long time, and I appreciate your patience. So you can go ahead.
Yeah, so my intention wasn't to personally attack or generalize anyone. It's just I got a little passionate, so that's why I was throwing out, y'all a lot, right? So if I did generalize some people in this room, that was my intention. Eric, what you're saying about the gay agenda, I don't personally want to call it the gay agenda, but as you know, the media is the most powerful thing in a country, right? The media is what got George Bush elected, right? So they, prior to the election, the other guy that was running against him was ahead, and then they started broadcasting images of black men committing crime. There was like one guy who pretty much won Bush the election. They're like, yeah, you need to be tough on crime, all that shit. So media is really powerful. In warfare, it's all about quote unquote conquering the women and killing the men, right? So you could do this through the media, through feminizing the men on purpose, right? Because then other men are gonna try them. They're gonna think they're weak, quote unquote, right? So I'm not saying it's a gay agenda, but it's a emasculation agenda, if that makes sense. And then Q, what you're talking about Kamala Harris, I disagree. Because when she was the district judge down here, right, she locked up so many people on simple drug charges, like just possession of weed. And keep in mind, weed is now legal in California. Oakland used to be majority black. So many black men got locked up to the point where it made it gentrification easier. So now it's mostly Latino and Asian. She locked up so many families that a lot of black families from Oakland had to move to cheaper areas of California, and eventually they got pushed out. So it was like a reverse migration, and that was her. That was her and her clique over here. They did that. She supported the three strikes law, which if you committed three three crimes, a lot of them weren't serious crimes either. You get locked up for a long ass time. So it's a lot of black men like wasting away in prison because of her. She ruined the whole community in Oakland. So by downplaying that, I don't really fuck with that because you're downplaying a lot of people's pain here. Right? She did that. That was her.
Thank you for that, Herbie. Go ahead, Kay.
All right. So, like I said before, there are legitimate critiques that can be made about. I'm not on here to sort of dissuade anyone's opinion about Kamala Harris. I simply was stating that some of her record has been exaggerated, and there are plenty of places where you can find, like I said, her role as Attorney General and as a prosecutor. I believe I said there are legitimate critiques that can be said about that. So I'm not downplaying anything. What I am doing, however, I try to be as objective as possible and sort of recognize when something about someone is overblown. And in my opinion, the critiques on her record have been overblown. There are places that you can go to, like I said, to look up what are actual facts. In terms of the Democratic Party, absolutely. I agree with a lot of what people who are done with the Democratic Party say. I think they've taken the black vote for granted. What exactly was my choice supposed to be in 2020 between Biden Harris and Trump Pence? Vote third party? No. Not vote? No. I would never not vote because that's a slap in the face to my ancestors who literally shed blood and died for my right to vote. So I'm a Gen Xer. We tend to be much more pragmatic and realistic instead of idealistic. I sort of follow the notion of trying to understand the difference between an imperfect friend and a deadly enemy. Some people are going to argue that both parties are deadly enemies. Okay, fine. So I understand that progress a lot of times is slow to happen. It hasn't even been 100 years since Jim Crow has been done. Has and you can actually say that we're still under Jim Crow. It's just wrapped up in a lot of sophisticated policy. The book, The New Jim Crow, actually talks about that. So yeah, definitely a lot of assumptions being made about me. I don't know what the hell my Puerto Rican flag has to do with anything. I'm Afro Latino. My mother's side of the family is Puerto Rican. I was born here, but I'm very proud of my Puerto Rican heritage. Um, as a matter of fact, one of my favorite people in the world is Denise Oliver Velez, who is an adjunct professor at SUNY, um, and has done a lot of work with the Young Lords. She has been very activist. She speaks out on a lot of issues. She's always repping for Puerto Rico. She hasn't let people forget about what has happened since Hurricane Maria. She was part of the Black Panther Party and the Black Power movement. Was recently, I've been on a couple of spaces with her. So, like, y'all don't know me. You just don't, based on what my hand color was. Like, I just did a Zoom. So thank you very much, Eric, for like the picture that's in my profile. Yeah, I was in Puerto Rico with a pretty decent tan, but my natural skin color is what the hand is. So Yeah, those two things really bothered me. I don't know what the hell my Puerto Rican flag has to do with anything, or the tone of my hand color. That is my natural complexion. Um, but yes, I get the arguments about the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party needs to definitely step up, and it's got to be more than just nominating the first Black woman to be Supreme Court justice. It does need to be done through policy. I absolutely support reparations. Y'all gonna have to cut a check. That's the bottom line. The amount of land that has been taken from Black people, the policies, the systemic
Black
racism.
Americans. Black Americans.
Yes, yeah. If you can trace, your ancestry through, and even, not even, I mean, if you wanted late, if you want, I'm not even sure that we should necessarily keep it to slavery. You can say that absolutely slavery, the impacts of slavery that have lasted for generations, but it's like you have to include redlining and disparities in education. The fact that now you look at the opioid crisis, everybody wants to throw money and treatment when, the crack epidemic of the 80s was about punishment. I work in child welfare. I actually do a lot of work in child welfare on getting people to confront the idea that there's racism in child welfare. I actually was with the Annie E. Casey Foundation in the past year, looking at better ways to because when they talk about the school to prison pipeline, I actually talk also about the child welfare to prison pipeline, because the way that Black kids are removed from their families under similar circumstances in which white children are not is a big problem for me. So I'm looking at doing more sort of like colorblind assessments, so that you don't know the race of a family to be able to determine whether or not they are removed from the home. So I do, and I take it very personally, and I'm very upset that, but it's like, you don't know me. We've been in this chat for an hour. So to have the suggestion that I'm caping for people who are anti-Black, again, there are very problematic things that Joe Biden has done. I think the Joe Biden from the 60s, 70s, and even the author of the 94 crime bill is a different person. I think that I allow people the opportunity to evolve. Because if we're all judged on our past actions, well, then do we even have the opportunity to evolve if Kamala Harris hasn't evolved? Again, I'm not here to convince you to like Kamala Harris, to support Kamala Harris, to sort of dispel your notions about what you believe about Kamala Harris. I'm just, saying it from my perspective. And I would like the rise of a legitimate third party in this country, but if it's one thing the Democrats and Republicans are going to do, is stay in bed with each other to make sure that there isn't a rise of a legitimate third party. So what was I supposed to do in 2020? I sure as hell wasn't going to vote for Trump. So I had to go with the party that I figured would get, just like sort of Hillary. And the thing is like, yeah, a part of me understands why people chose Trump, because they were sick of Hillary. Would have probably been business as usual. But Hillary would have certainly done things like Trump would have been allowed to put 3 Supreme Court justices in there, which now are going to have, like, that's his legacy, is the courts. And so now it's going to
All
take
right,
an even
bro. I'm out.
longer
This dude
time.
babbling too long. I can't do it, bro. I was just in here for my bro Nino.
Okay,
I was gonna,
well, everybody. Okay, so before you get rude, everybody was in here speaking their own opinion, and there have been a lot of people who have been saying a lot of stuff. So if you'd like to stick around, Quay is almost done. I was going to allow you to go next so that you can say whatever it is you wanted to
You're
say.
allowed to speak too right after that. If you want to stick around and give your opinion and then leave, you know what I'm saying? You can do that.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up.
Well, and really quickly, I just wanted to judge because I feel like I may have, my comments may have caused some discord in here. So instead of me making assumptions, is it okay if I ask Kay, just 3 questions, it's no assumptions? If that's all right with y'all, I just want to ask Kay some questions. So, like I said, I made 3 observations of people that typically operate against the Black collective. Like I said, they're usually LGBT, of immigrant background, and pro-interracial relationships. So with that being asked, Kay, did you support the Biden Harris administration? Just a quick yes or no will suffice.
Did I support their ticket?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, so are you LGBT?
Yes.
Okay. Are you of immigrant background?
No. I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born here.
No. See, let's not be intellectually dishonest, sir. Let's have an honest conversation. That's the only way we're going to reach a solution. So are you of immigrant background? Puerto Rico is not a state. Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. Anybody that moves from Puerto Rico over here would be considered an immigrant. So again, I'm going to ask you, are you of immigrant background?
I was born in the
Yes or no? Are you of immigrant background? Meaning,
No.
do you have, none of your family
Were your
came from Puerto
parents
Rico?
here during the Civil War? Do you trace your lineage all the way back to the Civil War?
I
On
feel like
both sides.
everybody
On
did
both
that.
sides.
You
See,
had
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to engage. Like one half of my
okay, so we can have a little bit of order. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people to, go back and forth arguing. I believe their question is, and this is just to answer your question, and I'm gonna allow you to land your point, Q, and then Big Buddha, you can speak now. And I'm not gonna let nobody like jump on nobody, but their question is your family, either your mother or father's side, are you a descendant of slaves, a descendant of North American chattel slavery? That's really what their question is.
No. My question was, is he of immigrant lineage? I know he has a slavery lineage on at least one side, but is it on both sides? And if it's not, that means you're of immigrant lineage, sir. And I just want an honest answer, dude. I'm not trying to attack you or nothing. I just want to make sure that the things I said were not, in fact, false.
You want me to answer questions to basically, you're doing confirmation bias here. So when I answer yes to these questions, because you have generalized that any one of these categories are anti-black, and that is such black and white thinking that I'm not even going to engage in that. Can you stick to the topic, please?
Listen, okay. With the point being, dude, listen, and I'm being very informal at this point. Literally, you basically insinuated that the things that I said, my observations that I made, were incorrect and false. But when you answer these questions, you're showing that no, they are in fact true. And then the fact that you're beating around the bush and trying to deflect and do Jedi mind tricks is exactly what I mean by people that we cannot trust. And again, and I stated from the very beginning, just because you're LGBT does not make you an enemy of mine. It does not mean that you're working against me. If you are pro interracial relationships, does not mean you're an enemy of mine. It does not mean you're working against me. If you are of immigrant descent, does not mean you're an enemy of mine, and it does not mean that you're working against me. But those are the three common denominators of people that tend to operate against me. And you have already stated that you do, in fact, support the party that has been operating against me, which leads back to my original example of me supporting a staunch homophobe. If I supported a staunch homophobe who harmed LGBT people, spoke out against LGBT people, and demonized LGBT people, I can say with my mouth all day long that I support LGBT people, but it does not show itself in my actions nor my politics. And that's the point that I wanted to make. So I got my answers. So in conclusion, the quote unquote assumptions that I made were in fact accurate. And by the way, we're the same complexion, sir. So that very light hand is really just shows how you see yourself, by the way. And that's the last thing I want to say.
Okay, let's Q, you can land your point, and then we got some more speakers. Big Buddha, you've been very patient. I appreciate that, brother. You'll be able to speak very shortly. Because there's some things that I want to say, but I want to address other people who've been waiting to speak.
So, listen, I can't stop people from making assumptions. I know what is true about me. Whatever category someone wants to put me in to confirm their confirmation bias, like, I can't do anything about that. I know what my political values are. I think I pretty much said that I understand the critiques of the Democratic Party. I think I pretty much said I'm not going to vote third party, because I believe that is a waste of a vote. And who was I supposed to vote between Trump, Pence, and Biden, Harris? I'm more pragmatic. I understand that change comes slowly a lot of times. So if that's how you want to see me, as someone who is working against the Black agenda, listen, that's your opinion. Doesn't make it fact. The fact that I answered yes to all those things doesn't make a fact. You're still making assumptions, and I'll just land it there.
Okay. Big Buddha, you can go. From now
Hey,
on, can I make a
oh, never mind.
brief request? Um, this space was not necessarily meant to be political. As far as Biden, Harris, or Donald Trump. So and I know you guys have been waiting for a long time. So if you do have a political comment to make about the subject, I would encourage you to also contribute to the conversation, the topic of the conversation too. So you can go, Big Buddha. Yeah,
Well,
I'm just trying to think.
I was gonna reset the room after that because yeah, I think the conversation got a little too left field. So after Boda goes, I'm actually gonna reset it because I have a question for everybody.
Yeah, so appreciate the platform and everything. Yeah, as far as black folks, I see your title say black plus LGBT. Like, nobody would know your sexuality without you having to broadcast it. You know what I mean? Like, we really need black families at this moment. Um, empowered black families. We have a problem with abortions and us not reproducing the way we need to empower ourselves. So, you know, maybe we should focus less on folks' sexuality and focus more on building stronger black families. As far as the voting thing, having to choose between two different flavors of anti-black racism is a waste of time, Republican or Democrat. And so I would rather, me personally, I stayed home for the last couple of rounds of voting. Last time I voted was Obama's first term. So politics is not really important to me unless they bring something to the table specifically for Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. So, but yeah, the vibe of the room is giving off, no disrespect, a little shilling. Shout out to my boy Nino for calling some of it out. But anytime you're supporting somebody that's anti-black, that is kind of shilling for them. So that's everything. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for the room. Um, so everybody has been talking about the gay agenda, and that's really the first thing that I kind of want to hit on in this conversation because people have been alluding to it. And I kind of just want people to elaborate on their points. Why do you think there is a gay agenda? Do you have any actual evidence to back up that there is a gay agenda, and why is it a bad thing?
Okay.
Yeah, you can start, Afro Lead.
Let me break it in. I think some of the understanding of what the quote unquote gay agenda is a little bit, and I've actually did a video broadcast about that. I feel like some people oversimplify it and some people don't understand it. I feel like the gay agenda is deeper than quote unquote making people gay. I feel like people don't really get that accurately. When I say things like the gay agenda, we do understand that a part of it is a buck breaking agenda, and a part of that is an agenda to effeminize straight black or black people, and specifically black men. A part of the gay agenda is to, because sex, if you guys take psychology, sex is there's a psychological power component when it comes to sex. And when we talk about the gay agenda, we're referring to the fact that the dominant society is trying to get us sexually dominated. When you look at images such as like Little Nas X that was paraded around, um, and he is pushed by the dominant society for no other reason necessarily than being gay. And people give me flack for saying that, and I'm not saying necessarily that he's bad because he's gay, because there are some actually very talented gay black artists out there. But Little Nas X, for example, his only thing is he's made like one big song and then he came out as being gay. Now he's the biggest thing ever. And every other song he has is him being very over sexualized. A lot of what comes to when we say the gay agenda is a lot of sexual confusion. When Little Nas X was doing his thing where he was dancing on the devil and people called it out, you were automatically deemed as being homophobic because you can't criticize him because he's homosexual. Um when certain things get brought up about trans individuals, like having rights to compete in biological women's sports and other things like that, you're getting automatically deemed as transphobic. You have a lot of celebrities who get told, would you date a trans person, and they say no, and that's automatically deeming them as transphobic. So it's kind of like a very strong push of a sexuality and a confusion. Now you have teachers who literally have who are, you know, their sexuality, which, let me state for the record, really shouldn't matter when it applies to teaching. Your Who you like to sleep with doesn't matter when you're teaching math. But you have teachers who will go out there and they will announce their sexuality to children who are naturally very easily influenced and confused. And then when the children says something, there was this one video of a little black girl. She had to be like 7 or 8 years old. She was on a Zoom call or some other video app with a trans man, a trans woman. I'm not sure what the identification was, but she was asking, okay, well, if you were born a man, why don't you like that? Why don't you accept that? And then the trans person got very like aggressive, kind of ostracized the little girl. And you've seen this a lot in schools where black kids who are just naturally curious because let's just be honest, um a lot of times people just are uninformed about the situation. So I've seen personally a lot of times when, and especially not necessarily gay, but when it comes to the transgenders, when black kids would ask about, okay, well, what do you trans, what does that mean? And when we ask things like, what does that mean? It's automatically gaslit and labeled as, okay, you're just homophobic then. And we see this in schools now, and you see this with little kids, and it puts the little kid in a position where the little kid has to kind of just like shut up and accept what is being told and not be questioned about it. And a lot of times that can be very harmful and confusing. So without being too long, that's kind of like a brief synopsis of what we're talking about when we say like the gay agenda.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you for that. Well, actually, let me get to Herbie first.
Okay.
And then if you put your hand up, I'll get to you.
Yeah, I was gonna post something on the Jumbotron that shows exactly what I'm talking about, right? So when it comes to like white people, specifically white guys, they're getting TV shows like Viking TV, a lot of that Viking shit, where they're shown as conquerors, brave, courageous, all that shit, right? And those are actually the TV shows that are doing the best right now. Let's see, let me post the proof.
You're breaking up a good amount.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
But yeah, I posted the proof right here, right, on the Jumbotron. I don't know if y'all see it.
Actually, I was about to say, can we take some of the political topics down so we can put more stuff, because there's like a lot of stuff in the Jumbotron. So let's kind of clear out some. I'm gonna clear out some of the things. Just wanted to announce that real quick. So we
Yeah,
can
but
put
my point, right? My point was that they're getting TV shows about like Vikings, conquering shit, all that stuff, right? Because the media is the most powerful tool, but black boys are getting stuff where they're feminized. Doesn't exactly mean a gay agenda, but they're being showed as female presenting, vulnerable, weak, that kind of stuff. That's an agenda and it's real. All you have to do is just pay attention.
Go ahead, Nino.
Yes. So to reiterate, your question was about the quote unquote gay agenda. I think that's a terrible dehumanizing term for what's really going on towards gay people. But what it really is a eugenics agenda. That's what it really boils down to. It's all about eugenics. For those who may not know, and I'm not trying to, assume anybody's intelligence, but just by definition, eugenics is basically trying to tailor off the population to meet a desired outcome. Well, for those that's in power, the dominant society, which is the white supremacists, because white supremacy is a global system, that's who's in power. So their eugenics agenda would be to increase their numbers and decrease non-black numbers. I'm sorry, in decreased black numbers. That is what the agenda is ultimately, and they don't care what form that eugenics takes place in. The push of LGBT lifestyle on black people is not the only form of eugenics. Just like someone stated earlier, even with abortion, it takes many forms. It's just now the LGBT thing is just the newest form. There's a quote by Neely Fuller Jr., where he says that basically white supremacy changes form, but it doesn't change function. And again, I highly encourage everyone to read that, because once you read what white supremacy racism is as a system, everything that we're saying will make sense to you, and you will start to see that we're not necessarily attacking you or your lifestyle. It's just some things that we do, that we all do. Nobody's free of blame. There's certain things that we do that is very counterproductive to dismantling systematic racism, white supremacy. Once that's done, then yeah, we'll live in a utopia where everybody can do what they want, fuck who they want, smoke what you want, drink what you want. But under the system of white supremacy, certain things are just counterproductive to dismantling that system. So to bring it back home, so with the whole LGBT quote unquote agenda, again, that's just one of many forms of eugenics being placed on black people. But for example, LGBT people are only estimated to be around 3 to 5% of the population. Yet they have more black LGBTQ people on TV than black LGBT couples, be it swirling or two black LGBT. There's more black LGBT couples on television and movies than there are straight, non-toxic heterosexual relationships. That's by design. And unfortunately, when we call that out, we're labeled as being homophobic. And I think that's just a way of them weaponizing the black LGBT people who has legitimate criticisms of how they've been treated amongst black people. They're weaponizing them against us. For those that tend to say that we're being homophobic when we point these things out. When people are saying, hey, if LGBT relationships aren't really conducive to the black population. Again, we live under a system of white supremacy, racism, white supremacy, and right in a system in which they're trying to bring our numbers down as low as possible, if not wipe us out altogether. So if everybody and their mama decided to be gay in the black community, guess what happens to the black community after about 100 years? We no longer exist. Yes, we all love sex. I mean, I'm making assumptions again, but I assume that we all love sexual gratification, right? But at the end of the day, just scientifically speaking and logically speaking, heterosexual relationships, even though there are some that are toxic as hell, at the end of the day, that serves a function, the function of reproducing. Homosexual sexual interactions with each other does not serve that purpose. It can serve the purpose of expressing those people's feelings for each other. Absolutely, it can serve the purpose of just getting your rocks off. But when it comes down to the black population, it does nothing to benefit us. And I know people get offended when they hear that, but that's just a scientific fact. And there's nothing you can say to prove otherwise, unless you can show where two people of the same gender can get together and naturally have a child. So just laying my plane, in conclusion, the agenda is all about population control. And then unfortunately, they are weaponizing the LGBT against us the black LGBT against us when we call it out. And they have the white LGBT community supports behind them when they do attack us for calling it out, because they don't have the only time that white LGBT community has the backs of black LGBT is when they're going at other black people. But the LGBT community was hella quiet when Ed Buck was murdering all those gay black men, though. And this is not nothing new. This is the same tactic that they use with the feminist movement. When the Black Panther Party and all these Black Revolution movements was taking off, that's when they decided to come in there and took the legitimate qualms of black women and then started trying to recruit them into their circles so they could weaponize them against us. It's the same thing. It's the same thing happening all over again. The same way how they weaponized black women who did have a legitimate criticism against us is what they're doing with the black LGBT now. And And unfortunately, those folks are so devious that they got it set up to where if we call it out, we're then looked at as being misogynistic, and when we talk about how black women are being weaponized against us, or we're homophobic when we talk about how black LGBT is being weaponized against us. And I'll land it there.
Go ahead, Captain, and then Marisha. Hey, Marisha.
Hey.
So, I know I don't think you were saying hey to me, but what's up to you
I
too?
meant to say hey, Captain. I'm sorry.
No, not you. I was talking to her. I was like, because it was kind of like that's why I didn't speak because I knew she was gonna say hey back. But yeah, yeah. I think this, right. I personally don't think there's any agenda in this world except a money making agenda, and people are going to support things where they feel like they're gonna make some money and they're gonna make some capital. And it's not as if they really care about these people that they support. And they do it with so many different social groups because they know, oh well, oh there's gonna be a big support for this. Let me put let me put my hand of support and love to this so I can make a profit. It happened with the Kaepernick thing. Nike all of a sudden is cool with kneeling, but then they care about human rights, but then they got sweatshops, all over the world. But they care about human rights now. You see what I'm saying? Like it to me, it always seems like it's more of a money making agenda than it is some sort of gay agenda or something like that. Um I also I don't think that we should deny people's reality. Like we have to get to a point where we understand that people uh they're not gay by some kind of they get to pick and choose and like, oh, I'm gay. They are gay. They are. They just are. That's their reality. And we can't sit here and deny it for the sake of we say, okay, we're doing it for the black community, and that's cool. We do need strong families. But that why do we assume that strong families cannot include people of different walks of life? I don't see how being gay necessarily hurts the black community, especially when the LGBT Q they make up a very small portion of a very small portion of this country. They make up a very small portion of our 13%. So it's like I don't think this, if it's some kind of agenda, the agenda isn't working. It's failing. Um, people are going to be who they are, and people are going to be who they are. We asking these people to deny their reality? Because then that becomes some sort of agenda in itself, where now we're asking people to you've been brainwashed into being gay, when in reality that they're being who they are. We've seen instances throughout history where gay people have been abused and hurt because of their sexuality, and not because they went out and told the world, but because somebody found out. They told everybody in town. Everybody in town said, oh, this is wrong, because we as a society think this is wrong. Not trying to understand them, but just trying to shame it and say this is just wrong. When this is something that occurs all throughout nature. And we talk about homosexuality. What about people who are asexual, who have no sexual attraction? So what, are they not good enough to be a part of the black community because are they destroying? Is there the asexual agenda now? And overall, I think we have to be proper on our history. Feminism did happen around the same time as the Black Panther Party movement, but that's not what ruined the Black Panther Party. But what ruined the Black Panther Party was the FBI. There's documentation, massive amounts of documentation that shows FBI infiltration. And there's people who were there before the movement even started, who was plants already, because they knew something was coming. There's FBI agents in this fucking room probably right now. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we blame all these different concepts, but I feel like we have to understand what these concepts are. And this is my expertise. I come from a background in sociology. That's my field. So I'm studying this stuff all the time. So we got to understand what feminism is. Really understand it. Don't go off of what somebody told you, or you go to on a compilation video of, oh, feminist gets dunked on, and it's somebody who's just saying nonsense. That's not a feminist. There's a whole ideology that's based on the equality of men and women. Anything outside of that, that's a fringe. That's a fringe ideology. That's not the actual ideology itself. But this is my final point, though. If we gonna talk about this stuff, I feel like even when we ask our questions, sometimes we ask pointed questions, and it's almost as if we don't ask questions to try to learn something. We ask these questions to try to push our own agendas and our own ideologies onto people, as opposed to actually trying to understand and get where people are coming from. We got to start doing that, because when you understand where people are coming from, you might see where you and that person link, where you see there's a source of humanity, and you see there's a deeper and richer way of life than the idea of this outdated ideas of traditional families, when in reality you can have a whole community, you can have a whole village of different diverse people helping each other out and working together. And how that looks, we decided together. You don't have to be in your own isolated family trying to make ends meet and be too embarrassed to tell them I'm struggling. You know, that's what's happening right now. I mean, look, you see what I'm saying? You can laugh at me, but it's just, that's the reality we live in. It's the sad reality. So one more point, since people want to laugh, I just got one last point. It's we live in a capitalist society. We live in a society that separates us. I live in a society that influences greed, that influences individualism. And so, like I said, a lot of times we have our isolated notions of life. And so we get afraid to tell people we're struggling. We get afraid to tell people our families are struggling. But we can go back to a mentality of the village, everybody supporting each other. We can do that. We don't have to shoehorn ourselves into one way. We can be better. We can be more diverse. We can expand. You just have to open your mind. That's it. And again, actually ask questions, people. Actually ask questions to understand, not to push your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Captain. Go ahead, Marisha.
I'm so glad I got to go after him. That was refreshing. So actually he said a lot of the damn points I was about to make. So I guess thank you for that. But I am gonna definitely piggyback off of something. So I actually had to write some notes down. So the whole idea of like being a part of the LGBT community, oh, there's no benefit in terms of society. Oh, you can't have children. And that's apparently the only thing we need to be doing as human beings is having kids. So that just automatically like, it's just, that's so weird to me. Right now we have a disproportionate amount of Black children in the foster care system. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody. We keep talking about how we need to all make babies, but nobody's talking about our Black children who are suffering by the hands of different states right now. But we care about our community, right? Okay, cool. So that's my point number one. Our community needs to encompass everybody, not just the people who are viable in the world. We need to talk about the Black men who are basically being used as slaves, a part of the prison industrial system. They're also a part of our community. So that's when I talk about like community needs to be all encompassing. We need to stop like just talking about able-bodied men and women. It's so like it's just terrible that that's the only people we think about as being helpful to our society. What about the elderly? We haven't even talked about old people, you know what I mean? So once again, we have to talk about every type of person within our community because they all matter and they all have relevance and importance, or they wouldn't be here. That's just my belief. And if you, especially people who are pro-life, then if people are living and they're on this earth, then they matter and their lives should matter no matter how they are as people. um In terms of the whole eugenics comments, I just eugenics is the food deserts that we have. Eugenics is the poor medical system. Eugenics is the disproportionate amount of black folks dying by common diseases every day. That's huge. In my opinion, that's where the eugenics is going on in our society. I don't think it's, I think we're putting too much weight. Like, God, I mean, eh, I think the LGBTQ people, like, y'all getting a little bit too much press time. Like, y'all are just everything. And I'm not saying that to diminish like LGBTQ people. I know there's some in this group, but that's just to say, like, I'm sure y'all are like, damn, can we just get a break? Like, we got enough press time, y'all. Like, there's a lot of other shit going on in our community, and we putting everything on them. Let's talk about the whole community. Damn. And that goes into my other my next point. It segues kind of perfectly all throughout human history, because humans are kind of these nasty beings, and whenever we see things going poor or going badly in a society, or we start to fear that a society is collapsing, we always look for a group to demonize. I'm sure Eric can really relate to that, being a history buff. So we always find a group to pick on. And I feel like LGBTQ has become that ostracized group, because it's so easy to take digs at them. It's so easy. Oh, you don't do anything for our community, you're just being gay, all you want to do is have fun, you don't even care, you know what I mean? Just the comments that I hear about gay people, just that are just ridiculous. Like, they're not whole human beings who have thoughts, dreams, hopes, just like everybody else. It's like, stop treating them like they're these like objects who do like who are, don't even know how to be affixed in the world. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. So while there may not be a benefit to being homosexual in terms of like reproduction, there also is no, and get me, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there is some research or data, but there's also no proof where it has actually directly led to black detriment. Like, what proof is there that being gay, or since gay people have become more in media, suddenly there's just less gay people or less black folks being born? Like, there's no correlation there. Correlation does not equal causation. That was one of the first things I learned in psychology. Correlation does not equal causation. So I don't think that's the cause. And in reality, we need to actually look at the important things, that black women are dying at a disproportionate rate having children. So we keep saying have children, but we don't even have safe means for black women to have children. And you're laughing, and that's just disgusting. Like, I think you're a disgusting human being, Nino. Because I'm talking about black women not
I
being
think
able
you're
to
a
have
coon, so that's fine.
children.
That's
And
fine. You're a coon.
well,
Because
your
the issue
mom's a
is white
coon.
supremacy. All
Um,
everything.
Okay,
Not, let's
we're
not
not
get it.
doing that. We're not doing that. We're not name calling. This is not the kind of space for that. Allow them to finish their point. I'll allow you to respond after Kay. Everybody just break it down, please.
I'm gonna try not to respond to that anymore. But anyway, like I said, I just it perturbs me when people laugh at something like black women dying, having our babies. That's not, there's nothing funny about black women dying. So maybe I'm not gonna even say what I'm about to say. Jesus. Who, God, let me calm myself down, because I was about to say something about this man's mom.
Keep going. You're doing good. You're doing
Okay, so
I'm laughing at how stupid you are.
Come on,
Didn't I
y'all.
just say
Come
we're
on.
not
Stop
going to be calling
this.
names?
Look,
We had no issue until she came in here. I've been good this entire
Nino,
time, right?
we're gonna address people. We're gonna everybody get a chance to speak, but for the sake of order, we're gonna let people speak uninterruptedly. Okay.
we'll try. Just wow, just a sad case of a man. Also, once
Coon
again,
ass bitch. Shut the fuck up. You don't understand white supremacy.
Hold on. Nino, one more time and you're getting kicked out. You're not about to call nobody out their name. Okay? Especially no woman. At that.
Well, in that respect, though, in that respect,
There is
I
no
feel
in
like
that respect. There's no reason for him to be calling people bitch on
no.
this panel.
First
He needs
off,
to be called
I
out for that.
I just addressed that. I'm saying though too, all the personal attacks that people like, if people disagree with each other and whatever, calling each other outside their name, and also saying that somebody's a pathetic excuse for a man is also a attack too. So attacks going both ways need to stop. You can attack a person's point and a person's speech, something a person said, without necessarily going after the person, because that creates then the space is going to become, I can't wait to get my turn, and then I'm going to throw shots at you. And we're trying to overall keep this space pretty productive, you know what I'm saying? And so far it really has been, even though there's been disagreements.
I
But you get
100% agree, but
agree.
we're not going to call people expletives at that. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah,
We shouldn't be calling people pathetic excuses for a man either, and that needs to be called out. But at the same time, he called her a coon ass bitch. That's not okay.
I agree. That's what I said. Yeah.
And he was laughing at black women dying. We
That's
got
not
like,
why I was
come
laughing.
on, y'all.
That's
Let's
not
be
why I
real.
was laughing. So
Okay.
stop saying that. That's not why I was laughing.
We're
Stop
gonna
saying
allow,
that.
we're gonna allow uh MBJD, you can finish your point. You can land.
Appreciate it. And I mean, yeah. Also, just so my last point, and it piggybacks kind of off of what Captain was saying, was that it's really not that profound. I think people try to make white supremacy so poetic, and so we romanticize it. Oh, and they're just at every level they have plots to kill us off as blacks. Um, I don't. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing as we are America is the world's best bank, and everything that we do and every prerogative that we have is going to be centered around us making money. And as far as black bodies are concerned, unless we're making money, we just don't matter. I don't think it's so much that there's this a big agenda to try to kill us off individually. I think they've been doing that quite successfully just by the political movements and the racism since we stepped off the plantation. I think they've been doing quite well at killing us. As we can see, they don't have to do anything, because as we see, we have black men and women going at it just in spaces alone, can't even respect each other. I'm sure they love that type of shit as well. So they don't need to do anything because we'll kill ourselves at this rate. And I just think that the examples such as these are good. I mean, good support that you can't even have a conversation with somebody. How are you going to have this utopian community? So that's where I land my plane.
Thank you, Marisha. Go ahead, Quay, and then you can respond after him,
So, goodness. So a lot of what I'm hearing is a lot of what I'm hearing. I'm not saying this is what you said. What I'm hearing is a lot of sort of traditionalist ideology, sort of social norms when it comes to gender roles. And the fact is that we have evolved. We have become a more open-minded society. Now, in particular, to this whole notion that gay people do not contribute to black, because it's the issue about black families and whatnot. Their families look different. Some people have two mommies, some people have two daddies. This whole idea that, in terms of procreation and this idea that they can't have children naturally. Okay, so I'm assuming when you said naturally, you meant by vaginal intercourse, the old-fashioned way. So I'm assuming that you're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong when you get the chance, that IVF and surrogacy and all of those things don't count, but heterosexual couples do that as well. What about heterosexual couples that are infertile and cannot produce children? So is it only okay when the heterosexual couples can do IVF and choose a surrogate to have children? Because I know plenty of gay couples who have had children that way through through surrogacy, and plenty of gay couples that have adopted black children who are lingering in the foster care system and have created a family. Family is, to me, we have to expand the notion of what family is instead of this old-fashioned nuclear man, woman, they have children. there are multiple ways for you to have a family that is productive and aiding to the benefit of society. So I'm really confused about that whole part about gay people not, first of all, again, it's this sort of like it's our existence. I'm hearing things that are basically, again, denying our existence and that, this is who we are. And to say that we don't contribute to the Black community, I need you to explain that further to me, especially when it comes to this idea that we don't have thriving families. So I guess it goes back on what your definition, which is why I brought up why I think I'm hearing when you say family, you're thinking heterosexual male, heterosexual female, vaginal intercourse to produce a child. But there are other ways to have a family. And there are plenty of gay couples that have families in this country and around the world.
Thank you, Kay, for that. Go ahead, Nino. It's your turn. You have the floor.
Yes, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to the host of the room because we have been having a very productive conversation up until this point, even despite disagreements. But when somebody keeps coming here trying to throw little side shots and stuff, that triggers me. But so I want everybody who has an issue with me to take a pen and paper out and take notes about what I'm saying, because I know a lot of you came in here and you're making straw man arguments. What is a straw man argument, Nino? A straw man argument is when you're arguing against a point that nobody has made in the first place. If you would have came here in the very beginning, I have been a staunch supporter of my LGBT Black brothers and sisters, and even those who don't even identify as neither one. I even checked another heterosexual male in here and told him to be mindful of his verbiage. I even came in here and said that, LGBT people can produce healthy homes for children. And then for the brother to come in here and be talking about study sociology, dude, they didn't stop making degrees when you got yours, dog. I got multiple degrees to my name, dude. I was originally a political science major, but then I split that up into psychology, specifically child psychology and criminal justice, because I didn't want to do a foreign language. I have worked in a mental health facility for children for years. I have been working with children my entire adult life. My most recent career up until last year, I was a case manager for Child Protective Services. So let's not make arguments against things that we have never stated. That's being very dishonest. That's very dishonest. Just like when I asked the brother where his family was from, and he was beating around the bush. And I've noticed that's something that a lot of people who identify as LGBT tend to do. Not all, because Eric has not here. From the time I spent in the space, he's been very upfront, even on things that we disagree with, but he has never been intellectually dishonest. But all the people who I have been seeing doing that just so happen to be part of that community as well. So to answer y'all question, first of all, the issue is white supremacy, global white supremacy, global systematic racism, white supremacy. White supremacy is the only functional system of oppression in the known universe, as stated by Neely Fuller Jr., which, again, if you don't understand what racism, white supremacy is, everything else will only confuse you. And I sense a lot of confusion in this room because we got folks talking about, the issue is money, capitalism. The issue is this, that, and the third. Everything that is an issue ties back to white supremacy. You think capitalists and socialists don't get along when it comes down to anti-Black racism? Look at Russia and Ukraine. These people are on two different ideological sides, but then when it comes down to Black people, they agree. Same thing with Republican and Democrats. The thing is, white supremacy affects every area of human activity. You can't name not one of the 9 areas of human activity that white supremacy does not control and dominate. That includes the politics, sex, war, all that, entertainment, all that. It is everything you said. Even when you when the mammy said something. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize. When the lady said something about, what about hospitals? We need to address all the children, women died in childbirth. Ma'am, that's white supremacy manifesting itself through our medical system. Same thing when dude talking about money. White supremacy is a high-paying system. Everything ties back to systematic white supremacy. And until you understand what white supremacy racism is and how it operates, everything else will only confuse you. And like I stated before, when I use the example of the feminist movement being a counterweight to the Black Revolution movement, dudes started going on the tangent talking about something about FBI agents and everything else. Yeah, the feminist movement was created by FBI agents. What are you talking about? And I was talking about more than just the Black Panther Party, because if you know American history, you know there was more than just the Black Panther Party. And so please don't come in here, and I'm speaking in general, don't come in here trying to flaunt your degrees, because again, I have multiple degrees to my name. And some of the
I wasn't trying to. I was trying to give a basis. I was trying to give a basis of my knowledge. That's it. That's it.
Sir. I just stated, sir, that I'm speaking in general. I just said that. So that's why I said, please take a pen and
I
paper
said the same
take notes
thing
about what I'm saying. So with that being said, the smartest people that I've known in my 31 years, I just turned 31 last month. The smartest people I've known are people that has no form of formal education. And some of the dumbest people I know are people that are attorneys, doctors, and I even know somebody running for local political office. And then I have a background in politics as well. I was the political action chairman of the NAACP for 4 years when I was in college. Not of the school, but of the county. So I am a very well-versed, well-rounded, well-educated person. But the
I
thing
wasn't
is,
trying to
that's
compete
not
with
what
you,
makes
brother.
me.
I wasn't trying to compete.
I'm not even
Hold on,
talking
Captain,
about you.
let him finish. Captain, let him finish.
Stop.
Captain, let him finish. He's speaking
Stop
in
centering
I'm
generality,
sorry.
not personal.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I know. So with that being said, I'm a well-rounded, well-versed person. Like I said, I've been working with children my entire lives. And let's just be honest. When we're talking about LGBT children are the children that have experienced some of the most sexual abuse. The folks don't like to talk about that. Like I said, I worked in a mental hospital for children. And, you know, all the kids that identified as LGBT before they even were 16, guess what? We even took stats on all this stuff at this mental hospital I worked at. 96% of them were victims of sexual abuse. And then when you talk about, even if you want to look at the MAPS movement, the pedophile movement, guess what? A lot of them are LGBT. But again, that's some things that folks don't like talking about. And again, like I said, that's not to say for the people that's late coming in here and for the slow kids in the back of the classroom, that is not to say if you're LGBT, you have been sexually abused. That is not to say if you're LGBT that you don't deserve to be able to live your life. That is not to say that you don't deserve to raise a healthy family, because I know some LGBT people who raise well-rounded, functional children and who have not touched on them. But let's not play dumb to these statistical facts. And then we talking about this agenda, like I said, folks started turning this into, oh, you're attacking LGBT people. No, we're attacking white supremacy. That's what we're attacking. And they're weaponizing our LGBT brothers and sisters, using their righteous indignation against the rest of us, using them as only attack dogs and mascots, because they don't ever have y'all back until y'all are going against the grain against the rest of Black society. And we sit and talk about opinions and stuff all day long, but I dare somebody to prove what I'm saying wrong using facts and logic. Everything that I say is based on facts and logic. That goes back to what I was saying about the 3 common traits of people that undermine the Black collective. They tend to be of immigrant descent, pro-interracial relationships, and LGBT. Those are the 3 people that they tend to weaponize against the rest of us, because those people tend to have dual allegiances. They have dual allegiances, being to their home nation or their immigrant status, dual allegiances to their non-Black partner, dual allegiances to the LGBT community. And that white supremacy, these are some of the smartest people on the fucking planet. And for somebody to sit here and down the severity of the effects of white supremacy on all non-white people globally, man, that is some coon behavior. That's very dangerous. You are this prime type of person that would be weaponized against us for the people to be like, oh, it's not racism. I think we blow racism out of here. Okay, we'll blow it out of proportion. Well, name one area of human activity not affected and dominated by racism, white supremacy. So please don't try to make it seem like that I'm somehow homophobic or misogynistic, because I check niggas when they be talking greasy about black women.
You literally called me a bitch.
Because you're acting like one.
It doesn't give you a right to call me one.
Yes, it does. If it walks like
It
a duck,
does
I'm gonna call
not.
it a duck.
Okay, come on. Let's not, because there's still people. I got a lot I want to say. So
And I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna wrap it up. So again, please do not be intellectually dishonest to try to make a point. Let's stick to facts and logic, and please don't come in here trying to insinuate what people have said, or because that's not what none of us have said. None of the brothers that have been in this room has said anything about LGBT people not deserving to have children or anything of that nature. And then, and like I said, as a heterosexual man, I have been the one that came here and actually said corrected another heterosexual brother on that. And he's not the only one. I mean, and I don't want the brother to think I'm picking on him. I'm just using him as an example of the fact that I'm very neutral on this. I'm very empathetic to the issues that LGBT people have. As I stated, how they've been weaponized against the rest of Black society. The first thing I said was their legitimate criticisms, their righteous indignation. If you know what that means that the things that they're upset about is justified. And I said the same thing about women who have been weaponized against the rest of Black society under the guise of the feminist movement as well. I said the legitimate criticisms, the righteous indignation. I'm always empathetic to the other side, because there's always three sides to every story. But for you to come in here and try to say that I said something that I didn't, that pisses me off. And I'll lay my plane right there.
He only called a bitch after.
Amara, hold on one second, honey. Hold on one second, honey. Hold on one second, honey. Hold on one second, because I have a question for him. In the same way that you got on Herbie in the beginning of the space about, you know, how some words can be triggering for some people. Could it be possible, Nino, that when you were giving your spiel, because please keep in mind, Marisha's been here for like an hour. She's been up here. She hasn't spoken, you know, and that was the first time she spoke in like 30 minutes. She was in here listening. She listened to everything that you said. So could it be possible that in the same way you got on him about the way that he uses his words when it comes to this topic, could it be possible that some of the words that you used may have triggered her in this conversation?
No,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. That's my question.
No, because it wasn't that a word triggered her. It's that she came in here misquoting folks, saying things, using straw man fallacies, arguing against statements that was never stated by anybody.
How can you tell me what triggered me? Everything you said triggered me.
Listen, see, take notes about what I just said. It's not about you being triggered when you coming in here saying things. Listen, so you being triggered causes you to lie? Because that's what you do.
It wasn't that she was lying, but Nino, in the words of Iyanla Vanzant, that was her experience of you. That was her experience of your words.
Listen. No, my words were very precise, and I'm very careful about what I say. So
you thought they were nice. I understood what you were trying to say, but to other people, words can be taken a certain way. And there was, to be honest with you, Nino, there were some certain things that you said in the beginning of it that were a little suspect that I was taken aback by.
Again,
but I didn't say anything. But some people,
a straw man fallacy is untruth. What is an untruth? The untruth is a lie. You're arguing against something that was never stated.
What did she lie about?
So we can clear up a little bit of confusion. I will say, I believe, what's her name? Marsha.
It's Marisha.
Marisha, my fault.
That's okay.
Marisha wasn't in here when we initially started having the conversation. When Marisha came in, when Marisha came in, we were kind of on the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris conversation. So she wasn't in when Nino gave his opinions about it initially. No, a lot of the people in here weren't in when we gave their opinions about it, which is why in spaces I feel like it's important, because people will jump in and out to reiterate your points of view. I know that can get repetitive, but when people jump in and out and they don't hear things that you initially said. Now, Nino initially said that he doesn't have an issue with parents or gay couples parenting children. That's something he said initially. And then I don't think Mauricia was the first person to say that. I think somebody else said that before him. That, oh, what's the problem with that? Implying that Nino said he had a problem with that. I don't think
But
Mauricia said that. I think she,
but then the words that came after that were not like conducive with that. He said he doesn't have a problem, but then the words after that made it seem as if he did have a problem. And I
What words?
think
What
that's
words? What words?
what
What words did I?
Okay,
What
that's
I
what
words?
I
think
What
heard.
words?
hold
I'm
on one
saying,
second. Let me also clarify, because Afro, I get what you're saying, but the only thing that I would say is we're talking about, this is a different topic. So she came in during the Biden and Kamala Harris thing, but we were talking about the gay agenda. I posed a question to everybody, and she was here when that one statement was made. So yes, she didn't get the preface of him saying I have gay friends and I've been ingrained with gay people. I live in Atlanta. I've had these conversations with people. I don't have an issue with the families and all that stuff. But she was here when that one comment was made. So yes, she didn't get the background behind it, but again, and I think the word that people and it kind of not triggered me, but it also took me aback, was when he used eugenics. I think that word was like, whoa, like, whoa, when did we get from this to eugenics and mass extinction of Black people? I don't understand where that was coming from. So that was a triggering word for everybody in the space.
Okay, well, can I clarify what I meant by that for those who didn't grasp it? White supremacy, systematic global racism, white supremacy. Can we all agree that the goal of white supremacy is to basically cause the extinction of Black people? Can we agree on that? If anybody disagrees, put a laughing emoji.
I'm not going to put a laughing emoji, but I don't necessarily agree.
So what is the goal of white supremacy? The goal of white supremacy.
I'm sorry.
The goal of white supremacy. You good. I know this is kind of delayed. So the goal of white supremacy is to put themselves into a supreme position in every area of human activity. And, and the whole reason why racism even exists in the first place is due to their fear of genetic annihilation. If everybody on the planet got into an interracial relationship right now and started reproducing interracially, guess who would get bred out? White people. Guess who would still be here? Black people. So that's what it boils down to at the end of the day. Their goal is to destroy us and maintain themselves. And they are willing to do that in every area of human activity, in every function, everything. They use everything for that function of preserving themselves and destroying us. And like I stated, even with the people in this room who I must have missed when I said it, I stated they weaponize our women against us, who has legitimate criticisms against the rest of the Black society. They weaponize our LGBT brothers and sisters and non-binary colleague. I don't know what's the word. I'm sorry, I don't know the words. But when you
bring up because I understand all of that, but when you bring up the word eugenics, the implication based on this conversation was that LGBTQ representation and LGBTQ people have come about because they're trying to exterminate the Black race. And that if you that's the implication that you said when you said eugenics and you put LGBTQ people, that because we can't have children, the goal of white supremacy is to turn people gay so that we can stop having children. That's the implication.
That's not accurate about what I said. I said that they use various forms of eugenics. Various forms of eugenics. The industrial prison complex is a form of eugenics. The medical apartheid, just like how she stated, how Black women are dying in childbirth.
But when she said that, you called her a coon ass bitch.
And you laughed.
No. I was laughing at I was laughing at the fact that I was disagreeing with your notion that it's not white supremacy. So when you sit here and say he's laughing at the fact that Black women are dying in childbirth, that pisses me off because
she never said it wasn't white supremacy though. She was agreeing with you.
I did agree.
That is white
she
supremacy.
Did. No. Now, this is a recorded space.
That is white supremacy.
But hold on, y'all. Nino, get this last point out, and then we do have to move on because we do have other hands.
The point is, the issue is white supremacy weaponizing any and everything they can against the Black collective for their sole goal to maintain their existence and cause our demise. They use various forms from medical disparities to the criminal justice system, even to sexuality. So when we call out one, that's not targeting you. No, let's bring it back to the cause, the root issue, which is white supremacy. But like I said in the very beginning, the people that tend to deflect and run interference for white supremacy, 9 times out of 10 tend to be LGBT, pro-interracial relationships, and of immigrant background.
I just
And
think
I have
you. I
yet
think
to
you.
be
I
proven
think you
wrong.
just. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off, but we have to move on. But I think that it was just an instance of you misspeaking. You misspoke, and it triggered everybody.
No,
I think that's the meat and potatoes
I
of this
didn't
issue.
misspeak. I didn't misspeak though. I'm not saying
But
anything
you're
different now that I haven't been saying. They misinterpreted. They misinterpreted. I didn't misspeak. They misinterpreted. Like
Right.
I said, the
okay.
issue is white supremacy, and so that's not. So that's the root
revisit it.
issue. It's not LGBT. LGBT people are not the problem. That's what I want to leave with. LGBT people are not the problem. White supremacy
Okay.
is. That's what I want to leave with.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for that, Nina. I appreciate that, and thank you for trudging along with with us questioning that. Go ahead, Herbie, and then Kay, then Captain, then Mauricia, and then Afro Elite, and you and I can kind of give our perspectives after that, if you want.
Yes, so I've got a couple questions for Q. Q, in the Asian, Latino, and Arab American communities, right? Did they ever push this idea that nuclear families aren't needed, aren't essential, and that there's other forms of child rearing? Can you answer that real quick? I just want to know.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to, I mean, I know how to answer it. I don't know.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make, right, is you made the point that in the Black community, we're obsessed with the nuclear family, and that there are other forms of child rearing or forming families, so on and so forth, right? But you only ever see that being pushed on the Black community. I don't see viral tweets pushing that on the Asian community or the Arab community or the Latino community. In fact, the Latino community is very, like, they're very staunch Catholic people, right? And same with the Asian. They covet the two-parent nuclear household. So can you explain what's only being pushed on the Black community?
I can't explain that because I don't see that.
You don't see it? So you're just, are you choosing to ignore it, or you just don't see it? Because anyone can see it. Because whenever this issue comes up of the nuclear family isn't essential, there are other forms of doing it, it almost always involves Black folks. But you never see it being pushed on Asians, Latinos, and Arabs, ever.
Do you have an example of that?
Yeah, I mean,
I could say something.
whenever, okay.
Hold on.
Mike,
If I could
like
say
public
something,
discourse, right? So public.
If we can maintain like question asking, because then that kind of interrupts the way the hands were going. So maybe ask like one question or something like that. I'm gonna let you finish, Herbie, but like if we could do that, because I've been in several spaces where somebody asks a question and it's a back and forth between an hour conversation with two people when you got a room full of hands. So Herbie, I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, my point was just that all this discourse around the nuclear family being useless, it's usually just pushed on the Black community. I don't see anybody pushing it on any other community. And Q, about the Black immigrant thing, like, I wasn't trying to be xenophobic or anything, but it's just that white society tries to put Black immigrants on a pedestal because they know that they won't, challenge the status quo, and they're just gonna assimilate. And you saw that with the Supreme Court justices, right? Like, most of them were either Caribbean or African, so that's intentional.
Okay, thank you for that, Herbie. Go ahead, Kay. Was it Kay next? Yeah.
I think so. So I can't remember who. I'm going to need to see a study. I'm going to need to see some numbers on gay, lesbian, bisexual children being sexually abused at higher rates than anyone else. Because I've never read that. So, and I'm going to need to see something outside of some hospital that you worked at, whatever facility it was. I need to see what the measurement instrument was used. I need to see some studies that support that, because we're talking about how dangerous it is for somebody to say something, but then yet I hear a statement like that, never having actually read studies that said there is no statistical, variation that that children who are LGBTQ are sexually abused at any rate that is different from what their representation in the population is.
Sorry, Q. I have it right here, and
Hold
I
on,
just
I'm
want to
not
know how.
done.
No,
Hold
I know.
on, I'm
I'm
not done.
asking the question. I just
I'm
want to know, how
sorry.
do I
Go.
send it in? That's all I'm asking. How do I send it in?
Oh, go.
That's what I'm
When
asking. That's all I'm asking.
you're trying to send in the something to the jumbotron.
Yes, because it says it's a study by the Williams Institute stating that LGBT children
Okay.
are four
Okay.
times as likely.
Okay.
What
So in order to.
post, and
Mhm.
then you hit share, and then it should be shared to space, and then it'll
I'm
pop
sorry.
up on
What was,
space you're in.
what was the first thing? What was the first thing you said? I'm sorry, I missed that.
You make a post about it in your timeline, and then you hit when it says the share button. They'll give you an option to share that to whatever space you're in. At the top, it'll say share to space.
Okay, let me try that. All right, thank you. That's all I was asking.
So the other thing is, since we're on the topic of, Black LGBT being used and co-opted, against Black people, and, to really support white supremacy. So there was something that I saw posted here that talked about, it was some statement about there's only one party or something about, where did it go? It was basically something about abortion and how, oh, here it is. People talking about abortion as Black genocide and it's demonic. Um, and a lot of people that I've seen recently, sort of with people that have, propping up this idea about it. And a lot of times I see it coming from GOP, who will put in there, oh, it's Black genocide. They're not concerned about us. They're concerned because they know that their population numbers are dwindling. And so they're trying to use the idea of riling up this issue in the Black community because they need their white women to continue having children. So that's my example of this whole, you're talking about the LGBTQ Black LGBTQ being propped up to maintain white supremacy. But a lot of the things that are being reiterated, that people are using as talking points, are coming from the people who are really doing the same thing as well. But yeah, I need to see, in terms of that, I need to see what that study is and sort of what their methods were. And hopefully it's not like Newsmax or Breitbart or something like that.
Thank you for that, Kay. Go ahead, Captain.
Okay, yeah. First thing I want to say is like I apologize if I offended you in any way, Nino. Like when I mentioned my like me studying sociology, I wasn't trying to like compete or like act like I'm better. I just say that as like a basis of where I'm coming from. I do that so people know exactly where I'm coming from. I don't want to like just speak on things, and people not know where I'm coming from. So like when I say that, I'm saying, okay, if I say something, then you can look it up and then put sociology at the end of it. That's where I'm getting it from. That's all I say that for. That's the first thing. Um, the other thing is I I I feel like we can talk about certain issues that are plaguing our community and also lead it up to the bigger issues. You can talk about these individualized parts and these sections, but that doesn't mean you're ignoring the whole thing. Like I think where and I think I forgot, I missed your name. They said it a few times.
Marisha.
Marisha, yes. Sorry about that. Uh, when you when she was talking about these statistics of Black women, that is white supremacy that causes that to happen. she was agreeing with you in that aspect. She just was talking about it from a different angle. You know, we have to realize where, like, I agree with you on that. Capitalism is a leg of white supremacy. It's an arm of white supremacy, or whatever you want to call it. It's extended from that. So if I'm talking about that as a problem, I am talking about white supremacy. I think the only place where I would differ just a tad bit, I think that white supremacy is it is trying to be supreme. It is trying to be dominant. But then there's also a part that a lot of people miss, that white supremacy is also destroying white people, because white people can't even keep up with their own standards that was created on them. You know, and we all trying to live up to these white supremacist standards, and none of us can live up to it. And half the time, I doubt the real big players in this white supremacist system actually even care enough about gay people to even support them for some type of agenda at all. I don't see it. I don't see it. Because when you look in their history, they've been very, anti-gay. And the question wasn't pointed at me from Herbie. It was pointed at Kay, but I feel like I can kind of answer it. As far as like the nuclear family goes, as it being pushed as a bad idea onto black people, I don't think it's a idea that's being pushed on to any group. I think it's actually just like, by experience, people are seeing that it doesn't work anymore in the modern era. At one point in time, you could have one person work at a job and support a whole family. That became unfeasible after a certain time. So now you had both mom and dad had to go out. That became unfeasible. Now you have families staying with other families, and they all trying to support each other. That is slowly becoming unfeasible, as people are working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. So the nuclear family is not as if people are pushing it as some bad idea. It's just not possible to keep up with that tradition and standard with the economic system and economic situation that we're living in right now. We got to see that it's breaking down, not because people are trying to push the idea that it's breaking down. It's breaking down because people literally just can't keep that idea going. It doesn't. It's not conducive with the modern world. And so that's pretty much all I wanted to say from that regard. I do appreciate this space. It is tense, but I like it, like, a little fire, a little flames. All right.
Thank you, Captain. Marisha, you can go ahead, and then after her, I'm kind of give my 2 cents.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to bring up was just, I think there was one point I had missed too earlier, just furthering as far as the whole idea of the possibility that black folks could be diminishing in numbers, or our numbers aren't up, or they are in they're being threatened by any type of force, or this white supremacy or whatever the case. But to speak to that, I think if I was just saying that if we're seeing some folks, I'm not saying anyone in this group particular, but if some folks are seeing that the LGBTQ agenda is leading to that, then perhaps maybe even the idea of which I believe Nino even brought that up earlier, of mixed or biracial families could also be just as quote unquote detrimental. I remember there was a Time magazine that came out, it was some years ago now. I was probably in middle school. It was a long time. And it talked about by 2050, everyone will be kind of basically like beige with like light brown eyes with light hair, because that's kind of where our society is moving to in humanity. In terms of just like how much mixing is going on. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing. It's not something that I personally partake in, or maybe agree is the best thing, considering just a lot of things historically. However, recognize that people do that, and that's a way that people are starting families. But I think that could be made possibly just as detrimental, just because we know that, yeah, while that mixed person, if you're going off the one drop rule, they're quote unquote black. If they're white presenting, they're having a totally different experience. And the idea is that eventually it's going to just continue to dilute the gene pool. So I just wanted to just throw that in there too, just to add another variable to this whole idea of the diminishing of Black folks in America.
Thank you for that, Marisha. Well, I'm actually heating up food right now, so before I put my 2 cents in, Afro, if you want to say anything, you can. I know you have a lot to say.
Eric, I couldn't hear you. You cut out a lot.
Kind of broke up.
I was saying that I'm Afro, if you want to go first, I know you have a lot to say about the topic. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have some things to say. Um. Man, there's been so much to say. First off, shout out to everybody in here. I appreciate and love everybody, every single last one of y'all, despite what y'all do. Because everybody in here is Black, and that's the point. You know what I'm saying? You're Black, and we in this together. You know, it don't matter what you do in your bedroom, because white supremacy is after you regardless. I want to say the thing I would let me see, to touch back on, and this is when you asked me about the necessary gay agenda. I want to touch back on that, but let me state something about the nuclear family. We have to understand, if we understand history, and this is the thing, a true historian is not going to nitpick history. You can't really nitpick history to fit your own narratives. If you're a historian, you're going to use all bits and forms of history. Now, historically speaking, especially in this country, the Black nuclear family has been under attack. There has been sabotages and things under white supremacy to dismantle the strength and the foundation of the Black nuclear family. Okay, I mean, that's just history. Now, to say that you promote the Black nuclear family, that does not necessarily, or at least in my opinion, that does not necessarily mean that you're automatically against any other lifestyle or any other like family form. I'm not sure exactly what the term would be, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're against that, but you can promote something. And I feel like now we're having a lot of conversations where people are asking, or where people are making the statements, the Black nuclear family is outdated, the Black nuclear family is useless, and the Black nuclear family is something actually kind of bad. And the Black nuclear family is not bad at all. Now, there are Black couples, straight Black couples, that are very toxic and bad, don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's anywhere. There's couples that are just, toxic, and that's not necessarily a Black thing either. But to say I promote the Black nuclear family, or there is an attack on the Black nuclear family, that's not necessarily saying we should be against gay couples or gay families. That's not necessarily saying that. So let me state that for a record, that there is an attack on the nuclear family, but that does not mean that a gay couple is necessarily, just because you're a gay couple, means that you're working with white supremacy. That's I feel like that narrative's going on. Not that Nino said that, but I feel like some people might have that implication, and that's a overstatement or inaccurate implication necessarily. I would like to say something too. I put in the jumbotron, and somebody in the chat room has actually addressed that. She's not here right now. She or he. She was using cartoon character. Has addressed the fact that I put in the jumbotron about Billy Porter when he was addressing the Black community. When I say the things about the Black agenda, I mean the fact that the dominant society will manipulate and boost Black gay people who have a vitriol or vendetta against Black straight people, just like Billy Porter does, and they'll give them platforms. I've said this with other people, just like Nina was saying, with immigrants and with interracial people in interracial relationships. The dominant society will, you know how you can be shadow boosted or shadow banned? The dominant society gives them bigger platforms or promotes their platforms when they are speaking harm or trying to ostracize the Black community. And we see that a lot, unfortunately, with our gay brothers and sisters, that a lot of the times, just like with Billy Porter, they ostracize the Black community, specifically straight Black men, more than they ostracize more than they ostracize the white supremacy. The person just left a comment under that post, and I when I addressed how Billy Porter literally was cursing, using profanity against straight black men, and I simply asked the question, have you ever seen Billy Porter do this against white supremacy, a police killing a black person, the racism within the LGBT, discrimination in housing and loans, or the wealth gap? Have you ever seen Billy Porter be that passionate or even really address that issue? But the only thing he's addressing is the time he wants to ostracize straight black men. And then people say, okay, well, he can do that. He can do that. And that's the thing. You have a lot of LGBT brothers and sisters who will say, yeah, I'm black first. I'm black first. But all of their smoke, anger, and vitriol gets directed towards the black community. And you don't see the same, if at all, that amount. And I'm not saying necessarily any LGBT person in this space. I'm just saying in general, as far as the representation goes. Um, Eric, I've seen you do the opposite of this, so I will give you your credit for that. But as far as the representation goes, just like with Billy Porter and other gay actors and activists, they'll specifically go after straight black men, just like with the Jussie Smollett conversation. They specifically, there was more articles going after straight black men not supporting Jussie Smollett than there were the two white men who he alleged had attacked him. And that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the agenda, a part of the agenda is to use is kind of like divide and conquer. When you can manipulate people within their own group to go to publicly, not like we're having a very, even though it's public, kind of like a private in-house conversation, but to publicly go on a platform and diss other people in their own communities. You do not see Asians doing this. When they had their Stop Asian Hate, you didn't see them say, okay, well, let's segue this to stop gay Asian hate or stop women Asian hate. When you see things in Ukraine, they're not talking about the gay Ukrainians. They're not talking about the trans Ukrainians. They don't separate themselves. But the white supremacy, the dominant society, manipulates, and that's why I had that other space. They manipulate a lot of the um LGBT brothers and sisters, not all, but they manipulate a lot of the LGBT brothers and sisters to have vitriol that's equivalent to, and even more so, to white supremacy. So that's something that I would like to add in the conversation.
Thank you for that, Afro. So I'm gonna go. I have a lot to say, so please bear with me, y'all. This conversation usually grinds my gears because it really does speak to a lot of the ignorance of a lot of people that engage in this sort of conversation. I want to first start off with the actual representation part. There was a study that was done by the GLAAD organization talking about LGBTQ representation in movies. We're just talking about movies at this point, not even TV shows. They went in 2020, they looked at the first 110 movies that came out that year. Out of 110 movies, 20 of them were LGBTQ movies and had LGBTQ people in them. Out of those LGBTQ movies, 4 of them were Black LGBTQ people in those movies. This, and there has been, and I posted it in the Jumbotron if you want to see it, there has been study after study after study about actual LGBTQ representation proportionate to the amount of movies and TV shows that come out, and the numbers don't support your argument. I'm sorry. They just don't. I, as a Black LGBTQ person, we complain that there's not enough LGBTQ representation, Black LGBTQ representation in our movies. Whenever we do get it, Black LGBTQ people, Black gay men especially, we're regarded as the sassy sidekick to the main character. We're always regarded as the messy queen who's trying to get with the straight boy. We're never given actual representation that really speaks to who we are as individuals and who we are as people. And it's quite frankly insulting when people can look at Black LGBTQ people and tell us that we have too much representation, and that at this point there's an agenda to make other people fall in line with what y'all like. Where did y'all get that from? Is it because you saw Empire on Tuesday and you saw Pose on Thursday, and all of a sudden you concocted in your mind that all of a sudden Black LGBTQ people are dominating the TV screen? Or you may have seen Billy Porter on the Grammys, and you may have seen, MJ Rodriguez at the EMA Awards, and you may have seen Lil Nas X at the AMAs, and all of a sudden you concocted in your brain that Black LGBTQ people are dominating the media. It's not true. We don't have enough representation. They give us little itty bitty nuggets of, here, Black LGBTQ people, we're not homophobic and we're not racist. Let's throw in a dollop of a Black gay person here. Let's throw in a little piece of drag queen over here. Let's throw in a slither of Black trans over here. There has never been really a mainstream Black gay TV show that really caters to who we truly are as Black LGBTQ people. We've only had one, Noah's Ark, and that show was literally just a bunch of Black gays having sex with each other. That was the entire show back in the early 2000s. Pose was really the first ever show that displayed the true, unadulterated experiences of Black and trans people in the 80s and 90s. And that show got 3 seasons, and it had to go off the air because of low ratings. People, whenever we have representation, people don't want to see our stories, no matter how true or unadulterated they are. So this notion that we're just dominating the media and white people are using this as a tool to emasculate Black men, it's a farce. It's just a farce. And if you can't see that, then you're part of the problem. I'm sorry. It is a real big issue if you can look me in my face and look Kay in his face and look other Black LGBTQ people in their faces and tell us you've had enough. At this point, it's making me uncomfortable. It's an agenda to emasculate the community, and you and your community and your little representation is the problem. It's offensive. Not moving away from that, there's been a conversation about the nuclear, and also, before I even get there, let me also say that just because a child sees a gay person on TV is not going to make them gay. There is no iota of factual information that can support a child looking at a TV screen, seeing a gay person, a drag queen, a trans woman, and saying, oh, I'm going to choose to be that person. Absolutely not. Newsflash, if your child comes out as gay because they saw a TV show with a gay person in it, that means they were gay to begin with. And they finally saw somebody that represented them, and they finally saw somebody that made them comfortable enough to live in their truth. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in the 80s and the 90s, being gay was not the topic of conversation. It was actually more of a secret back in those days. There was underground scenes. There was gay people that did come out as gay, and most people in those times didn't choose to come out as gay. They were outed as gay. They were caught having sex with a lover. They were caught looking at different sort of magazines or whatever, and they were kicked out of their homes. They had to go form underground ballroom scenes and underground scenes where they were respected and treated as people. And they were casted out from society. It's not until the modern era where people are now saying, okay, gay people are here, they exist, they're actual people, and we can coexist with them as people. We are in a society of tolerance. Please do not be fooled. We are not in a society of acceptance, whether it's from Black people or white people or whoever. People are learning to live as next door neighbors to us. They have not learned to accept us yet, because we still live in a very binary, very heteronormative community, of which I was ingrained in as a child, which again, that is another farce in the community. I have been ingrained in nothing but heteronormative imaging, advertisements, principles, values. My mother and father are heterosexual. My aunts and uncles are heterosexual. My sisters are heterosexual. I have heterosexual teachers, heterosexual peers, heterosexual everything. All the movies that I've watched, the Disney movies, are heterosexual. All the Barbie movies are heterosexual. I was ingrained in nothing but heterosexuality. So by your logic, I should be as hell. But that's not the case, because I naturally am who I am. It's not a lifestyle. It's not something that I chose to be. Who wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to be something that Black people and white people and everybody else is going to absolutely hate? I'm gonna choose to be that trans person. So when I walk outside my door, I risk getting killed by the next man, by the next woman. I get called a faggot. I love that for me. I'm just gonna try to be. No, absolutely not. Some people are sick and tired of living a lie. Some people are sick and tired of not living in their truth. And so a lot of us are finally coming out of the closet and are living our true unadulterated selves, because living in your truth and having a little bit of suffering is much better than living in the shadows and having a world of pain for most of us. But there's also an epidemic of DL people out here, men and women. And somebody explained that to me. How you claim there's a gay agenda, but yet and still there's hundreds of thousands of people out there of all different millions, if you count white people, all different kinds of people out there who are on the DL, who can express their true selves around their homeboys, around their mothers and their fathers and their community. I have had a myriad of conversations with with DL guys about why they won't come out. And most of them say, I can't let my mother know. I can't let my dad know. I can't let my homeboys know. Do you know what they would say if they found out that this is what I like? This is what I like to do? Do you know what they would say if they found out that I'm gay, that I'm bisexual, that this whatever? Black people, we do it to ourselves, and then go around and complain when people are actually living in their truth and are living their unadulterated self. And that's the problem that I have with this whole gay agenda conversation. It's not the fact that, because people are loosely correlating more people coming out as gay and trans and there being more representation on TV. No, that's a correlation without causation. No, there is, because society has now started having the conversation about LGBTQ people, and because more and more people are saying it's okay to live in your truth, and we live in a digital age where people are able to show their life to people, it resonates with people that would otherwise be DL. So instead of everybody living a lie, a lot of these people are coming out and saying, this is who I am. So you're going to see an influx of people coming out as gay and trans. You're going to see more children coming out as queer, because that's the society that we're moving ahead to. There's no
Can I
sort of
answer that real quick?
psychological factors that go into that. The very last thing that I will say, because I know that I'm going a little bit of rant, the very last thing that I will say.
You sound a lot clearer right now, by the way. Whatever you
I
did,
took
you
out
sound
my
a lot
AirPods.
clearer.
I took out my AirPods.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can I say for everybody, if you can get up Bluetooth or AirPods, because people have been kind of janky in this space.
But the last thing that I will say, and I know that I made this a little bit long-winded, and if I need to reiterate anything, I will, and I'll make it as short as possible. But when it comes to this idea about like Black households and the nuclear family, first of all, 8.8% of same-sex couples are Black, and 41% of those people are raising children. Okay, so we're talking about, hundreds of thousands of families that are living in households, two incomes, raising children, whether they were adopted, artificial insemination, surrogacy, whatever. They're raising children, and they have families. So this notion that gay people can't advance the Black community because they're gay and they can't have children, that's another farce that people need to get out of their heads. Because I'm gay does not mean that I can't have a child, and it also doesn't mean that I can't have a family. I aspire to have a family. I aspire to have a husband. I aspire to have children. I aspire to have the white picket fence. I aspire to be a professor that comes home from a long day of lectures and goes home to my husband and cooks dinner for my children. So before any of y'all try it, and I hear this a lot of time with a lot of Black people, that on the one hand, you don't care who I have sex with, you don't care what's happening in my household, but at the same time, you got a lot to say when it comes to the actual gay household. You have a lot to say when it comes to gay households actually advancing something in this country, advancing something in our community. It's a giant slap in the face. And I really am having a hard time. I've listened to everybody. I don't get where the disconnect is with that. Like, I don't understand why a lot of people have such visceral responses and reactions whenever you say that gay people can have children, and how dare you say that Black gay people are not advancing anything. And if you really want to say it, a lot of Black gay people are advancing a lot more than your heterosexual counterparts. Yes, I went there. So I'll land there.
All right, I just wanted to respond because I had my hand up first, and I had posted the statistics from various sources, basically stating that children that identify as LBG, if they didn't include trans for whatever reason, they experience higher sexual abuse than heterosexual children. Also, they experience higher interpersonal violence than and this includes adults as well. I can provide other sources if anybody doubts what I'm saying. LGBT couples have higher counts of domestic violence amongst each other than heterosexual couples, by the way. Again, I provided the data. on the jumbotron. And I just want to clarify what our stance was as far as this representation. We were saying that in comparison to healthy, the keyword being healthy, heterosexual representation amongst Black people being in media, and Black LGBT representation, Black LGBT representation is not proportionate to their population, and in fact, they tend to outnumber the representation of
What
healthy
you need to show
Black heterosexual.
because you need to show that
Okay, well, how
statistic.
about this? How about this? We can go down the list. We can name five.
No, I
Everybody
want you to
name
go. I
five.
want you to show me a statistic. I want you to show me a
Let's do
study
a real world.
that
We can
says
do
that.
better than a statistic. We can do better than a statistic. Everybody name 5 shows that portrays a healthy heterosexual Black couple in it that has released within the last 2 years. Now let's list a show that has came out with a Black LGBT representation. And I agree with you, Eric. I actually agree with you. The representation of Black LGBT on TV is not necessarily reflective of the true experience of LGBT people, which I feel like y'all should be raising even more sand about, because a lot of the LGBT relationships on TV are swirlers. Well, I don't know the statistics around that. I don't know if the majority of
It's
LGBT people
less.
are
It's less than you think it is. I'll tell
right,
you
right,
that.
right. But that's not what they're showing on TV though, and
That's not what you're watching on TV.
But my point being, the amount of representation is not proportionate to the population. There's more LGBT couples on Black LGBT people in relationships on TV in healthy relationships than there are Black
No,
heterosexual
there
people.
aren't. No, there
Okay, well,
aren't. You can't even. You can't even name to me.
name
You
five
can't even.
shows and movies that has came out
Raven's Home, The
in
Proud
the
Family.
last year.
Raven's Home, The Proud Family, Young
There's
Dylan.
LGBT people and all that. I'm talking. It's LGBT people and all that. It's
Okay,
LGBT people in the Proud
Switches.
Family in that. So, but I'm talking
Okay,
about
and what? Your
without
point? And
shoehorning
what?
in
And what? And what? So what? There's
the
LGBTQ
point.
people in
Listen,
there.
and I
There's healthy
understand it's
Black
triggering to hear the
straight
truth.
couples there too.
Hey,
Let-
hey, 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 hey. I mean, listen. Let me just get my point out, and then if anybody has a rebuttal, I'll be open to hear it. Point being, anytime there's Black people on TV, they have to shoehorn Black LGBT in there. They don't do that with anybody else.
Oh
Just
my
like when they
God.
talk about how the nuclear family is
I can't.
outdated and everything else, they don't
No,
push
it's
that
not
on
true.
nobody else. Hey, 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 hey. They don't push that on nobody else but Black people. When last time you seen an Asian news media or journalists talking about how the nuclear family is outdated for Asian people or Latinos or Hispanics or white people? You only see that being boosted by Black writers being paid by their white paymasters. I don't know that's not the proper term, but I'm just trying to get this all out really quickly so I can allow you to rebut. But the point being, they're being boosted. Whereas you don't, whenever there's a Black man, a heterosexual Black man, and a heterosexual Black woman in a healthy relationship doing great things amongst each other, that doesn't get the same shine as it does when a Black person comes out as LGBT.
But
And if
Nino,
for anybody to
my God.
suggest otherwise is being dishonest.
No, it's not anybody being dishonest. The fact that you just negated the fact that there are healthy Black straight relationships out there by saying, "Oh, but it has LGBTQ represent." Who cares?
Because I
It
care
has
because
healthy.
look,
It has a healthy.
I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if they would do that evenly amongst all people. But we're literally being
But they
targeted,
do
and then for
though.
anybody to sit here
Have
and be
you
like, "Oh,
seen
I don't
Modern
see it."
Family? Have you seen The Loud House? Have you seen Are you watching TV? Have you seen have you seen any of this? Like, have you actually been watching the actual shows across the board in all different cultures to actually attest to what you're saying? They're doing the same thing in
Okay,
German
so
shows. They're doing the same thing in
name
Swedish
shows
shows.
of non-Black LGBT people. 5 of them, non-Black LGBT people
5
Can I
shows
name
of
them? Can I
non-Black
name them?
LGBTQ people. Because no,
in
no,
the last
my
year.
main issue is you keep moving the goalpost. Because I just gave you 5 shows that gave you Black, straight, healthy relationships, and you try to negate that by saying, "Oh, it's LGBTQ representation."
No, because if
Then
you would
you're going.
listen to the
Then you're
point from
going.
the
No,
very
no, 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 no,
beginning,
no, no, no,
the
no,
beginning
no, no,
was the
no.
amount of representation is not proportionate. Why is it whenever it is a Black heterosexual couple that's healthy, there's
Because
also
since the
LGBT
dawn
shoehorned
of
in
the
there as
age where
well?
Black people were
But
on TV, there was nothing but heterosexual Black people on TV. Come on now. It has not been It has not been LGBTQ people on TV since recent years. I just gave you the statistics that it's extremely
Man,
small
Myron been
numbers of
gay on the Proud
representation.
Family since 2003.
What?
Myron, ain't that his name? He
His
was
name is
gay back
Michael.
then.
His name is Michael.
Michael, I'm sorry. I don't really watch cartoons.
Get my good sis name right. His name is Michael.
But I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not done intentionally for anybody who suggests that it was. That was
just kidding.
But the point being, if like I said, I advocate for you to live your life to be untouched, unharmed, and if the relationship is conducive for, if the home is conducive for a healthy rearing of a child, by all means, I feel like you should be allowed to do that. But my point being, it's not proportionate to the population. Can we be objective about this and look at everybody else's race? And say, okay, if it's not being targeted to black people, then let's look at everybody else. Where's all the other non-black LGBT people being represented? I can show you hella black LGBT represented, even though I agree with you, Aaron, their representation is...
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. Non-black LGBT.
They have a whole show out on Netflix called Queer Eye. There's nothing but non-black LGBTQ people. There's a show called Heather's Playlist. There's a bunch of gay people on there. They have a show out called Queer as Folk that was out. And you know what they have to counter that? You know what they have to counter that though? They have even more heterosexual white shows and them in healthy relationships and stuff to counter that. But they have a lot of white LGBTQ shows out now, like Love, Simon. Are you serious? Like,
yes, I'm serious. Are you not listening to what I said?
I'm listening to what you're saying, but it's not right. It's not right.
Why is it that 3% of the black population has just as much representation as the majority?
Because
I said healthy.
Keyword healthy.
Keyword
because I'm not letting you run away with this rhetoric that LGBTQ people have just enough, if not more representation. I just explained
I said black. In the black, we're talking about black people. That's the whole space.
Right, I'm talking about black people. I just explained to you how that's not even the case when it comes to black people. Within LGBTQ representation, only 4 of the movies that came out in 2020 had black LGBTQ people in it. Like,
now show me how many of them had a healthy black hetero relationship.
Stop trying to move the goalposts.
No, I'm asking. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. I've been saying that from the beginning.
No.
I've been saying that. Now look, I will take that number. Now I'm asking you to also, let's compare and contrast. Now we can't even come to a conclusion unless we compare and contrast. Now show me how many movies starred a heterosexual couple in a relationship, healthy relationship.
You said what?
Show me how many movies came out starring a black heterosexual couple in a healthy relationship. Healthy. Keyword healthy. Because the only time they show black women and black men together is when we're going at each other's necks. That's it. And if they are a black heterosexual person in a relationship on TV, they're in an interracial relationship. Somebody tell me I'm lying.
Can I name 5 shows?
I'll post it in the Jumbotron. Go ahead, Kay. You name some shows. I'll get.
And also, Q, I put up those stats for you about the sexual abuse. By the way, if you want to address that,
I put up some stats as well. So there's The Neighborhood, This Is Us, Blackish, Queen Sugar, Greenleaf, Our Kind of People, Bel Air, Grey's Anatomy, Station 19. Those shows all have...
Those are new black shows. Those are new blacks.
But they have black healthy couples in them. Like, stop trying to move the goalposts.
They really don't. They have what do you call that word? Caricatures of what black people are trying to act like white people.
It doesn't seem like anything will be enough for them.
No, it won't. It won't. It won't.
I'm sorry. I know that we kind of, Nino and I kind of went off the rails, and we're both just passionate. I'm not mad at him. I hope he's not mad with me.
No, I'm mad.
Yeah, we'll revisit this at another time in the conversation. But go ahead, Demi, because I know that you've been waiting.
Go, bro. Demi, I'm sorry. But before you go, it's very difficult to hear because sometimes Twitter can be tripping a lot when it comes to people being janky. Sometimes the spaces can lag. So it's very difficult to kind of hear what somebody is saying if multiple people are speaking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want that to be known for the chat.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Demi.
So to name off, like California Love, a journal from Jordan Our Christmas Journey, A Picture Perfect Holiday, Christmas Proposal. These are all Black movies talking about Black people falling in love and finding each other and their journeys. And I don't like, what else do you want? So you want a show that has Black people who are falling in love, but it's only straight Black people, so no gay people can be seen in those Black movies. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is
Because that's
they
what
only
I'm
time.
getting.
I'm answering your question, so allow me to answer your question. What I'm saying is the proportion does not match, and then the only
But that's
time is I got
completely
hold on,
true.
please let me answer your question. The only time you see a Black heterosexual couple in a healthy relationship, there's also always a Black LGBT in there. But that's not the case for Asian movies. That's not the case for white movies. That's not the
That's
case
not
for
true.
anybody else. They show them in healthy relationships without shoehorning in an LGBT character. And I'm not
That's
against LGBT.
simply
I'm
not
answering your
true.
question. I'm answering your
And
question.
I'm telling you it's not
I'm
true.
answering your question,
And
ma'am.
I'm telling you it's not
No,
true.
let
You
me
can
finish.
answer
I
all you
can't.
want, and I'm
How you
telling you
telling me
it's not true.
anything if I didn't?
Yo, come on now. We cannot hear you. Make the space janky. Come on.
I said what I said. You can keep going and keep telling me this, but this is what I said. And for you to say, well, I've seen Asian shows and I've seen white, like straight white shows who put in gay people who are white, who are Asian, who are Indian, who are whatever they are. So for you to sit here and be like, well, that's not, no, that's not, it's just not true. You're For me personally, you're just pulling this. You want to continue, like Eric said, you want to continue moving the goalposts, because at the end of the day, you can pretend to say, like, I have respect, I have this and this and that, but it's just not enough for you. So just admit that, in my opinion. Just admit what you want to admit, and don't sit here and continue moving up the goalpost. You can be like, well, my facts are my facts. I've been listening to you this whole time, and at this point, it's just repetitive, redundant, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Well, I don't really care if you think I'm being disrespectful, honestly, because this is the internet. But people are here trying to show you Black LGBT love. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Okay, that's all.
I didn't hear nothing you said because I was trying to answer your question.
I said what I said.
Well, okay, and that's the typical go-to line for the rainbow community that doesn't have any weight in the real world. You said what
Okay.
you said.
No, no. Let's get to the hands, because there's a lot of stuff that I like to say, and
Afro Elite, get it off your chest. Come on now, get it off your chest.
No, because I'm gonna be a little long-winded, and I feel like it has had his hand up for a minute, and I don't
go after him.
to me all the time where I have my hand up and I forget my talking point because my hand's been up for a minute, and I don't like to do that to other people.
I get where you're coming from, but did you want to go after him?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So if you go on Netflix, right, and you go to the top, the trending TV shows or movies, you'll notice that it's always like Viking movies or ancient China or ancient Japan samurai shit. So there aren't gay people in those like at all, and those are always the top trending Netflix shows. But for the Black shows, it's always like very liberal minded, always has LGBTQ in them, always. And so I think that's what he's referring to because it's pretty obvious. Literally, if you got Netflix, turn on your TV, go to the trending shows and movies. You'll notice that pattern. And a lot of shows coming out are Viking shows where they show like white men being conquerors, masculine, the usual. For Black men, it's like you're weak and you're effeminate, right? There's more of that going on. So we can keep acting obtuse and saying that, just ignoring it, but everyone can see it. Even other white people can see it. So, yeah, that's that.
Perception is one hell of a thing. That's all I'll say. But go ahead, Afro Elite.
Okay. To touch on what people, the point is when it comes to the media. Now, to be honest, I notice a lot of stuff. People give me articles and stats about a lot of stuff. I don't really watch um too many of the new TV shows, so I can't really give a solid opinion because I can't really back it up with like a fact. I can give you my opinion, but I can't really back that up with a fact. But I can give you what I see. But I will say, the amount of black couples in the media, that is incredibly, the amount of straight black couples in the media that is almost cartoonishly toxic, is incredibly disproportionate to the amount of black couples that are actually healthy. That, coupled with the fact that you have activists, you have black activists who go out of their way to pretty much diss the nuclear family and to say how unnecessary and outdated the nuclear family is. Now, one thing I do keep up with is how other communities operate, because I feel like, keep your friends close but your enemies closer. We have to study the way other people move, because if we're at the bottom of the totem pole and everybody else is moving ahead of us, everybody else is leaps and bounds ahead, we need to understand what they're doing and what we're not doing. No other, like, for instance, I always get a call when I'm on a space. um no other activist that's like a Hispanic activist, or a Arab activist, a Asian activist, they don't go out of their way to say how useless the nuclear family is in their community. You only see like a diss of the nuclear family in the black community with black activists. Those are the only activists that you see out there. You don't even really see white activists doing like that, talking about how bad and toxic the nuclear family is. Now, like I said, you promoting the nuclear family doesn't necessarily mean that you're against any other lifestyle. I can promote a certain type of food. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm against another type of food. But you don't see any other community doing that, and I feel like that is something that should be recognized, because we have to understand we are all victims of white supremacy, regardless of our sexuality or our beliefs or whatever we do and however we do it. So when you see something that is strictly promoted to the black community, and a lot of that has white money behind it to promote those things, you do have to second guess that. You do have to question that. Um, Am I necessarily going to say that the black couples do not have anything to contribute to the black community? I don't think. I personally, this is coming from me personally, I don't necessarily think so. I feel as black people in general, we can be diverse in a movement that is a synchronized movement. You have, in a watch, you have different gears that turn the clock, that make the clock run smoothly and on time. The gears are in different sizes and in facing different directions, but they all help the clock. So just because let's say a gay couple can't have a child, does that not mean that the gay couple cannot contribute to the community? No, not at all whatsoever, to be honest. You can contribute as far as economically and business, as far as um getting kids, like the domestic violence, and there's a lot of different ways that you can contribute to the black community outside of having children. You know what I'm saying? But we do have to and this is just being serious, no diss, it is actually very bad if we're going to ignore the fact that the nuclear family is something that has been consistently dissed in the black community, unlike any other community. And every time you say something that promotes the nuclear family, um, the dominant society has manipulated promotion of the nuclear family, meaning I'm against gay couples. And that's something, that's why I said that in my space before. This is the white supremacy manipulating LGBT black people to kind of have like word triggers. And I'm not saying anybody in this chat room is triggered, but word triggers against certain things. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody says eugenics, or when somebody says nuclear family, you're and I'm not saying anybody in this chat, but you're instantly, or some LGBT black people are instantly programmed to think, okay, well, that's attack against me. That's a personal attack against me. It's not a personal attack against you. It doesn't matter what you do, but it's the bigger picture overall. And the bigger picture overall is that the nuclear family is something that is very important to the black community. You can't say the nuclear family is outdated or the nuclear family isn't necessary. Even if you are a part of another family structure, even if you're a gay couple or you're asexual or whatever, you can't negate the fact that the nuclear family is something important. And the only community that has an issue with promoting the nuclear family, or that is the nuclear family is under attack, such as it is the black community. So I'll land there.
I just wanted to kind of push back on that a little bit, because I have seen some activists say that traditionalism does not work and all of those kind of things. So I will give you that. But I have not seen anybody demonize the traditional family in the way that people are trying to make it seem. I know that for myself, I have always said I don't care about, like, you can be traditional. I'd have nothing against traditional people. I think that it's wonderful if you can run a household with just one income and have the wife stay home and take care of the children and live in a very nuclear way. I 100% am in support of that if you can do that. My issue is whenever we're having this conversation, a lot of heterosexual people paint a giant swath amongst the black community as the solution to black liberation is everybody has to be traditional. That we're getting away from traditional values. We have gay people out here being, gay men being feminine and losing their masculinity, and women losing their femininity, and all this other stuff, all this extra stuff that gets added onto it. My issue, in the same way that you don't like people dissing traditionalism, I don't like for people dissing me in what I have going on in terms of like my sexuality. And let me also say, it's not just who I choose to have sex with, okay? Because I've heard that as a reverberating theme amongst a lot of people in this conversation. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care what you do behind closed doors. It's not just that for me. I started off this space by talking about how Marcel, even though he has done staunch work and a lot of great work for our community, he is not received as a gay man. So he's able to do a lot more things in the community than, say, I can, because he's received in a much more heteronormative light. And so people can ignore the fact that he's gay. Okay. When I walk into a room, and this is for a lot of gay people, a lot of feminine gay people, flamboyant gay people, and non-passable trans women and non-passable trans men. Okay. People who can get clocked, as we say in the community, clocky people. For us, as we navigate society, people already have an idea in their head of what is weird and what trans people are and what they look like. So when you see a person like myself walking down the street, who I'm a boy, but I have braids in my hair and I have on sweaters with high cut shorts and maybe like boots on or whatever, shoes on, I'm not received as a man. So I'm treated much differently, even if I'm B1, even if I'm all black first and all that stuff. When I walk into the conversation, I'm already dismissed because of
Okay,
how.
can I push back on that? Because you've said that before. You've said that before. Um, necessarily what gay mean, or when we're saying, because gay actually has two definitions, but when we use the term gay, we mean homosexual. Homosexual means having the same, or having a sexual attraction to the same sex. So if you're a man and you're homosexual, you're attracted to another man. If you're a woman and you're homosexual, you're attracted to another woman. That is the actual definition. So like Marcel, he is homosexual. He doesn't hide the fact that he is homosexual, but he does not broadcast the fact that he's homosexual. See, and I feel like that is the difference, because when people, the LGBT people, the gay people who do not broadcast the fact that they're homosexual, they're looked at as if they're trying to hide something. There's a difference between you just having a sexual attraction for something, and then you having a behavior which indicates that you are or a behavior or a style of dress that indicates that you are sexually attracted to that thing. So that's the thing I have to say, because when you're gay, when you're gay, you're gay. That means you're attracted to the same sex. Okay. So for you to say, okay, he doesn't face homophobia because he doesn't let it be known that he's gay, I feel as if that's because the behaviors, and I'm not saying you specifically, Eric, but the behaviors of flamboyant people, or people who are, because trust me, I've had conversations with them. I've even had some of them on different conversations. Unfortunately, it hasn't been recorded, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it, or maybe not. But I've had conversations with them, and well, on their channels. But anyway, I digress. Their style of how they operate and how they move is something that is off-putting. And I'm not even saying to me, but it's something that is off-putting to people in the public. And they kind of correlate that between, okay, well, it's not how I move or how I decide to operate that has really nothing to do with my sexuality. It's a personal decision. You can choose as a man to wear booty shorts, and now you can choose as a man to be flamboyant. That is a choice of yours. You can't, that's something you can't control. That's not necessarily, okay, if somebody doesn't like a man being flamboyant, you say, okay, well, that's homophobic. But but I feel like that's generalizing, because all gay men don't act like that. There are gay men. I have a gay uncle, actually, who's married to a white man. Not that I approve of that, but he's married to a white man. You would not be able to tell that he's gay at all. He does not like broadcast that. You wouldn't be able to tell. But he's gay and his husband is gay, and you wouldn't even be able to tell his husband is gay. So my pushback to that is the fact that, okay, you're saying it's a fact that people dislike gay, but I feel like it's a personality, and it's a characteristic that people find off-putting.
I refuse to accept that as an answer. I'm sorry. It's very easy to say it's not an issue of sexuality, but the thing is, heterosexual people conflate how you act with sexuality all the time. I mean, you can look at metrosexual, or like guys who are straight but are more feminine acting than, say, other masculine heterosexual counterparts, and the first thing people label him as is gay. So I refuse to accept that as an answer. I honestly do think that how people act, and that people think that they can spot gay, people think they can see gay, plays
You
a
just hold on, Eric. I'm sorry, brother, but you just said that they do that. You just literally said that they do that.
That they do what?
You said that you could go into a space, you and Marcel can go into the same space, and he wouldn't be spotted as gay, but you would be able to be spotted as gay,
Yes,
based off of different ways that you all operate.
right, because there's an implication that the more feminine you act as a man, that denotes gay. That's my point. So
Okay.
when I walk into a space, people are automatically going to see, and I said before, even if I were to take the booty off, and even if I were to put on an Adidas tracksuit and some Timbs, or some Air Force Ones, because of the way that I naturally act, I talk with my hands, I roll my neck. I can't control that about myself. But when people see that from me, they automatically associate that with being gay. So I'm automatically otherized the moment I walk into a room, as opposed to a Marcel, or as opposed to your uncles, or a very masculine acting gay man, because he can pass. Yes, Marcel wears his sexuality, or makes mention of the fact that he is gay when he's in conversations with people, but looking at him, you would never guess, though. As opposed
I have to disagree with that. I always knew he was gay.
And people, and people, well, you hung around more gay people than not, so you perhaps could spot that. But there's a lot of people who were very shocked to hear when Marcel said that he was gay. And also, let me also say that there's this, like, I really need you, Afro Elite, to elaborate on this thing where you said there's people that say that they're gay, but then there's people that, like, it's a flamboyant, like, people I forgot the word that you used.
Okay, I get an example. I got an example. You can look at gay actors, LGBT actors. You can look at Jussie Smollett. And let's take his court case out of the picture. But you can look at Jussie Smollett. When he played his gay role in Empire, there were people who didn't actually know he was gay in real life. Now he actually was gay in real life, and he played a gay character on the TV show Empire. But the way he operated outside of his life, he didn't put his sexuality wasn't the like, oh, I want the whole world to know that I'm gay in real life. He said that's between him and that's between his whoever he's doing what he's doing with. Now with Billy Porter is a very flamboyant LGBT person, and the way he operates and the way he moves allows people to know, okay, well, this person is more than likely gay, and he is gay. So I'm saying that there is a behavioral difference between certain gay, especially really gay black men. There are some gay black men, just like Jussie Smollett, who admitted he's LGBT. Jussie Smollett doesn't necessarily broadcast that because he doesn't move in a very exaggerated type of way, or a way that kind of imitates the opposite sex necessarily. So that's kind of the example that I would use between it's a behavioral thing.
But what
They're
about
just both as gay.
what about a flamboyant gay man is a bad thing?
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I didn't say it was a bad thing at all. I'm
So I'm
saying that
confused. Like I don't.
I feel like people
Hold on.
look at, if somebody was to say, like, Billy Porter, Jussie Smollett and Billy Porter have both been on the red carpet.
Mm-hmm.
Jussie Smollett has been on the red carpet, and he wears very loud, cartoonishly looking, almost embarrassing clothing. That and which is the design by the dominant society, white supremacy, because best believe if you're in that industry, they control what you wear to the red carpet. You have agents and press and everything like that pick out what you wear to the red carpet. So they put him there in this like Cinderella tuxedo, and they do that as kind of like a minstrel show to make him look kind of cartoonish and clownish. Notice how they never do that to the hold on. Let me make my point. Notice how they never do that to gay white men. Gay white men are never presented in that way. Only a gay black man is. Jussie Smollett has never done that. And that's what I'm saying. When you say flamboyancy, if somebody was to say, oh my God, his tuxedo dress is ridiculous, that's not saying it's a diss on his sexuality. That's saying how he operates and what he chooses to wear is ridiculous. And people mistake that, like and I've said this in before early in the conversation, people mistake any sort of criticism for anybody who happens to be LGBT. Like, I've criticized whatchamacallit, I just said his name, Billy Porter. I've criticized Billy Porter multiple times, and people have called me homophobic. There's a whole lot of gay who I feel are very talented, more talented, gay artists and gay actors who I have said nothing to because they've done nothing to bother me. They have done nothing that's been off code. But when you address certain things that certain LGBT people do, actions that they do, they will automatically correlate that to, okay, you're attacking me because of my sexuality. If I say Billy Porter is cartoonishly flamboyant and he's kind of embarrassing himself at the red carpet, walking around in a ridiculous hybrid tuxedo dress that they would never have a white man wear, and people would say, okay, well, that's homophobic. But I see the bigger picture, because this has nothing to do with his sexuality. This has to do with the representation.
Okay, can I ask this question just really quick, because I can't talk much. I want to get this question in while I can. What you're saying is that the problem isn't with gay people, but it's the ones that wear booty shorts or dress like a woman.
No,
because I'm
openly
gay, but a lot of people don't know that just by looking at me.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was making a comment off of what he said about media representation, about the differences between somebody being, because you honestly can't tell a lot of times if somebody, just like Jussie Smollett, people didn't know he was gay until he actually came out and said that. There's been a lot of actors and actresses and songwriters and things of the sort who've come out, and people would never be able to tell that they were LGBT before they came out. So that's what I'm saying. When people call, I'm pretty much stating that there is false flagging when it comes to homophobia in the Black community. Sometimes people can look at a certain thing and a flamboyant behavior. You don't, and first off, you don't have to be gay to be flamboyant, but a flamboyant behavior can be off-putting to some, and that will automatically be correlated to, okay, well, that person is homophobic, when that person might not. There's gay people who don't like flamboyant behavior. They think it's dramatic and cartoonish. So
So you're
that's
saying
I was making a comment off of that point.
it pretty much make people feel uncomfortable.
It can be off-putting to some, yeah. And if somebody addresses that, because you don't really, and that's why I'm saying it's all about the white society and the way the white society manipulates people into thinking certain things, into feeling like they're being attacked. When I mentioned the thing with Billy Porter, and I'm all like, do you see time and time and time again, Billy Porter is out there looking like, and a lot of times, a clown. He's looking like a cartoon, and that's really embarrassing. And I'm not saying this as a diss to his sexuality, but that's just embarrassing for Black people in general, to have like the only Black person on the red carpet dressed like he's a clown, dressed like he's a child who doesn't know how to dress himself. They
I mean,
don't do that to the white LGBT. And when I point that out, people automatically correlate that to me being homophobic. That's not the case.
That's just the way he expresses himself. I mean, me
No,
personally,
but
I don't.
it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that.
Well, why should you have a problem with, like, why should it concern anybody else how somebody else dresses? Like, I don't understand that.
No, listen. He
I feel
can
like
dress how he
look at
wants
the
to
red
dress,
carpet. Only thing you know
but I feel like you're being
order
dismissive.
what he
I
has
feel
on.
like you're being very okay, because we can use another example. We can use another example. Okay. Um, we can use Little Nas X. You have a whole bunch of gay people in the music industry, gay white people specifically in the music industry. None of them are as overly sexualized as Little Nas X. They promote Little Nas X's music where he's actually having intercourse with the devil. They promote music videos where Little Nas X is kind of glamorizing prison sex, which is disproportionately harmful to Black men. They promote toxic things of Little Nas X and hide behind, okay, well, you can't say anything about him because you're attacking his sexuality. That's not, I've made criticisms for Little Nas X avoiding his sexuality because it's about the behavior. And you have a lot of people like myself who will call certain things out about a person's behavior, and their defense is, okay, well, you're only calling that out because that person is LGBT. And that's the issue that we're having with the dominant society, trying to say that every criticism of the LGBT is attack on their sexuality. When I said what I said about Little Nas X, I said, have you guys noticed that there is no white version of Little Nas X? And they would never have a white version of Little Nas X and then promote his music and say he's the biggest rapper ever. They would never do that because they know how that looks on them. Their optics is something that's very important. They know that they don't want that promoted. They know that even the gay white artists had criticisms for Little Nas X. Even gay white artists don't go that far into do that. So when people say, hey, the way you are behaving is toxic and is wrong, and you automatically, and I'm not saying you specifically, Kendrick, but I'm saying you have some Black LGBT people who will automatically combat that with saying, okay, well, that must mean you're homophobic then. Anytime somebody said anything about the way Little Nas X has acted and behaved, the dude is out there selling Satan shoes. And when people say, hey, man, selling shoes with your actual blood in it is a little toxic, oh, you're homophobic then. And that's what I'm saying. There is false flagging that the LGBT is going to have to, if we're going to get past this, there's some false flagging that needs to stop. That's what I was saying.
I agree with that, but at the same time, I agree with that. I agree that, and I said this before, that there's a lot of people who just call it homophobic because they have no other way to combat the message. I think what Cedric is trying to say, and I don't think he was coming off as dismissive, is that usually in the context of homophobia, the way men dress and the way that men present themselves, black gay men present themselves, is a trope that's been correlated with homophobia. I mean, come on now. You've been a kid in high school. If you've seen a boy wearing tight pants, or you saw them with a shirt that was maybe too tight for him, or you saw like he was acting a little bit more feminine, or he rolled his neck when he was talking about somebody, it was, if not you, it was some of your homeboys, some guys that you knew, that called him gay and dropped the F-bomb. So let's just stop with the oblivion of what homophobia looks like in our society, especially when it comes to black people. I mean,
Okay,
that's
okay. I'm
Can I say something
not
really
trying to
quick?
be
I gotta
dismissive of
go.
that.
Can I say something really quickly?
Yeah,
I
I
gotta go.
think Eric, I think we should kind of get to the hand. So
that's
because
fine. You can let Lino go.
I just want to say really, really quickly. I actually agree with what Eric was saying. Actually, a lot of times, somebody who may live their truth a little bit more openly, yeah, sometimes they will get treated a little bit differently. Now, granted, in the comparison with Marcel, I never knew Marcel was hiding his sexuality. Me personally, I always thought he was, open with it. So when you said that, along the lines of basically, Marcel can move differently because he's more masculine, I never got that sense. I feel like just talking to you, because I talked to Marcel on the space today, I feel like you're just as masculine, if masculinity has levels to it. I feel like you're just as masculine as he is. I mean, as far as me interacting with you in this space and how you talk and carry yourself and everything else, so I disagree with that. But I think what Afro was saying, when if not, then this is what I'm saying, is I think just peacocking your sexuality can be off-putting to people. And I feel like even as a heterosexual person, if a heterosexual person is peacocking their sexuality, that's off-putting as hell. Like, look at me, I'm a big macho man, so I'm always gonna have my shirt off and have my abs showing and my chest showing because the girls love it. That's off-putting as hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's a heterosexual. And so I feel like anybody that peacocks their sexuality, that can be very off-putting. Because I see people in Atlanta all the time. Like maybe a dude that got on heels and hair, and is clearly a man, but he ain't doing nothing crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? He just walking down the street, or just conducting his business or whatever. Like, I feel like nobody really tripping on that. Now let it be another one who got a halter top on, long fingernails, being hella loud and gaudy and everything else. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. Like, bro, you doing the most, bro. Like why are you doing it, dog? Like, you know what I'm saying? That can be off-putting. And that's really just what I wanted to add really quickly. I'm sorry if I cut anybody else off.
That's okay. I'll go ahead and keep the hands going with the hands. So we'll go to Kay, because your hand's been up for a while. Then Herbie, then Demi. So straight down the line.
So, wow, there was really a lot to go over. I did put in the Jumbotron an article that someone sent me regarding Billy Porter, since he's gotten a lot of flack recently. And then someone else posted that I've been having a private conversation with in DM, posted pictures of Freddie Mercury, Elton John, David Bowie, Harry Styles, Jonathan Van Ness. I posted Eugene Lee Yang, who are, and most of them except Eugene Lee Yang, are white gay men, and Harry Styles and Jonathan Van Ness most recently.
Daniel Levy,
yeah, who sort of are, sort of expanding what it is in terms of what they are comfortable being dressed as. So I just don't see this agenda that people are talking about in terms of this is being promoted and it's directed at the black community. I also don't see it in television and media. There are definitely some arguments that can be made about the representation. Like, for instance, of all the roles that Denzel Washington won an Oscar for, that he should have won the Oscar for, he won it for fucking Training Day, which he played a corrupt ass cop. When Halle Berry won the Oscar, she played it for, I thought there's some other roles that she could have been. So listen, there's some legitimate arguments about representation of black people in the media. What I do not see, however, is gay people just dominating the airwaves, like someone said. I just don't see it.
I don't see that either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't see it. I don't know if it's something that we're looking for that's really not there. I mean, I've said it in another space. I'm not surprised at the backlash that gay people are getting, because as we've seen with a lot of other marginalized groups like Black folks, the backlash to to the Emancipation Proclamation and the freeing of the slaves, Jim Crow, and the backlash to the civil rights movement was the Southern strategy. So, over the course, particularly in this century, when you have seen a lot of advances for gay people, because this is a country, the levers of this country are dominated by white heterosexual Christian men. And so they see a lot of these advances with gay people. You now have, and you keep hearing these first. The first trans person was just elected to this particular political position. You are seeing more, and issues about, the bathrooms, the more unisex bathrooms. There are certain policies that have been enacted to protect LGBT, regardless of that, of your sexual orientation or sexual identity. So a lot of people who are more traditionalist, conservative, see this as an affront to their way of life. And it's alarming for them. And so this issue with this bill in Florida, um, it's not called the Don't Say Gay bill. I can't think of the name of what it's called now, but where you can't teach certain things in schools. Actually, some of which I agree with. I don't want my kids, kindergarten through 3, to be learning about some of the sex. I want to teach my own child about sex stuff until they get to be the appropriate age where you have sex education. Um, so I think that this is a natural backlash, because you have seen it through the course of history when a marginalized group has made advances that are shocking and really threatening, and making people who are the dominant culture, which is heterosexual, Christian, they don't want to see that. They want to keep their influence, which is why, to me, religion is the most dangerous thing created by man. Um, because they want to keep that influence on society. Um, but what are you losing though? Like someone else that I've been having a private conversation with from another space, was saying, what don't heterosexual people have that gay people have? Like what have we taken? What advancements have gay people gotten? What sort of spotlight have gay people gotten that have not already been on the spotlight for heterosexual people? So, listen, I want to, again, we're all a product of our own backgrounds, upbringings, cultures, whatever. So, a part of me wants to absolutely give validation to everyone's point of view and experience, but some things I just don't see as being baked in a lot of reality. Um, the issue of the whole talk, against Black men. Listen, as a clinical therapist, I will say for a lot of Black gay men, it was the straight Black men who were their bully. So there probably is some projection that is going on from Black gay men who grew up being severely bullied and harassed by other straight Black men, because again, we're the products of our environment. And I've actually had these conversations in therapy where I actually had to really separate it and says, it sounds like you are projecting all heterosexual Black men, but when you get to the underlying issue of it, which is understandable, that was the source of their pain growing up, is that they were bullied horribly by other heterosexual Black men. So a lot of times there's a pathology to what is going on in terms of people's actions. Um, has the Black community gotten a lot more accepting towards their attitudes about gay marriage and just LGBTQ overall? Absolutely. Still very problematic? Absolutely. A lot of that has the roots, to me, in the Black church, because the Bible has been used to justify a lot of atrocities. So, there's a lot of nuance. I think that there's a lot of explanation for certain things that go on, but there's some things that I just cannot agree with, or not even say that that's a point of view, because it just doesn't match up with the facts in terms of our limited power and representation in film and media. I do, and I watch TV voraciously because of the job that I have. I like to escape in certain stuff. So I just don't see that lining up with, and again, maybe it's just what you happen to be seeing, maybe because it's just so much attention, because there are so few Black LGBT voices, you're going to focus on the ones that happen to be seen. Billy Porter was recently on a very, popular show where he won awards for it. So maybe because of that and the influence of it, which has caused him to do a lot of television appearances and whatnot, maybe that's just the focus that you have because you see him more. But there's not that many Black LGBT people who are really out there. So the few that are, those are the ones that you're going to see more. There's not a lot of us. I mean, where are we? But again, what do heterosexual people what don't they have that gay people have?
Can
Can I
I?
can I
Yeah.
answer
So
something? Because I
let,
said
let,
something
let me. I
right
had
before
the
you get.
hand up.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. When I said that the heterosexual white community doesn't allow their LGBT counterparts to kind of dress like in a very flamboyant, cartoonish way out in public, and you mentioned Henry. Henry actually got a lot of pushback from the dominant society. He got a lot of pushback from the white community about, you know, like Nino said, peacocking his sexuality. So there is pushback in other communities. It's not just, oh, Black people don't. Just to clarify a little bit where I was coming from, I should have used that as an example. The dominant society, even with their LGBT counterparts, they don't allow their LGBT counterparts to kind of parade like as caricatures or cartoons, or being very unrealistically goofy like you see the dominant society has the Black LGBT. But Herbie, you
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought up Florida, right? Because Florida proves my exact point I was trying to make. So Florida is trying to pass this "Don't Say Gay" bill, and as soon as it got passed, you started seeing like real resistance, real action, right? Disney came in, they were like, "No, we're not donating to Florida politicians anymore." Like they're actually putting their foot down. But 2 weeks ago, or in the past few months, Florida has also been passing anti-black laws. Those didn't get no pushback. It went smoothly. I mean, people made tweets, but that's about it, right? So that just proves my point that you're seeing this thing where LGBT issues take precedence over black issues. And you also made my point when you tried to compare the Emancipation Proclamation to LGBTQ rights. They're not even. Um, I'm not. This isn't oppression Olympics, but like you're just reinforcing my stance that I made earlier that LGBTQ Black people will join LGBTQ movements before Black agenda, right? So, and as far as Lil Nas X, right? Um, show me an Asian, Latino, or Hispanic or Arab twerking in a shower, right? In a prison shower, like being like buck broken like that, right? You don't see that. They had a whole bunch of black men twerking in a shower in jail, right? And then Jack Harlow fully clothed while the black men were naked. So that sort of thing sends out a message. It's not just like a fun music video. Media has meaning, and people internalize the media.
You were kind of breaking up. I don't know if you're on a Bluetooth or something. I think your last few statements was broken up.
What was the last statement y'all heard? Like, what was the last thing y'all heard me say?
I know after you said the thing with the shower, you kind of really broke up bad.
Yeah, I was just saying that they had a whole bunch of black men broken and in jail, naked, twerking and shit, and then they had Jack Harlow fully clothed. Like that's that dynamic like says a lot.
Okay.
Go ahead, Demi.
I actually lost my train of thought, but to the point of the like Little Nas X thing, I don't understand why you're all so hyper focused on this one artist. I understand he's popular, but like there have been non-gay people who've done the same thing. So like, what is this hyper focusedness on this one man because he's gay? So for me, at the end of the day, you focusing on that, in my opinion, it's just, you can criticize it, fine, but like you focus on that and saying like, see, this is why like our black men aren't taken seriously. This is why black men are not this and that. It's just like another way of, it's just another form of homophobia, in my opinion. Okay.
Can you address what I said about Florida? Can you explain?
And then like
my
Florida, also with Florida, like the bill is stupid. It's being passed so that kindergartners through third grade don't learn about gay sexuality, but like they weren't even teaching that before that. Where in any United States curriculum from kindergarten to third grade do you see people teaching about sexuality? That was not a thing before. So why pass an unnecessary bill if it wasn't a thing before? You know?
They're teaching LGBTQ in Illinois.
But they're not teaching it
I'll
to
post some of
kindergarten
them.
or
Hold
to
on,
third
let's
grade.
let her land, because
But
I
they're not,
wanted to say something.
it wasn't a thing before. It's an unnecessary bill that's just being passed for, in my opinion, for whatever shock value or whatever. But it's just not like, you can put this. What is this? Sorry, I'm trying to. So when when a 6-year-old asks us what's a transsexual, are you not supposed to answer the question? Is this what I'm getting from this?
I never said there was anything wrong with that. My main point, right, is around the country.
And
around
then
the
also,
country, you're seeing Black history being banned, right? But people only have an issue when gay history
you
is.
just wait for a second. And also for you to be like, well, people only have an issue when there's gay history, but there are gay Black girls and boys. Like, is that like, are you just gonna dismiss that? Are you gonna dismiss their gayness?
No, that's not what I said. Can I reiterate what I said? I was pointing out. I never said there was anything.
That's what I'm equating it to.
That's not what I said. All right. What I was pointing out how there's more outrage with anti-LGBTQ laws compared to anti-Black laws, because our history is being erased. With the anti-CRT laws, everyone was quiet, but as soon as they try to touch the anti-LGBTQ laws, now everybody comes out. There's a whole big outrage. Disney's coming out talking about we're gonna stop doing to Florida. So they're actually doing something when it comes to LGBTQ. But when it was to the anti-CRT, you just saw like no action.
And not hear you.
Yeah, bro, I think maybe I don't know if you're using headphones, or I don't know if you're on Bluetooth or something, or maybe I'm or your phone reception. But your points, and I don't know exactly what you're saying, because they're coming out very like digitized.
I could hear.
Maybe it's exposed, but you're kind of.
Can y'all hear me now?
I get what your point is. Like there's more pushback on the anti-gay, or homophobe. There's more pushback on the homophobia than there is on the anti-Black racism. Is your point? But for future references, I don't know. maybe you want to get to a stronger reception or something, because I feel like that's why people keep asking you the same questions, because your phone is digitizing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Better.
much better, much better.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to reiterate my point. So I wasn't trying to say that there's anything wrong with teaching LGBTQ history. If people want to do that, then fine. Um, what I'm saying is that I noticed Florida is a great example, right?
I'm
As
sorry.
soon as they passed the "Don't Say Gay" law, you saw like immediate pushback, like a big corporation like Disney saying that they're not going to donate to people and to politicians in Florida. That's pretty big, right? They didn't do that when Florida was passing anti-CRT laws and a lot of anti-black laws. Florida had neo-Nazis out in the open 2 months ago. There
I'm
was
sorry.
outrage on Twitter, but there wasn't like actual action from corporations, right? So this just goes back to my main point that anti-LGBTQ is more important now than anti-black. Where we've gotten to that point.
But Herbie, that's not true though, because when the anti-critical race theory laws were passed, even when they were being pushed to the House of Representatives and through the Senate in Florida,
Did
there was
any corporations
there
actually do
was
anything?
hold on,
That's action.
hold on one
That's
second.
action.
Hold on one second. There was major pushback from not only the media, but also from a lot of different groups and organizations that were saying like no one's pushing this notion of critical race theory. Everybody exposed the man who came out and said, I started this notion of critical race theory being taught in schools because I wanted to divide and conquer the political parties. And that's exactly what he did. So there was a whole lot of pushback that came from it. Now, to your point about the corporations and stuff, with the Don't Say Gay bill, I mean, corporations have been exploiting the LGBTQ community for generations and generations, okay? Like, they add rainbows on their logos during Pride Month. They want to sell a bunch of Pride memorabilia. They want to sell all this stuff with rainbows on it and all this kind of other stuff on it. So I don't take corporations seriously when it comes to gay issues.
Uh,
And let me also inform that not only was the anti-critical race theory laws passed in Florida, they just passed the Don't Say Gay bill as well. So no matter how much pushback you give to a lot of these legislatures, especially in Florida, that's all Republican controlled, the House, the Senate, and the governor's mansion, it's going to be passed, whether we like it or not. It's Florida. Go ahead, Herbie.
yeah. So
Hold on. Now, I would like
your
to
point.
before
So
that,
it's
I
real
would like to
quick.
address something that Demi said about a comment that I made, or whatnot. And I'm not sure how long you were listening, Demi, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. But I've said, okay. I've said specifically that I have gone after a lot of straight black men who are in the music industry. Or straight black celebrities. Period. I've gone after for just in the music industry alone. I've gone after Travis Scott, Lil Wayne, Little Uzi Vert. Um, I've gone after them. Who else? I mean, I could give you a long list of people that I feel like have been doing things that's been very negative in them. I've gone after different actors. I've gone after Terry Crews, even politicians, Barack Obama. I've addressed straight black men in the community, and that's never been a problem when I addressed a behavior or an action that they done. Now, when Little Nas X was selling Satan shoes with blood in it, which is something you can't name, you can't name another black music artist that's done that. That's something that totally original. No music artist has done that. So when I have some pushback against that, that automatically, just like how you said, it gets deemed as okay. I'm gonna look past what he did, and I'm going to say, oh, you only addressed that because he's gay. And that's the issue that I'm having, where the false flagging of homophobia. I can address the behavior that I feel is toxic with straight black men, but if I address a behavior that I feel is toxic with a gay black man, it's automatically nothing more than he's homophobic or I'm homophobic and I'm attacking him because he's gay.
I was specifying the fact that, like, when it comes to especially gay men in media, whenever they show their sexuality, suddenly it's an inappropriate sexuality. Whenever they show something that's sexual that they're doing, suddenly it's inappropriate. Like, why is it inappropriate if straight men can do all these things?
Well, that's not what you said, though.
But that's what I was specifying. I wasn't
Oh,
specifying that, like, okay, if that's what I said, I'm sorry, but like that's what I was talking about. Is like when you talk about behavior, you're talking about sexual behaviors that straight people also do on television.
no. But when Satan shoes, you don't see straight black men promoting shoes with blood in it. Like, that's
I
a
don't.
difference.
I personally, I don't really care because I'm an atheist. Like, to me, okay, it
I mean, but
it's
blood
open.
in shoes. Do you think that that's a little excessive, even as an
I don't,
atheist? Like
they
blood.
they could have just been red dye. Y'all don't know that.
No, you can literally sue them if they, because on the advertisement, if you don't get your product, you can actually sue them for it. So if he said on advertisement that there's blood in the shoe, if there's actually not his blood in the shoe, he can be sued for it. So there was actual blood in the shoes.
It's weird.
So that's what I'm saying. That's not an it comes to an issue when you have people who are not homophobic and who are not against everybody who is gay. When we say something critical of somebody that is gay, it automatically gets deemed as, okay, well, the only reason you said that is because it's homophobic, or that's just because it's homophobic. No, because I've addressed a whole bunch of other straight black men and nobody has a problem with it. The second I address a gay black man, oh my God, you're homophobic. That's an issue.
Well, regardless of the Satan shoes, because what I've been here for, like, I think almost an hour now. Like, from these little conversations, I've been hearing a lot. A lot of it is just has to do with the way straight, like, sorry, not straight men, like gay men, like, put out their sexuality, how they express themselves, like, sexually, is like the issue here. And as an okay, I was gonna say something else, but honestly, I forgot. But like, as an African, like, the way, especially Black African men, the way they express themselves, a lot of it to Black men in this country looks homophobic, even though it's not. It's just the way it is. It's just the way they are. And from what I've been hearing from, like, some of you guys' conversation, like, everything that I've been hearing is just, this goes back to like white supremacy and your idea of masculinity. It's all like white supremacy, ingrained into your culture, into white, like, Black American culture. And I think that's my only take. So yeah.
Okay, well, I wasn't trying to really interrupt the hands or whatnot. I just wanted to say something real quick because I felt like that comment was addressing a statement I made before.
No, thank you for addressing that.
No problem. Eric, how was the hands? I kind of lost track.
There was only one person really. Oh, well, I don't know if Herbie, did you already go?
Yeah, I know. I had my hand up, but then I put it down. Yeah, I was just gonna respond to what you said, Eric, about corporations not uh, being effective. Well, that's not true because most political parties, the politicians only respond to monetary stimuli. So they don't have an incentive to pass laws unless somebody pays them. So I disagree with that, with what you said.
No, I was just saying that you were talking about the corporate opinions that were in that were in correlation to the Don't Say Gay bill. And I was saying that even though corporations, some of them were coming out in solidarity of gay people, their Florida Senate still passed the law. So I mean, that's why I said it's Florida. Like, Florida has a completely different, like, it might as well just be its own country at this point, because politically they shock you. Like, it used to be Democratic, then it turned Republican. Now they have all Republican legislature and executive office. So, both of the laws, you can debate which one came first, which one's better, which one's worse. But the anti-black bill and the Don't Say Gay bill, they both got passed. So why we're complaining about them, I don't know. So, Kay, you can go ahead.
So again, I think I said earlier, there are instances where I'm like, I don't necessarily consider that being homophobic. I don't think that's racist. Yeah, if you had an issue with Lil Nas X and the blood in the shoes, I could see some people being disturbed by that. I know when I first heard it, I was like, what? Is that even safe? Where it may not, because I think there were some gay people that had a problem with it. So in a particular instance like that, sure, I can see it being said where, yeah, that is not, just because you have a problem with that doesn't automatically make you homophobic. Um, and I think the other point that I wanted to make, uh, going way back about the nuclear family, I don't recall anyone attacking the nuclear family. I think the one guy who maybe said something about the nuclear family was just talking about how it isn't sustainable. Which, I mean, I'm not even sure that I necessarily agree with that. It's definitely harder for households to manage, but I was just advocating for all families. Families look different. I don't have a problem with the nuclear family. Most of the families in my family are a nuclear family. My issue is with the whole traditionalist term and what I was sort of hearing about contributions to the community because gay people can't have children naturally, as if IVF and surrogacy don't exist. So I don't recall anyone particularly attacking the nuclear family. um Families are all different and all have different ways to contribute. I'm just hearing what sounds like a lot of, basically, if you're Black and LGBT, it's just not helpful to the Black community for whatever the focus is on sort of anti-racism, because I guess the opinion is if Black LGBTQ have been co-opted by white supremacy, then it is going against what I guess this idea of confronting um, issues that are that are racist against the Black community. I guess that's what I'm getting. Um, but I'm hearing just a lot of, words matter. And so you may say that you don't have an issue with who I sleep with or how I identify or whatnot, but what I am hearing in statements is kind of dangerous and is reinforcing a lot of stereotypes I feel about um, the gay community. So it's like you're saying one thing, but then when you go on these diatribes, it's sort of like oil and water. Like it's not mixing with what you're initially saying. Basically, trying to say, "Hey, I'm not against you," but then you go into something else that's kind of like, "Well, that doesn't sound like you are in support of it. Like we have a choice in the matter of who we are, like basically saying you're kind of tolerating our existence, but this is my existence, and like Eric said earlier, I don't have a choice in this. I don't have a choice. So yeah, there's been a lot of contradictions that I've heard in this room tonight.
Okay, to make this space as productive as possible, um, I feel like there's been a lot of people listening just to respond and not listening and really comprehending certain things that certain people have said, and straw man arguments being made. Um, there's been a lot of things that I have said multiple times that has been completely like not addressed, with really the exception of Eric. When I said that there is a number of LGBT people who will instantly reach out to call, well, Q or K, I think, I don't know how it's pronounced, Q or K. Um, you've addressed this as well. I'm saying that there's a lot of false flagging and things that going on, and now it feels like this conversation is kind of going around in circles, so to speak, and nobody's really acknowledging um, things that can be done to make the situation a little bit better. And I feel like it's a lot of and that's important too, to express yourself, and everybody should be able to express themselves in a healthy manner. But there was a lot of points that people are saying, oh, I'm not getting what you're saying, and then they kind of inaccurately summarize what people said, and that's not what people said, and then that has somebody repeating what they said, and then it's been a lot, and this space has been on since 6 o'clock. So the space has been on for well over 4 hours, and it's a lot of, well, I didn't get what you said, and then people repeating what they said for 4 hours now. So I feel like, and I'm not saying this directly at any one person, because I feel like everybody, including myself maybe, has done this to an extent. If everybody could like really listen to certain points and not kind of try to make a summarizing of what the person believes, and really listen to the points and address those certain points, because there's been points that's been addressed and nobody's brought that up. And if we want to have a if we want to have a productive conversation, then we have to address certain points instead of kind of being intellectually dishonest by saying, I don't understand what you said, here's what I got from it, and then making the person repeat themselves, and then the person repeat themselves and go back and forth with another person. You know what I'm saying? And this is not to say at any one specific person, but for the sake of progression, I think we should move forward with that in mind.
If everybody can go ahead and tweet out the space really quickly, I want to get a couple more people in here because I think this is a fairly productive conversation. And I think, to Afro Lee's point, I think people need to start holding themselves accountable as well. I have not seen one heterosexual man in here hold themselves accountable to anything that the gay people have been saying, and I think that says volumes to me. Or at least just acknowledge what we as Black gay people are saying about the community. I think everybody's been like pussyfooting around it. I think people are making a lot of excuses. I think people have been explaining away a lot of behavior as opposed to saying, okay, this is your experience and, it needs to be corrected. I mean, I don't know. That's just me. But go ahead. I've read the bill. You haven't spoken at all yet, and I've seen you in here intently listening, so you can go first, and then we'll go to Nino.
Thank you for having me this evening. I just think it's really important that we realize that what gay people are and where gay people exist in society. Gay people have always been in society, will always exist in society, and will not be going away anytime soon. We are integral to Black history in this country. It is kind of comical to hear people, oh, these gay people are doing things that are new, or Black gays are doing things that haven't been done before. And if this person did this or that person did that, it would not be happening. We have to get rid of colonial mindsets, that slave mentality that happened to us for all those years, because you're acting as if homosexuals, gays, trans people don't exist in Africa, or don't exist in the Caribbean, or don't exist in Central or South America. They do. We have always been at the front line of the struggle. When so many others won't put themselves out in front of violence, we will put ourselves out there. Harriet Tubman was a lesbian woman. Sojourner Woman was a lesbian woman. Pauli Murray, the mastermind of the civil rights legal strategy, was a trans man. James Baldwin, one of the biggest advocates. So was Audre Lorde. We've always been here. We've always put our bodies in the light. Bayard Rustin, the biggest organizer of the civil rights movement, was gay. They were part of the Black Panthers. They were part of the Young Lords. They were part of all of the revolutionary movements that happened in this country. You found queer people. You don't find them in the things that fail. You don't find them in hoteps. You don't find them in Black conservatives. All the movements that fail or hurt our people or turn our back on the people, that's where you won't find us. But on anything that's positive, that helps our community, builds our community, will always be there. If a struggle goes down, a fight needs to happen. If we got to get our guns and fight, the people will be there, will be the butchers of men, the butchers of women, and the most feminine of men will be out there to fight. They'll be the ones that are knocking people out and blowing people's brains out. They'll be the ones doing it. The trans people that you think can't fight and can't move, they'll be the people protecting you and your family. They serve in our military. When many of y'all won't put on a uniform and fight, they'll fight. We're part of the community. We're not going away. We'll always have our communities back. We'll always speak up against racism. We'll always speak up against sexism because we come from 99.9% of the time from heterosexual parents that raised us in a manner to know that our community matters. All this other bullshit about what we don't do and the harm it's going to do, please tell me the harm about telling about who the actual leaders were that did the work. What's the harm of talking about the women that did the work? You're not doing the work. You have no history of doing the work. So tell history the way it is. Live life the way it is. And tell the truth about the people who actually did the work to make sure that we've advanced as far as we have and that we advance further. You can laugh all you want to, but that's the truth. If anything I said was not true, you can post it up in the Jumbotron or come back with facts to prove that what I said was not true.
So
I got him.
I have something to say about that.
Hold on, because Nino was next. You can go after him, Herbie.
So again, this is exactly what Afro was referring to when people coming in here arguing straw man fallacies against things that was never stated. Nobody in this room has said anything about LGBT people not being part of the community, not being involved in major movements or anything of that nature. So I don't understand why brother came in here triggered the way he did. Like, dude, I feel like you took some external issues and brought it in here when nobody in this room said any of that. We have vehemently expressed that there are indeed on code LGBT brothers and sisters. We have already acknowledged that, but it's funny that you listed Baynard Rustin of all people. Like, Baynard Rustin was he was a CIA agent. Like, well, he was an asset for the government. So when I posted that link in article,
you can't just make that kind of claim like that. Do you have any evidence to back that up?
Absolutely, I posted it in the Jumbotron a while back. Baynard Rustin was being investigated by the FBI, unbeknownst to the bureau that he was working for the CIA, and I posted the link in. Like
that was the Quantico Pro and proven not to be true. You know what Quantico Pro is? You know what Quantico Pro is?
Hey! COINTELPRO was utilizing Baynard Rustin as a part of the civil rights movement when he was in.
That's not what Quantico Pro said.
That is what COINTELPRO is. Like, damn, man. Like, come on, dog. You coming in here with all that negative energy. Like, we don't need that.
It's called the truth.
Like I said, and then, like I said,
we're not doing that. Back and forth. We're trying to keep it productive.
Again, you can, like you asked of me, Keith, in the Jumbotron, showing that he was not, in fact, working with the government. Show that if that's not the truth. Because that has been that came out probably about within the last 10 years. So, anywho, with that being said, nobody has ever suggested that, you being gay, you are not part of the community or you're somehow less of a human being. Nobody in this room has stated that. The issue and the topic of the entire room is the fact that LGBT people are being weaponized against the Black community. But they're not the only group, though. They are not the only group being weaponized against the Black community. There's various different subcategories of Black people being weaponized against the rest of us. LGBT just being one of the few. Others being people of non-native Black American descent. There's a lot of people, and I hate to repeat this, but again, we got new people in the room who wasn't here. And these hyphenated Negroes, as I call them, the three common traits of people that has been weaponized and tends to run interference for white supremacy. The three common traits of them are they're either LGBT, interracial invaders, or pro-interracial relationships, or they're immigrant background on at least one side of their family. 9 times out of 10, you can pick a name out of a hat, and I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, they're one of those three. And as I've stated numerous times, I have stated this numerous times, just because you are one of those three does not automatically make you a cocoon, a sellout, or somebody undermining us. But those are the 3 common denominators of the people being utilized against the rest of us today. And it's hard for us to have very much faith in people who get so triggered at the idea of us observing these 3 qualities of people that's being used against the rest of us, it's like it's hard for us to trust you when you get so triggered at the thought of it and feel attacked personally when we point out, hey, we're noticing that all the people coming out here doing sideways shit, aligning themselves with these anti-black parties, these anti-black candidates, you know, or repeating anti-black rhetoric or ideologies, are happy to be one of those three categories. Again, LGBT, of immigrant background on one side, or pro-interracial relationships. And that's just a fact. Now, I can name you LGBT brothers and sisters who are not, you know, coon sellouts or, you know, or usurpers. Same thing with the other two categories. And if it does not apply to you, you know that. So therefore, you shouldn't feel personally attacked. If anything, you should be trying to help us identify the ones that are. That's making shit harder for you. But instead of doing that, a lot of people are attacking us. And let's just keep it a buck, though. Let's just keep it a buck. The ones that's so triggered at pointing that out are usually the ones that are indeed supporting anti-black candidates, anti-black policies, repeating anti-black rhetoric. Because the ones who understand what white supremacy is and how it operates, they'll be the first ones to tell you, yeah, that's right. Because I'm even posted a video about an interview with Flame Monroe. For those who don't know what Flame Monroe is, Flame Monroe is a trans comedian. Like, I don't think Flame passes them, but I don't know. You know, apparently that matters.
But go ahead.
Yeah, right. So I don't think Flame is you know, passable or anything like that. So it's not like Flame is you know, getting by, you know, without her sexuality being known. But Flame is trans, and Flame be calling out the LGBT community left and right, calling out their racism left and right. Like calling out how they be using people like Lil Nas X and stuff, or using people like Billy Porter and stuff. And crazy enough, the LGBT community, when I say LGBT community, I'm referring to like white people, because that's who the LGBT community is. When you say LGBT community, there is no unified LGBT community. Because if that was the case, then it wouldn't be a damn gay club, a gay black club on one side of the block of my apartment, and a gay white club on the other side of my apartment. If it was a unified community. But Flame keeps it a buck. Flame understands that, hey, I'm a black person. I was black before I was gay or whatever. And Flame keeps it a buck and calls out the racism in the black community. And Flame gets hella love from heterosexual black community. We don't give a fuck, because Flame is black first, and she puts on for us. You know what I'm saying? She utilizes her position in the LGBT community to call out the bullshit. And that's not to say that Flame just be over here sucking up to the heterosexuals in the black community, because she calls us out. She calls out heterosexuals dude on their bullshit too. But it's based in truth and facts and logic and not emotion. So therefore, folks can take it a little bit. It's almost like, yeah, you tell me about yourself, but you're right. You know what I'm saying? We can accept that. Now, when folks come in here and start making up fantasies and stuff, talking about some, LGBT people, we're going to be the ones on the front lines, and we've always going to be the ones, protecting your families or something. Come on now, now you've been a little dishonest. Was there people on the front line that was LGBT? Absolutely. Absolutely. Whether they was out the closet or not. The fact of the matter is, like you said, LGBT people have always been here. And yes, there have been some LGBT rioters, for sure. But they sit here and make it seem like it's a whole squadron of just of gay folks. They was our main defense. Now that's just being dishonest right there, dog. I have to call you out on that. That's pure fantasy right there. Like, but with all that being said, man, ain't nobody in here your enemy. And what I keep trying to circle it back to is LGBT are not the problem. White supremacy is the problem. Anything, y'all should be offended that they're using y'all like mascots and attack dogs to get your own people. And y'all need to be the first ones calling out the other black LGBT that is doing that, working and running interference for white supremacy, because they making it harder for you. Do we have issues with?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to mute it by accident.
I didn't know I was mute. I was looking. But at the end of the day, like I said, is there things that we can do within the black community to improve relations amongst all of us? Absolutely. like I said, even as heterosexual black men, like I said, I feel like, man, as long as they person ain't never came at you crazy or doing anything to harm us as a collective, then let that man live, let that woman live, let that person who may or may not have been born with a penis and decides that they don't want to be identified as neither one. If that person isn't doing anything to undermine us, then let them live. But at the same token, though, don't get mad at us when that person is endorsing and supporting anti-black rhetoric candidates or anti-black parties, anti-black rhetoric or whatever. Don't get mad at us when we call them out and then we point and that person happens to be LGBT and then they start trying to use homophobia as a shield, just like the Jewish community tends to do with anti-Semitism anytime criticism is thrown their way. Which I see is what a lot of LGBT people are trying to do, because the Jewish community is good for that too. The minute you call them out on some racism and stuff, oh, you're anti-Semitic. They use that as a shield. But the difference between the Jewish people doing that and the black LGBT people that's throwing out homophobia as a shield is that they are white at the end of the day. They're classified as white and they have power that you don't and never will, as long as white supremacy still is maintained. So therefore, instead of us all going at each other's necks and stuff, let's dismantle white supremacy, because once we dismantle white supremacy, then yeah, you'll be able to live your life free. But until then, it's going to always be this turmoil amongst all of us. And that goes for all subcategories. I don't care what religion you are, what gender you are, none of that.
Now, let me make something real quick.
Hold on, Afro. I have to say this. So number one, I posted in the Jumbotron the African American Intellectual History Society actually debunked the Bayard Rustin CIA connection. The papers that they mentioned, and they add all of this in the Jumbotron if you want to read it. They said that those additional CIA papers that they claim to have found Bayard Rustin connected to were actually Scientology papers. They had no connection to Bayard Rustin. So that has been debunked, and let's just clear that from the conversation. That's just what I wanted to say. And it's in the Jumbotron if everybody wants to read it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say this. I understand certain people feel very passionate about this conversation, but I do feel like progression can be made. This can be a very progressive space as far as understanding where other people are coming from and other different points of views, and we can move forward better as a unified on code community. But some of the things that have been said have been purposefully neglected, and people are kind of just waiting because they want to say something. And some of the things that people have said have not been said in this space. This space has been going on for 5 hours now, and there are people who have come up and they've said things like, you said there gay people aren't going anywhere, gay people have always been here, and you came as if anybody in the space had said that. And that kind of sets the progression of the space back, because then people have to unnecessarily repeat themselves when nobody even alluded anything close to that. So if people, and I understand people want to talk, but if people can kind of not talk to or not listen to respond, but listen to kind of understand and comprehend and then get their thoughts together, there's a lot of emotion tied in, and then there's, like I said again, there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty tied into this too, where people are deliberately missing the point so they can continue with their point. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to get anywhere, because I feel like certain people just get on here just so they can kind of throw shade a little bit before they get off. And that's not helpful. We don't need people unnecessarily throwing shade at other people.
Unfortunately, Afro, you can't control that. People are going to have emotions tied to these kind of conversations because it is a very high temperature topic. So we can try to preach it to the cows come home, but some people just don't have the range to be able to put their emotions aside for this conversation. And to be honest, I'd much rather somebody speak from a place of passion and wanting to understand as well. I'm all for having intellectual conversations, but there are people that are going to speak from a place of passion and conjecture as opposed to facts and just logic. We're not in a political science classroom. We're not at Politicon. We're not at a debate stage. So we have to take with it what we can.
And I respect that, but I'm saying when people come up and deliberately just feel some type of way about something that was said earlier, and they come up and they dismiss the conversation and can throw the topic off. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the brother I read a bill came in, and you kind of came in on 10. And there was kind of no reason to do that. You came in and you was all like saying certain things that nobody in this space that's been going on for hours has ever uttered. Nobody has uttered those things, and you came in saying those things, and those are the type of things in spaces that can set the progression back, because then people are going after each other. People are saying, "Oh, well, I didn't say this. Well, this is what I said. We'll prove this. We'll prove that." If we want to keep going forward, let's address points that were actually said in this conversation.
Afro Elite. He's allowed to come up and say how he feels. I mean, it wasn't something that we talked about in conversation. But if you don't, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. He was just making a general statement when it comes to this conversation. So, I mean, I didn't hear anything that necessarily was off.
But he also made the accusation that straight black men don't do the work in his own words. He said that. That's that.
He did make an accusation.
That point should have been addressed if that was the issue statement that you had. But to tell him that he came up here and he just offered nothing to the conversation, or much rather, to choose my words a little bit carefully, that he came up here and said something that nobody on this space was saying. He's allowed to come up here and say how he feels pertaining to the topic. That's how he felt. He's allowed to say it. So I'm not going to allow y'all to sit up here and ridicule him for speaking his piece. You guys all came up here and spoke y'all's piece, whether I agree with it or not.
Okay, here's the thing with that. Everybody can speak their piece. But when you're speaking your piece and you're saying things, and this is the problem that I keep saying we're having, we have problems with other people who have other issues from other spaces and other conversations, and come up here very accusatory and get to kind of rant in the space and make making accusations. Oh, the LGBT community is working harder for the black community than the straight black people are. When that statement is not true.
I never said that. I said that I said verbatim, because it's recorded. Verbatim, I said that we are always in the front when the struggle happens. We're always on the front line. That doesn't mean we're the only people on the front line. It means
You
that
said
we're
we do the work.
No, I said when it comes to a battle and it comes to the fights, we will always be on the front line. That doesn't mean we're the only people on the front line.
With all due respect, sir, with all due respect, you said verbatim, we're doing more work than y'all. You said that. We're doing more than y'all.
You have that.
The history of a struggle that we have been overrepresented in the leadership. We're only 3% of the population. When it comes to the leadership in the struggle, we've always been overrepresented. That's a fact.
In your own words, you said we do the work and you don't.
In my own words, because I wrote down what I said before I spoke. In my own words, verbatim, what I said is that we are always overrepresented in leadership.
You didn't say we do the work.
You're not focusing on what you are.
You didn't say work.
What fight doesn't need to be picked. Because you got upset when I stated verbatim, when I said that we exist. The person four times.
No one got upset. No one got upset at that. We got upset because in your own. Hold up.
4 times.
In your own words.
You got upset about the fact I said that black people, black gay people exist.
No one was
6 times you said this is recorded. So people
no one was upset at that.
Exactly what I said and how many times you said.
You're babbling.
Nothing controversial about saying that black people exist, that black gay people exist. There should be nothing controversial about saying that we're always on the front line. None of those things are attacks on other people.
Okay. Hold on. Because I've been in this space for hours and I've had this conversation. So are you saying that I've said that I have a problem with gay people existing? Because I can't really hear exactly. What did you say I specifically said?
What I specifically said is that in the points that you said were controversial, Herbie 4 times, you 6 times, brought up the point that I said
that Black people exist. There should be nothing controversial about saying Black gay people exist.
I never said it was controversial.
I never said that
What are you
was
talking about,
controversial.
man? No one said it was controversial.
Am I in La La Land? Like, did
Yeah,
anybody
you said that. No
not
one
hear
said
them?
that.
Yeah,
I kept saying
Yeah. You just came out. You pulled that out.
No, I think, yeah, it wasn't what they said. I think what they were saying was you were coming in here making mention that gay people exist as if they were saying that we didn't. Like they were just saying that's information we already know, and that's information that we already acknowledge, and they did in this space. So I think that's what the discrepancy was. That they just felt slighted because you said we exist as if someone said that we didn't.
And I wasn't saying that they didn't say that we didn't exist. Like me saying that shouldn't have been controversial. I'm not saying that or attacking you by saying that. I'm not saying that you don't exist or you don't have a right to exist. Saying that is not controversial. Like Eric just said.
No, that's not all you said, though. You also added at the end. You said, "We do the work. You don't."
I said that we're again. I said because I write down what I say before I say it. I said that we are always on the front line. We're always overrepresented.
You didn't say. We
That's
do the
exactly
work.
what I said. I write down what I say before I speak. And
Am I tripping?
The only two
You said we do the work. I heard you say that.
the only 2 points that I contradicted was the point about somebody saying that they never said anything about the fact that teaching gay people at a young age about the existence of gay people is bad, and that's in the jumbotron that was actually said. And then I also posted comments in regards to people saying things that Black entertainers that are gay, or black musicians that are gay, or Black actors that are gay, are acting in a way that people of other races don't act. And I posted information going back to the 50s to the current time of people that are white and Asian and Latino and Arab that have done the exact same thing without getting the backlash done. And the final thing I did is I posted the information in regards to, which Eric did also, that information came from John Tanton, who's a Scientologist and also a white nationalist, that information about Bear Rusty, and I hope we will be sharing information from Nazis and white supremacists.
Well, the truth is the truth, no matter who says it, because at the end of the day,
it was proven false. It was proven false.
Well, what was it?
It's in the jumbotron. It's posted. Like 3 different people posted the action.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, now.
Man, really, like I said, as far as the Banner Russell stuff, man, I have family members that actually work like Panther Party members. The original Panther Party in Alabama. So, and they can even tell you that Beta Rustin was compromised. Now, just because CNN didn't post about it doesn't mean there's anything less true about it. So they sit here saying, well, we don't necessarily have recordings of it. It's not just proving it. Anyway, I digress. That's not even the point that I wanted to make. The point I wanted to make is, dude, you came in here with your energy on 10, and this is the type of stuff we be talking about, and then when we call it out, then the first thing somebody was like, y'all homophobic. It's like, no, bro, you came in here with your energy on. You came in here saying things, which, and of course you're going to deny it, but you were heavily insinuating that LGBT people was doing work that some heterosexual people were not. That's what you were insinuating when you said those things, especially with how you said it. Again, I know you're going to deny it, but that's what you was trying to say. Because for you to sit here and say, "Oh, it always existed, it was always there," when nobody's suggesting otherwise, why would you say that? You came in here insinuating that y'all are somehow doing something that I'm not. And if you're saying like, "Oh, we're overrepresented," what does that mean? Are you talking about like movements like the BLM movement, which is a Democratic LGBT front group that was ultimately put in place to undermine the Ferguson movement, started by Darren Seals? Is that what you're referring to? Because that goes back to what I was saying about the three common denominators of people that undermine the Black collective. Those three categories of LGBT swirlers and foreign descent people that typically run interference for white supremacy. Then again, I can't help but notice that when I look at your page, I see you got Biden and Kamala and the whole team as your banner. And I see you got your rainbow flag. And you wasn't here earlier, but I stated that a lot of times, not all LGBT, not all. I would say maybe less than half, but a lot of Black LGBT tend to wave that flag as a signal to white liberals to show them, hey, I'm different than the rest of those Negroes. Hey, you need somebody, I got you. I got your back. And so far, this is just an observation. just so far, it seems like the people that be riding for the white liberals in that category. I have yet to be proven wrong about this. I don't want to make any assumptions. So, sir, did you or did you not vote for the Biden administration?
I believe 87% of blacks voted for Biden and Harris.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Oh, of course I did. I'm with 87% black.
Okay.
That would be the party that black
Okay.
people
Thank you,
vote
sir.
for.
All right, so let me finish my point now.
That would be the party that black people vote for.
Please, Nino, please wrap it up in a couple of sentences. We have to get to the hands. I know you can be very long-winded, and I love my friend, but please.
The answers that they give make it longer than these. This is a simple yes or to suffice. So with that point being said, that goes back to what Q was saying. Well, you say you're not homophobic, but the things that you're saying, that literally proves my point about you say that you're pro-black or you're for black empowerment, but you're supporting an anti-black party, an anti-black candidate who has done nothing to repair the damage that they have done in the past.
So 87% of black people are then white supremacists?
So supporting them, yeah.
Yeah.
So then the 13% that are right. So the people that don't vote that way are the ones that are right. But most of the black people in this country that are white,
They got it right this time around.
Yeah,
they did.
Let me answer
okay, that's
answer the question. I'm answering your question.
Okay.
If you supported any candidate, I don't care what race, religion, or background they came from, if you supported any candidate that has implemented or supported policies that has hurt black people, and you supported them with your vote by putting them in office and got nothing in return for black people, then yes, you have operated against the best interests of black people. That applies to anybody that voted for any politician that did not have anything tangible to give you in return for your people, for your vote.
So tangible means I should be able to measure if something has happened for black people and we have improved policies, correct? That's what tangible means?
Tangible means something you can touch, my dog.
Right. So I can touch progress that's been made for black people. So I can physically see.
Hold on. We've kind of gone through the political side of the conversation, and I feel like people are very passionate about that. So I'll let you address the question that was asked to you, because that wouldn't be fair to not do that. But I encourage that to not stir the conversation that way.
Okay. I wasn't planning to have this conversation. I am part. I feel guilty. I'm part of the 87% of black people that voted for Biden and Harris, and the 89% that voted for Hillary Clinton, and the 92 and 95% that voted for Obama. So I'm guilty for being part of that. And I think of tangibles as, like as you said, things that you can touch and things that you can see. So I can see that, like in 1960, when almost 70% of people that were black were in poverty, and now see that's about 21%, and near the level it is for whites now in this country for the first time ever in the history of this country.
You voted in 1960?
My family members did. My mom was alive in 1960. My mom was alive in 1960. But I can also
let him finish so that he can finish his point so that we can move on.
You can finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I read a bill.
Sorry about that. My phone, I think was on mute. There was also a time where most black people didn't have college degrees or a very small amount. In 1960, that was 3.5%. That was almost 40% of blacks now have a college degree. And there was a point where almost all black people either lived in the inner city or they lived in rural areas in this country, which were generally the most poor places in this country. And now over 40% of blacks now live in the suburbs. So yes, I can look at things and see that they are better, but I can also see at the same time that things can get better from where they are now. And I understand that we're not to the promised land yet, but I'm not going to give up now when we've already made progress so far. I'm not going to diminish the Black Panthers and the Young Lords and the people that were in SNCC. I'm not going to diminish them and the work that they did, because there aren't 70% of us in poverty now. There's only 21% of us that are in poverty now. That's called progress. That's, as you said, tangible. And I can look at the people now that live in suburbs, and I can see the PG County and the suburbs that are around Atlanta that are all now predominantly black, that all of those places now are signs of black excellence. But I know there are still places like Jackson County, South Carolina, or in some of these Midwestern cities where people are not doing well still. And we need to still do the work for those people. But because we haven't got all the way, doesn't mean that we haven't came anywhere at all. So I understand that we haven't got to where we need to get to, but saying that we haven't got anywhere at all would be a lie.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have to move on because we have to get to other hands. We'll pocket this conversation for another time. Go ahead, Holidera, and then back to Irby. If we keep the political conversation to bed, because I agree with Afro leaves, this is not the kind of space for that. That would be great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You know what? I just think I get a bit worried because I think it's a bit bizarre for people. Like, I think one of the brother before the last was saying that due to two subgroups within the black community that are really not the three communities, subgroups within the black community that are consistently not on code and that he's wary of is like it's immigrants, gay people, and swirlers. And for me, it just feels like this kind of bizarre rehashing of like right-wing talking points that have been around forever. So for the longest, immigrants and gay people have been at the ninth end of like attacks by the right wing, and it's just bizarre to see black people take up those kind of talking points. And I think when you look at it, like those ideas, they don't stand up to scrutiny because there's nothing that immigrants and gay black people are guilty of that other black people aren't guilty of. There's no amount of coonery that exists in the immigrant or the gay black community that doesn't exist in just normal like straight black Americans. And I think it's bizarre to point out. I think when you look at like the status of black people, to point at immigrants and gay black people as a problem, as opposed to black people. Sorry, my bro. To say that those are the specific communities that you feel that are causing a divisiveness in the community. To point. That's what you said. That those are the three communities that you say consistently that you identify that are not on code. If I'm correct.
Can I correct you? Hand that back over to you. I said the three groups that tend to run interference for white supremacy. White supremacy takes both sides of every argument.
Okay, so you feel like
and also, I'm gonna hand it back over to you really quickly. Also, you weren't in the room when I said it. I said just because you are one of those three people, of those three groups, that does not automatically make you guilty of that. But that is the common denominator 9 times out of 10.
100%. Okay. And I think that's absolutely bizarre to say that those are the three most susceptible groups to kind of white supremacy and kind of brainwashing. When you look, for those to be the groups that are in your heart, not black elites, not the black media, not the black politicians who have not served us.
Those are swirlers and immigrants and LGBT, sir.
To say that's factually incorrect. That's factually
At a time, one at a time, please. I don't want to keep having to mute the space up every time it gets out of hand, but it's hard to hear, and then you see one person talking at a time, so everybody can get their points across. Go ahead and finish your point, Holidera.
Yeah, I just think it's bizarre to say that there's so many black politicians who have power that are not immigrants. Tim Scott, Herschel Walker, Corey Bush, Clarence Thomas. We have two black American Supreme Court justices. I think, but none of these people fit any of those categories. None of my swirlers.
Yes, they are.
Did you just not hear me? I said one at a time. Jeez Louise, I do not want to have to treat y'all like middle schoolers, but if I have to, I will. It's on you, Holidera.
None of them fit into any of those categories. And I also think
he's a swirler. His wife is white.
Look. I'm not about to keep doing this. Let the man finish.
I think you have a whole bunch of black Americans who are straight, who are not immigrants, who have black partners, who have consistently rallied against the community at every given opportunity. And I think to narrow it down to those three is a repetition of the same kind of right-wing talking points, because the right-wing talking points that we've been hearing forever that immigrants and gays are the cause of our problems, and I think it limits the scrutiny, the actual kind of proper scrutiny of those issues in our community. And I think when you look at the history of Black America, or blackness in America, or black globally, black immigrants, especially in the US, or and the children of Black immigrants have pulled their weight. Farrakhan is a child of a Black immigrant. Malcolm is a child of a Black immigrant. I think like there's just I just think it's these kind of rehashed kind of right-wing talking points that have kind of come to the forefront post Trump. To me, it feels a lot like COINTELPRO, to be honest. It feels like for the first time where the black diaspora internationally have had technology to get together and to finally communicate. You have these, I think you have these divisive groups coming up saying things that I've never heard Black people in my entire life say. Like these are new things. Like these talking points are fairly new. Like a lot of us have gone into adulthood and have not heard like this hyper scrutiny and hyper focus on immigrants and LGBT, and I think it's because a lot of this is, I think it feels like a lot of this is COINTELPRO. It feels like a lot of this is like people and leaders who are not from the community and who are willingly misleading people.
Nino, hold on. Nino.
Okay, number one, if we can keep the talking points down to like no more than 2 minutes, because I feel like everybody is having these very long-winded speeches, and while I love everything that everybody is saying, we want to make sure this space is moving a little bit more smoothly. Number two, because there was some direct, not accusations, but like direct comments toward Nino's points, I'm going to let him respond. Nino, please keep it as short as you can. Please keep it no more than 2 minutes. Okay. Love you again, but still. And then we'll go to Renegade and then Herbie.
Absolutely, yeah, I appreciate that. So he named what name like they said that's the majority of ran by Black immigrants and Black swirlers. He named people, the politicians, all the politicians he named fit three categories. Herschel Walker is this child not mixed? Like, come on now. And then the Congressional Black Caucus, over 60% of the Congressional Black Caucus operates directly in opposition to Black community. They are of immigrant background. Supreme Court justices on the board. Clarence Thomas, he's a swirler. Other shit, she's a swirler. And I suspect she's of immigrant background too. And as I stated before, being of those three categories does not automatically make you guilty. I stated that. I stated that multiple times. So for you to try to hide behind the rest of the group, that's very dishonest, very suspect. I made it very clear.
Holiday, mute yourself back up. He's not done. Let him finish.
All right. So I'll wrap it up really quickly. The point being is, you can sit here and say that it feels like COINTELPRO and all this other stuff. How about this? Just prove me wrong. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, somebody in direct opposition to Black grassroots are of those three categories. That's just a fact. It's an uncomfortable truth, but that's what it is. And again, for the umpteenth time, being of those three categories does not automatically make you my enemy, and it does not automatically mean you're working against me. But as I'm somebody who has 2 eyes, I can sit and see. And all the people that be caping for the Democrats or the Republicans, or you know what I'm saying, or even calling themselves Marxists, as if that's a better option, those people that act direct opposition to Black grassroots, 9 times out of 10 are part of those 3 categories. And like I said, feel free to prove me wrong. Pick the 10 most relevant you think of, make sure it's even both sides of the field, not just one party. And I guarantee you, dig into the background, you'll see exactly what I'm saying. And I'll leave it there.
Eric, can I quickly just respond to that in like 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
I think it's really important for everyone to understand that. Understand that ideologies that put in my mind and ideologies that shape the way you see the world. I think when you're a hammer, everything to a hammer, everything to a hammer looks like a nail. And just like you have some gay people, some LGBT people that everything in the black community comes down to black men being the problem. I think if you're taking in these right-wing ideologies, everything in the black community is going to boil down to you picking up these arbitrary traits and saying, oh, it must be immigrant, it must be gay, it must be because of who their choice of partner is. And I think these kind of arbitrary choices where you just say, where you look at an entire person and just pick one or two things, because just how you picked someone being a scholar, you could choose their gender, you could choose what state they're from, etc., etc. I think a lot of the time what these people accuse people of, it's more indicative of their personal ideology rather than like the actual evidence on the ground.
The ideology, intersectionality, their choice of partner, or their dual allegiances to their home nation. Those type of ideologies.
Bro, you can just
Let's everybody save their points so we can get to some people who had their hands up for a minute.
Go ahead, Renegade. It's on you.
Thank you. I've been listening for some hours now, and I do have a lot of things on my mind that I do want to say, but I want to address there real quickly. I'm also an immigrant, and I believe you're over in Britain, yeah? The UK? Hello, Dara? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm not there right now. Yeah.
Okay, where are you located right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now, I'm on holiday right now. So.
No. I don't mean where like after holiday. Where you planning on living?
Well, I'm probably going to spend some time back in Africa.
Okay, you're not on American soil.
Oh no.
Cool. That's great. You can go back to being on mute. I want to ask that question specifically, and I'm gonna say what I need to say. You are in the two areas that you're in. Do not understand white supremacy covertly or overtly sometimes.
Just ask the question. Okay.
Yes, I have family over there. I've been there several times. I've been to Scotland. I've been to Ireland. I have also been to Britain. I've been to several areas. I have several family members over there. I've spent a day over there also. I'm from Trinidad, so therefore I understand Britain very well. Britain is extremely covert in their racism, but they're racist nonetheless. The problem is a lot of black people who aren't subjugated, who aren't dealing with racism on the face, they're not living in the hood area of England, don't understand racism. So they have a lot of white friends, and white friends will do things to them that's very racist, and they don't see anything wrong with it. I've had family members I had to have that conversation with, like, yo, that's microaggressive racism they don't get. Now, wait a minute, I'm not finished. Please, mic yourself back up. So the thing is, and also in Africa, when we're dealing with Africa as a whole, and well, except for South Africa. For some reason, the South Africans understand it very well because they're still dealing with white supremacy in their face. The problem with Africa, most African countries, is that because you're not dealing with white supremacy in white face, and all of your white supremacist leaders are in black face. So you don't deal with white supremacy on a one-on-one basis like Americans and South Africans. Now, when it comes down to, and even Caribbean people are the same way. So when you say all of this stuff is right talking points, which really has me confused because you're not even here to be able to vote Democratic. So when you're saying all of this is right-wing talking points, confuses me. And it confuses me to the point where you're talking about, COINTELPRO, where you don't even have any basis to say anything because you're not from here. So if anyone's sounding like a COINTELPRO person, it's you. The reason that Nino and some other people are actually saying something about they're concerned that the LGBT, the black LGBT, persons, can crowbar in white supremacy when they come into black spaces is a very concerning thing, because a lot of not all, and I'm prefacing by all, not all LGBTQ people are are race first. A lot of them are flag first, and because there's a lot of swirling that goes on in the LGBT community. Not all, but there's some swirling going on there. A lot of times they bring over white supremacist talking points and rhetoric when they deal with black society. Just the same thing as I've heard a lot of stuff going on here in this case that was very, white supremacist talking points. And that's what the gentleman keeps trying to say. Is, listen, we keep hearing all these things to undermine black society. So every single time we hear it from the immigrants, and let's be real, yes, a lot of immigrants you come over here and they undermine black society because they get together mentally with the white supremacists and they bring all the racist rhetoric and the white supremacist talking points over into black society and undermine black society. Also, another thing, there was someone who said, "Oh, why do we care about Little Nas X?" Little Nas X became an issue because Little Nas X, first of all, that song, that rodeo song, the kids started to love it, and the song is actually talking about homosexual acts, and he said that too. The children loved it. The problem adults, the parents started having is saying, "Hey, he's not for children." But they kept on marketing him to children where he was appearing at schools for performances. That's when the alarm went off, like, hey, this kid is an issue because they have him in elementary school performing the song. And the children love the song. They're going wild. Do they understand what the words mean? No. But they're going crazy for it. And the parents are like, hey, hold on a second. This is a homosexual song talking about a homosexual act. That's an issue because you're too young for that. When you're marketing to someone who is singing something about, sexual, I think even if he was straight and he was singing a song about, sexual straight acts, parents would still have an issue with it. Especially if he's coming to school performing it. That's the issue. And then when they're watching it on MTV, and now he has this audience of children, and they want to, oh, I still want to watch it on MTV. Yeah, as a parent, if I were a parent, I'd have a problem with it. So that's the issue. A lot of what's going on right now when it comes down to the LGBT is that it's being promoted to children. And that's where most of our flags are going, hey, this is a problem right here. There's an agenda. There's an agenda. Our problem is your marketing is stuff to children under the age of 9. That's a problem. Okay, I understand that there are LGBT children. I get it. But even with straight children, we don't want to market any sort of sexual content to children under age of 9 or 10. Above 10, then you want to have a conversation of, well, okay, we understand you like girls, or we understand you like boys. We'll let you date. That's the age at which you start dating. But when under that, then you start hitting into the pedophilia market. And that's what we're concerned about.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you. You have to provide some evidence about this sexual interactions happening with young children in schools. You have to do that because it's dangerous. It's very dangerous to run around with that rhetoric. So can you please provide some evidence for that?
So that's not rhetoric. You had didn't you have the drag queens in the libraries reading children? And also Lil Nas X.
That's not sexual.
Man, I'm sorry. The way they dress was extremely sexually explicit.
Heels and dresses sexually explicit.
That was not. They were not in heels and dresses. It was extremely sexually explicitly. All of their outfits were not in dresses. Those drag queens did not come up there in dresses, honey. They were in full sexual. Some of them wearing like bikini things. It was not. It was nothing children friendly about that. And then Lil Nas X did perform in schools. You can Google it. Nothing I'm saying here, and this is another thing I want to say that is concerning is that when because some of you may not have children, it's not concerning to you because it's just they're just expressing themselves, and because you're being so flippant and basically they're being dismissive, That's the issue right there. When someone is saying we're concerned about this, and you're going, oh, please, it's not well, that doesn't even matter. That's dismissive. That's the issue. I'm sorry.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
You didn't what? You just broke up.
I'm sorry. I didn't say it didn't matter.
You said, oh, please, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I said, oh, please, because it's the same talking points over and
It's
over and over.
dismissive. It's dismissive. It's dismissive. That's why.
I'm sorry.
No. It's not the I. It's not the I at all. It's dismissive. Because when we're sounding, no, that sounded very, like,
And you would apologize because I don't want to come off as pissed off. I'm not. I'm trying to foster a productive conversation. So I didn't mean that. I was out of line. I apologize.
I understand. Thank you. But the issue is that we have a concern. And because we have a concern, we're not trying to take anything away from who you are as a person by sounding on concerns. Because even if a hetero person had came out in a bikini talking about they want to read to kids, a woman or a man, we would be like, oh, hold on a second, wait a minute. What the hell are y'all trying to do? And we would be like, this is really perverse. Go put some clothes on. Come out here. We're just trying to. No. Go put some clothes on. And our issue is in the way it's being marketed. That's the issue. It's extremely concerning. And to be honest, we're not trying to take anything away from you. I was in another room where it was being said, I don't care who you want to sleep with. I don't. Whatever you do in your bedroom, to be honest, behind closed doors, that's your business. And I respect you as a human individual and a human being when I see you. I don't have a problem with that. But there's certain things that's happening in society that we feel that is coming towards the children. Even if, and this is what I'm saying, even if there was a hetero couple doing certain things on television, we will still have an issue. If I have a 9 or 10-year-old child, and I remember being a kid, my mother going, oh, go in the room. This show is not for you. You know, if she was watching one of her shows and they got a little sexual on the screen, go in your room, read a book. This is not for you. Parents don't do that anymore. So now everyone is being exposed. And to be honest, the shows now are on level 10. Back then, the shows weren't like that. I mean, love scenes were barely showing. All they would do is have a sheet over the person, and that was about it. Unless you got into a rated R movie, and that's different. But stuff on regular television wasn't as explicit as it was today, and we're concerned. That's all. We're not concerned whether you sleep with. We're concerned with what's being shown and shown to the children at a very impressionable age.
I need to address something was said about. Something that said about Lil Nas X. I brought Lil Nas X into the conversation. So I'm going to have 15 seconds and I'm going to address that. When Lil Nas X came out as gay, it was like a pushback against the community. Lil Nas X has been openly gay for years. The big pushback was when he made, I think it's Mephisto or whatever the name of the song he made. And then shortly after that, went out with Satan shoes. And then when people addressed that, they were deemed as homophobic. When they never had a problem with Lil Nas X being gay or anything about him being gay. To touch on the Sesame Street thing, I will say Katy Perry has actually been called out by parents. Katy Perry made a Sesame Street appearance where she was wearing very inappropriate clothes. With her breasts hanging out, and a lot of parents had an issue with that. So there is on both sides. It's not necessarily I don't like this because it's gay, and I don't want my children to see something gay. If they feel like something is being over-sexualized, then they're going to have an issue with that. They feel like something is dangerous and being marketed to children, then they're going to have an issue with that.
Okay. I don't know. I honestly just feel like whenever we're having this conversation, it goes in circles. I feel like I honestly, throughout this entire conversation, I have been listening intently. I have been, and I agree with a lot of the things that you guys are saying. I agree that I even have this criticism of a lot of gay people that I don't agree that we over-sexualize ourselves, especially when it comes to like pride events and like all that kind of stuff. Like people come to events like dressed with nothing on. They have very little clothing on. They represent themselves in a way that's like really scandalous and bad. And I've always said, we're not gaining as much respect from people if we continue to push that. But I also think that no heterosexual person on this panel is listening to gay people. I really honestly truly believe that. Like, there has been hours of conversation with me, Kay, Cedric, and a couple of other people that have been here that are giving you the experience that Black gay people go through, and why certain things are homophobic, and why certain things are destructive to Black gay people, Black gay individuals, Black trans individuals, and nobody on this stage has acknowledged anything that we've said. Again, it's been
Eric, I've been on this stage. I have to disagree with that, bro. I have to disagree because I have personally myself, first off, there's been more LGBT people speaking than straight people. The only straight people who stayed is me, Nino, and her. Those are the only straight people who really spoken and stayed in the conversation. And I will say that I feel like I know personally that I've addressed a lot of comments. Specific. I feel like, in my personal opinion, that a lot of the LGBT people, not necessarily saying you or anybody specifically, has really misconstrued what people have been saying. Like I said before, we've been having to repeat our stances, and then there's been LGBT people coming in making accusations and making points about the conversation that were never said. So I feel like it's kind of, and this is the issue that we're having between the straight black community and the LGBT black community, is that people want to listen to what they want to listen to. I have listened and addressed every single point that an LGBT person has asked, and I feel by being the co-host of the conversation and being here for a while long, the only person who's been in here longer is Q. You and Q. Those are the only two people who've been in here longer than I have. And I feel like a lot of it has been, and this is coming from the LGBT side. Well, I listened and they misconstrued what somebody has said, specifically Nino. And they repeat what he said in a very inaccurate summary, and have a lot of straw man arguments. From my perspective, most of the straw man arguments have came from the LGBT side, like the brother Uncle Phil. I'm gonna call him that because I forgot what his name was. He came in talking about the LGBT is doing more than straight people. That's exactly what he said, and it's been recorded. Then he denied that. Then he's coming in talking about we've always been here, we're not going anywhere. He's coming in as if somebody has said something that they didn't say. And from my perspective, the LGBT community has addressed certain talking points that were never stated by anybody. They keep kind of inaccurately summarizing our points and making these straw man arguments, which is why this is going on in circles.
No, I disagree. One person that came in here and did that, and he came and he went. Second of all,
no, that's not
yes, that is true.
What about Captain did that? When he was talking about adoption.
One, Captain is heterosexual. Two, Captain did not come here just speaking a bunch of nomenclature that nobody said.
No, Captain did, brother.
No, he did. No, he did. And when he was corrected, he was corrected.
But I'm saying the straw man arguments. You haven't seen straight people come in with straw man arguments.
No, we're not going to keep throwing out this straw man argument thing. There have been people, again, this is a space where people are free to express their opinions. And there have been gay people that came up on here and allies of the community like Marisha and Captain that have come up here and have tried to give their piece on what they feel about Black LGBTQ issue, and there have been some people, I'm not calling out specific names, who have completely railroaded what they've been trying to say, who it's not just gay people, because I agree with you that there are some gays that have come in here and who have just completely taken over and completely kind of misquoted and misdirected the conversation. However, there have been also a lot of heterosexual people who have come in here and have been, you know, love me to death, but every single time somebody says something he doesn't like, all of a sudden he goes back to those three main points of it's LGBT. It's not always LGBT spoilers, or it's you're not because you're a spoiler LGBTQ or whatever does not mean that you're my enemy. But usually those people are the ones that like he always goes back whenever somebody says something he doesn't like, or he goes back and he's looking at people's profiles and he's going back and he's accusing people, calling them names. There have been people that have been like, you know what I'm saying, like it's happening on both sides. And I agree the main topic of the gay agenda because the entire conversation of the gay agenda nobody really acknowledged what I said. Nobody really acknowledged what Kate said. Everybody's been saying how they personally feel, and I've been trying to level with y'all because I agree with some of the stuff that y'all talking about when it comes to the gay agenda, when it comes to the LGBT community. But I don't feel like the same respect getting given to. I have not heard.
I feel like there's a bias going on because I've said a lot of things that you guys have not acknowledged either.
I have not heard one heterosexual person on this panel try to summarize back what they've been hearing gay people say.
Because the LGBT representation in this conversation has been summarizing, and a lot of times I agree. I said, okay, yeah, I understand that. But what has happened is the LGBT side has come in and retort to things that they narratives that they believe. They're not when they say
I agree with you on that. So we don't need to. I understand that, and I'm agreeing with you. But I'm saying that my main right in this entire conversation is that when me, Kay, and other gay people in this space have tried to articulate our grievances and what we feel is the issue in listing out our experiences, no one has been able to articulate to us what we're actually saying. It's always a I get that, but, or I understand that, but, or you know, whenever I talk about my experience being even in just the Twitter spaces of me being feminine, and the first thing people grab at is like sexuality and gender identity. That's inaccurate, bro. That's because we have to address that. When you address the fact that Marcel is passing, or he is passing, Nino directly addressed that by saying Marcel is not that passing. And I say that myself. I follow Marcel. Marcel follows me. Me and Marcel has been in several conversations where his sexuality has not been brought up. But I can. You and Marcel do not act very differently in the like mannerisms in the way you speak. You might have a lower pitched voice than Marcel, and not that much so. But it's not that hard to tell that Marcel is gay. That's not a very surprising thing. And Marcel did not hide that. And when I addressed the point you made about people have an issue with me because I can't hide the fact that I'm gay, I personally addressed that by saying, well, you guys are saying something is homophobic when somebody is off-putting by some LGBT people peacocking their sexuality. So there has been things that the LGBT community has said in this chat room that directly has been addressed, and Eric, you're kind of dismissing that. I said specifically at all. All I said was I have not heard one heterosexual person repeat back what a gay person has told them, and that is not rated fact. On the opposite side, I haven't heard this. This is the first time you've been able to actually articulate back what I've been telling you. Eric, come on, bro. Bro, come on, let's not do that. Because you specifically made a point about Marcel being passing and you not being passing, and how you face discrimination for not being passing, and that's homophobia. I said there is a difference between somebody not liking somebody because they are homosexual, and then somebody not liking somebody because of a off-putting behavior. I specifically made that, and then me, you, and Nino were kind of going back and forth with that. And now you're saying that I have not addressed anything you said. That's not true. I didn't say that you weren't addressing anything that I said. Like, come on now. I'm not saying that you haven't addressed anything that I'm saying. I'm saying that you have not been able to articulate back to me what is you're hearing. I've heard you respond to stuff. And yes, some of the stuff that you responded to, I agreed with. But at the same time, I have been trying, AI has been trying to do it. I have done it to a couple people. Articulate back what we're hearing, and then if we hear it wrong, allow me to make the correction. AI has been corrected on stuff that he's been hearing, and people understand that. People saying, no, that's not what I said. He's giving y'all a chance to correct it. The same respect has not been given to us. That's all I'm saying.
No, because the point is, we've been the ones constantly having to repeat what we've said. The LGBT community has not necessarily been asked to repeat several times their talking points. It's been me specifically and Nino, and Herbie too, to a degree, who's constantly been misquoted, or constantly their words have been taken out of context. And that's what we've been having to keep repeating what we're saying. So when you're saying, oh, I've not heard you articulate what I said, I have articulated what you said by answering your question the way you asked your question. That's articulating what you said. I don't have to necessarily repeat verbatim what you said, but if I answer your question cohesively, then that means I articulated what you said.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there, and we can move on. Go ahead. Let me see. Go ahead. Miss Marvin, you haven't spoken yet, so I'll allow you the chance to speak first, and then Kay, and then Renegade.
Good evening. Also, you can call me Taylor. I didn't know but I put my name there because I know that's a weird name to put up. I need to change it, but I'll go ahead and make my point. And thank you for allowing me to speak. It's actually really quick. I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible, but I'm just gonna say this is bluntly because I've been in a ton of spaces with the same topic before, and it's really useless. Because at the end of the day, and this is probably quoting a TikTok I heard a while ago from a Twitter user. A lot of people on here probably known God Chi. And the thing is, a lot of these talking points, and a lot of these problems that a lot of people are bringing up, they come from white people and colonialism. And if we just stop focusing on this fake agenda, which is what it is, and start focusing on that straight people, I'm sorry to say it, you get half of these talking points about gay people ruining men's masculinity. You get that from white people. It's the same with the black immigrant argument too. The reason they come over here is because of colonialism, because of white people. And if we just stop focusing on these imaginary topics, especially on Twitter, and start working on the fact that, there are black trans teens who do not have, proper shelter because their families cannot come out due to ignorance, or, the fact that, certain black people don't have jobs, or immigrants aren't being paid the same or enough, are because of capitalism and white people. And you know what? That's pretty much it. Because I've talked to people repeatedly about this gay agenda, and I'm going to say it bluntly. It's not real. We're just talking about this to deflect from the real problems that are actually hurting all of you and all of us and our community. In fact, we're talking about this now and not like other stuff out of fund small black businesses. Actually help black shelters, or just shelters in general. Or helping black people who actually live here and immigrants at the same time get better pay. It's all just a distraction. And one day I hope our community as a whole realizes that. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for that, Taylor. Go ahead, Kay, the Renegade.
So I think I want to just back up a little bit to the brother who was from the UK, and again, I'm sort of doing a private messaging of someone, and think he said the exact same thing that came up in my mind. So right wing and all that kind of stuff is an ideology. You don't necessarily have to be in the United States to understand what that is. So I think that I actually agree with a lot of what they said. So the fact that he's not here doesn't mean that he's not aware of what right-wing ideology is. The issue with, I feel like Lil Nas X was brought up. I just feel like when it is gay, it's, oh my gosh, we have to show it to our children. When for years I've known little kids known verbatim the lyrics to all the Ho Nasty songs that these straight rappers sing. Parents standing right there. Now I know we said before that some people have a problem regardless. But I feel like the energy and smoke and all we got to do tags and is when it is a, we can't have them exposed to anything that's gay. So that's got to stop. So what I'm seeing is the overwhelming majority of the time, there's way more silence when it's these rap songs and songs that sort of, that are full of images dehumanizing women. But we can't have Billy Porter and these images and this overrepresented this idea of trans and black gay representation on television. It just seems like the theme is that our existence and any representation is just not helping the black community as a whole. And if I'm wrong about that, because again, there is what you say and then there is what I interpret. Just because you say something doesn't mean that the way that I interpret it means that I am not saying correctly what you said, but there's what you say and then there is how I interpret it. And we're all going to interpret things differently. Just how some other people think that there's common themes about immigrant, LGBTQ, and down with the swirl. Well, this is what I'm finding common themes about in terms of noticing patterns when it comes to it, the smoke not being the same when it comes to some of the similar issues when it's heterosexual folks. That's, have some people still have an issue with it, but the smoke is a lot more when it comes to people who are gay that are doing it. And it's an agenda. Like I said, when you've got advancements with marginalized groups, and I think somebody said something about oppression Olympics, which is what I wasn't trying to do. I was giving an example. Any marginalized group that has had progress that is sort of going against what society has pretty much been the dominant of goes through this backlash. And so I can use different examples to be able to demonstrate that. And while I do not equate gay rights movement with the civil rights movement and the fight for black equality, I was talking about a marginalized group. When you have marginalized groups that start to have more of an appearance, and now they're starting to get into positions where they can actually wield some power, now it's an issue. And so now you're hearing a lot more smoke for the gay community. Listen, I think that this has mostly been a productive conversation. I think it's gone off the rails a little bit, but I don't believe we've had to boot anyone from the discussion. And ultimately, like I said, I appreciate spaces where you do have differing opinions because I do think that we maintain in our own bubbles way too long. Like, I'm a liberal, I'm not a leftist, but I can appreciate hearing leftist points of view. And I'm much more amenable to discussions about politics than I am about certain things about where I'm just like, you're just wrong. You're not going to spout something about gays that I just find factually wrong that are just not correct. They are things that can be debunked. For politics, listen, I get people's, and I'm not going to get into a whole thing about politics. I'm just making the point. I get it. And I can see the upset with the Democratic Party. But to say that again, going against this Black agenda because of who I support, I don't get that. But the issue around gay and Black and it being, the smoke just seems to be, or not seems to be, it is, because I have eyes, and the smoke is just not as great when these issues that you're so concerned about for your children, when it's heterosexual as opposed to when it is someone who is gay and representing, when those same images that you are saying are so horrible that Lil Nas X is doing have been in music, particularly hip hop and rap, for years, which, like I said, some people have had problems with it, but the smoke just seems to be a lot greater when it comes to when someone who is gay and doing it.
Now, this is now with all due respect, this is what I've been saying for pretty much about 4 hours about like kind of like the false flagging of homophobia. I can name you instances of, like I said, Katy Perry, her episode where she was on Sesame Street with her titties out, that got taken down because that got a hella pushback by the parents. You can name when Miley Cyrus came out and she started doing that twerking thing, that got hella pushback, even though she was off of Hannah Montana for years. There was one episode where there was straight up porn in a WWE episode where I think it was Edge or something, the WWE wrestler was having sex with a straight sex in the middle of the ring on a WWE Raw episode, and that got hella pushback and was taken down. So I feel like when we address those things, nobody has a problem, and then when we address like the over sexualization in the gay community, then all of a sudden it's homophobia. See, that's kind of the issue there, is because people are looking at things from a biased perspective. That's why I said, like, you can correct straight people, or specifically straight Black people, and then when you say anything about, and people have been talking about straight Black people over sexualizing in their music videos for a long, long time, and there has been pushback. But to say that there's only pushback when it's a gay person, or you barely hear anything when it's not a gay person, that's honestly being either biased or dishonest. And then to say that it was over sexualization, the Little Nas X literally sold shoes with his actual blood in it. That's a step beyond a girl twerking in a music video. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying any type of children being exposed to things that are over sexual is wrong. But when we call out things that are wrong from the straight community, like Miley Cyrus, like Katy Perry, like Edge from WWE, nobody says anything about that. Nobody says that we're calling that out and we're wrong for calling that out. But when we call out Little Nas X, then all of a sudden we're wrong for calling Little Nas X out. And that's kind of like the you hit a nerve when you call Little Nas X out. So I'm gonna just project and say that's homophobia.
Because
Can I
somebody
just say,
somewhere
oh,
always
I'm
does.
sorry about that, Mr. Frederick.
No, I was saying that, like, okay, when you say that, okay, people call out Little Nas X for doing it, or nobody called, like, pretty much Little Nas is going to get called out for it, but it's going to be more of an issue of him being gay than just having sex. Whereas when Edge and Lita did it in a WWE ring, that's because, well, there's a lot of children watching it and it's live television.
So
But
that's being
like,
dishonest, sir. That's being dishonest, brother, because nobody, like I said, Little Nas X that was not his coming out video. Little Nas X made a coming out video years before he made that video, and that didn't get no controversy or flack because of that. So the video he made was him literally having sex with the devil after he was pretty much promoted to children and then selling Satan shoes. It wasn't necessarily because of the fact that he was gay. You had even gay LGBT artists who was all like, damn, I wouldn't have even done that. Damn, I think that's a little far. You have artists who are very sexual. You even had Cardi B of all people saying, she's rapped about wet ass pussy and all that stuff, and she's like, damn, I don't think I would have went that far. So everybody acknowledged the fact that Little Nas X went far as hell, And that wasn't necessarily attacking his sexuality, but people used his sexuality as a shield to kind of cover him from criticism. And that's the problem that we having with straight people, or with straight black people, when you can say anything you want to criticize a straight black person, but when that person is gay, the only reason you could be criticizing them is because they're gay. And that's not true. That's not accurate. And that's being dishonest.
Can I bring something up
Excuse me.
about the Lady Gaga? Oh God, am I echoing? Oh, okay, there we
I
go.
did want to make
Sorry
sure.
about that.
You know, you're fine. I just want to make sure that Renegade got in because she did have her hand up, and then Taylor, if you could put your hand up, I'll make sure I get to you too.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yes, so I have a I want to say something also. Back in the day, Janet Jackson's nipple fell out. Well, was taking off in the middle of Super Bowl. Janet Jackson literally has sort of lost her career. She isn't as big as she used to be because of that. Madonna, when in her heyday, and I'm old enough to speak on this. Don't judge me. I'm old, and she basically got a lot of flack for a lot of videos that she did earlier, and we know when she in her prime, because a lot of her videos were overly sexual. Most of them weren't of her kissing other women, like on the MTV video, and that caught a lot of flack also, where she was kissing two women. But before that, when she was having sex scenes in her video with men having heterosexual sex scenes, that was looked upon as being distasteful and degenerate. Our issue is not because you're gay. And we keep saying that, and that keeps being said over and over again. To be truthfully honest, we understand when you say that you feel oppressed. We get that. Is it on the level of Black people's oppression? No. But we understand where you feel that you're not seen in this world. We get it. We understand. But in the world that we're living in, and we understand that white supremacy takes all sides of the argument, and white supremacy weaponizes everything against the Black community. Everything with us is weaponized. The white community can commit more crimes than we do, but we are constantly locked up more. The white community can get slaps on the wrist for heinous things that they do, and we get. I'll give you an example. There are thousands of Black men in prison right now for non-violent or non-sexual offenses, for petty drug crimes. Some of it just for them using it. They got 30-year life sentences. We have seen within the last 2-3 years how many white men have violently raped children and women and have gotten slaps on the wrist or probation or time served and gotten away with it. For those of us who are not on Rittenhouse side, he murdered 2 people, and they set him free. So when we complain about things being weaponized against the Black community, we're not saying it because we're like, hey, we just want to, make a big fuss about nothing. We're saying, hey, this is a problem. And our issue with the Black, gay members of the Black LGBT community is that you guys sort of in a way aren't seeing the covert way that you're being used by the white supremacists to be a weapon against Black society. And every single time we're saying that, hey, there's an agenda that's being done on the kids, you guys keep saying, no, it's not. No, there's no agenda. There's no agenda. We don't see it. We don't see it. We don't see it. Yeah, that's the problem. You don't see it. That's the big issue. You're not seeing it. And every time we're pointing it out to you, it's like your head is in the sand. We don't see it. We don't see it. We don't see it. So we're sounding the alarm that this is a problem, that you guys are being used to harm us. And you're going, no, we're not. No, we're not. We don't see it. So yeah, so after a while, that dismissive behavior, we're going to push back on it because we're seeing danger. And we're telling you it's dangerous. It's not that we don't love you. Because to be truthfully honest, I hate when people say, "Oh, the black community is very homophobic than anyone else." That's bullshit. That's pure bullshit. We've had many artists in the black in the LGBT community that we have loved and we have paid homage to and we have brought into our bosoms and loved. Whether it be artists and even some, I'm not saying some of you haven't had problems with your parents not showing you that love. That's not, we can't control your parent. But when you come out into the real world, we love you. Listen, we've had hairdressers. You know how many black women go to black male hairdressers and we love y'all because y'all cut better hair than anyone else? Y'all are way better at that than some of these females. I've had a black hairdresser for 15 years. When I was in Philadelphia, he was my go-to person. And I loved him to death because we love you. Whoever he sleeps with, and I keep saying this, who you sleep with in the bedroom is not our problem. That's your decision. But when you're being used as a tool for white supremacy, we're warning you because white supremacy has a way of using black people for their agenda, and then they break their tools afterward. And we're scared that they're going to break you, and we're scared that they're going to harm you. And what we're trying to tell you is, hey, don't be a tool for white supremacy. Come home and allow us to love you instead of going, you don't love us, you don't love us, you don't love us. And then you're playing in the devil's playground across the street. And we're seeing the devil's playground got a lot of a whole bunch of bombs underground, and at any time you step on it, it's a ticking time bomb. We're trying to we're sending the beacon out for you to come home, but in order for that to happen, you have to be aware that you're in danger. And a lot of you, whenever you said there's no, that's you not being aware, because now you're basically gaslighting us and making us feel like we're crazy. And that's, I think that's the issue. Trust me, if you look in black people's history, we have always Little Richard, from Little Richard to Luther didn't lose a single fan after he came out being gay. If anything, the women loved him more. There's so many artists and so many people, even the choir directors in the churches. You think we don't know that y'all gay? Sometimes we know. And women, and they flock. Some of their best friends are black women. And people don't stop going to the church. People still go to the church. Oh, this is my choir director. He comes in, hi, hey y'all. And like, we know you gay. So the thing is, when you keep saying these talking points of the black community is this, the black community is that, that's the white supremacist rhetoric that keeps popping up, that we're going, hey, that's not right. So when you're saying that about the black community, we have a problem with it because it's not right. It's a white supremacist rhetoric talking point, and we're like, hey, please stop parroting them. We're concerned for you.
I agree with a lot of stuff that you did say. Of course, I have some pushback, but I agree with a lot of what you said. I would honestly love to just put down my gayness and just come to the black community in open arms, and I try to do that every single day. But as I've mentioned before many times, that when I come to the black community, I don't feel welcome. I don't know how many more times I can say that.
But Eric,
When I,
like, let me
ma'am,
say this, please, sweetie. Please let me say this. What you just said is a projection.
no, it's not a projection.
No, 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 no. Listen,
Not a
listen.
projection. It's
No, no,
my
no. Listen.
experience.
What you no, you said you don't feel like you're wanted or you're accepted. But I think if you come up with your arms up, like, hey, I know you guys don't accept me. People are gonna go, oh, he doesn't want to be loved.
No, that's not
That
even
is
the.
the craziest thing I have
That
ever
is
heard.
the
No, it's
craziest thing
not.
you have ever
No, it's
said.
not. No, it's
Lord.
not.
Hold on. Because I think Renegade is coming from a very great place. I can sense it through the phone. It's coming through a very great, genuine, pure place, which you said before. But that's not reality. That's not reality for Black LGBTQ people. For most of us, And I can not only can I speak for personal experience, I can just speak from you use Luther Vandross as an example. You know that man never came out as gay when he was alive. It was written in his obituary, and Whitney Houston and all those people that knew him said that he never came out as gay, even though we knew, his closest friends knew, that Whitney Houston said Luther Vandross didn't come out as gay because his mother was very homophobic. And he, in his community that he grew up in, he knew that they would not accept him. He knew from the background that he came from that if he were to ever come out as gay, his life would never be the same. He would never be able to go back home to his own family. So he kept it a secret all those years. It was not until 2012 that Luther Vandross' secret that he was gay came out. So we can't again, it comes from a great place, but we can't rewrite history. Black LGBTQ people, that is not our experience of the black community, that we can come to the community as a whole in open arms. It's just not.
Can I ask a question to the host?
Sure.
Eric, because you've said this a couple of times. What does the because and I feel like this is a generalization, and in this conversation, we've stated how generalizations can be kind of bad and toxic. When you say I can't come to the black community, and you're generalizing the black community based off of your own experiences, which are very different depending on where you go and who you're around, I feel like that can what exactly do you mean that I'm not welcome? Because the black people historically do not have a system to oppress or to ostracize you. You might be ostracized by your peers, which I'm not approving of. But to say that I'm not welcome in the community as if you're discriminated against, can you explain what you mean by that?
Sure, I will gladly explain. So, number one, let me just provide a little bit of background. I actually come from a very accepting family. So my family dynamic, my dad is very accepting of me, my mom, my grandmothers, even my great-grandmother, who was born in 1922, was very accepting of LGBTQ people, very accepting of me. My issue is when I stepped out into the world, okay? When I stepped into school, when I stepped into the church, when I stepped into the greater of society, even when I started working, there were many powers that be that were Black, where I tried to speak on Black issues, where I tried to come to the community being Black first. And again, and I've mentioned this before, because of the way that I look and the way that I act, I was always otherized by other Black people. You know, an institution that disproportionately discriminates against LGBTQ people, it's called the Black Church. The Black Church is number one prime example of an institution that discriminates against LGBTQ people, despite the fact that they might have gay people in the choir, or they might have gay people working the orchestra, or they might have a black man on a black gay man on the organ. It's the congregation, the deacons, the entire machine of the Black Church is extremely homophobic. And I have seen Black trans women and Black gay people being turned away at the pulpit. You know, when they get up at the end of service and say, you know, if you're new here, please explain to me, or please get up, don't be afraid, speak your truth, what brought you here, or whatever. I have seen a Black trans woman get up and say, yes, you know, I'm a transgender woman. I'm trying to find God. She brought out her whole life story. And you know what that pastor said to her? Sir, ma'am, I don't even know what to call you, but I suggest that you turn away from the church right now, right? You turn away from this door right now, because that type of evil, demonic, Satanist energy is not welcome in these doors. That was what he said to her. And I can give you countless examples of how the church and the institution of religion has been disproportionately used to affect Black LGBTQ people. Another place that is very discriminated against Black LGBTQ people is the barbershop. Growing up as a young...
Oh, that's not true. I hate that lie.
No. It's very true, and let me explain why. Growing up in the barbershop as a young little boy, and again, I'm going to the barbershops in Maryland, you see every facet of what Black manhood should look like at the barbershop. You see yourself as a toddler, as a child, as a teenager, as a young adult, as an adult, and as an elder. The main thing that happens in the barbershop, aside from, you know, the camaraderie of masculinity and manness, is the sissy and the gay talk, right? Whenever you see whenever a gay person walks by, or two gay boys are holding hands outside the shop, somebody has to mention, oh, look at those faggots, look at those sissies holding hands. Oh, that couldn't be my son. Man, if my son was a sissy, yeah, I beat the shit out my son. My son ain't about to be walking around here switching and wearing dresses and shit. No, that ain't about to be me. Yeah, my old lady was over her house. She was getting her hair done with them faggots. I can't stand them faggot ass niggas, man. I can't stand them sissy ass dudes, man. So you can imagine me at 10 years old getting my hair cut and hearing all of the rhetoric being skewed about how being gay is wrong and how being feminine is wrong, and how if anybody was to find out that their child was gay, that they will beat the brakes off of them. That is very psychologically and emotionally damaging to any child, let
Which
alone
I
a gay
agree.
child.
I do agree with.
Mhm.
I do agree with. But as somebody who has actually worked in barbershops before, not necessarily as a barber, but I've worked there before, as far as the cleaning up and stuff like that when I was younger, a lot of that stuff is very generalized and kind of inaccurate to kind of generalize black barbershops in general by an experience that you, and I'm not trying to negate or try to belittle your experience at all, bro. I'm just trying to say that when you say this happens in black barbershops and you only bring up your anecdotal experience, you in this chat room have not allowed other people to bring up their anecdotal experience. You and other LGBT men and women, or I think there's been, yeah, LGBT men and women in here have denounced all anecdotal experience and saying, I need to see the stats, I need to see the statistics, I need to see the studies on this. And you're saying that you are generalizing black barbershops based off of your own anecdotal experience. I can tell you from my experience as family members who've worked in barbershops, as somebody who's worked in barbershops, I can tell you that's, we don't talk about I'm gonna beat my son up if he's gay. You know what I'm saying? That might have been something that happened in your barbershop, but for you to say that happens in barbershops in general, that's a reach
Okay, well,
to
let me
say
ask you
lightly.
this. So, have you seen feminine gay men getting their hair cut at your barbershops that you worked at?
Yes, I have. There was this one dude at a barbershop that I go to all the time. This dude has neo green hair and he cuts hair and nobody says anything to him because his line is actually he does a thing where he makes designs in people's head.
But
I
he's
forgot
feminine
exactly what that
presenting.
called.
Is he
Yeah,
feminine presenting?
yes, the dude skinny, wears skinny jeans, bro, the dude has neo green hair. I mean,
Okay, but that
he's
doesn't
very
neo green hair
openly.
doesn't mean anything. Is he
Oh,
is
okay,
he
I'm
a
saying.
feminine presenting person? Does he have
Okay,
feminine
to say
mannerisms? Is he a
okay to
naturally
say that
feminine
neo
man?
green hair doesn't mean anything. Yes, he is. Yes, he is feminine. Everybody knows he is gay. And here's the thing that I have an issue with when people say it's homophobia, and I say no, it's a way that people act as a person, and you say no, it's homophobia. The man is, if you could see him, the man is not necessarily saying dramatically flamboyant, but he's flamboyant as you would stereotype, I guess. He has a high pitched voice. He kind of talks with his hands. He has neo green hair. He wears skinny jeans with long t-shirts on it, kind of like, I mean, what you would consider the stereotype. And he cuts straight black men's hair. He puts designs in the hairs and everything like that. So to say that and you see this in many different barbershops too. So to say, for you to use your and this is something, because we have to have accountability for and this is the issue I have with certain members of the LGBT black community, is because they take their experience and say the experience that I had is is the black gay experience, and I'm not going to listen to anything else. I'm not saying what you dealt with isn't true. I'm not saying what happened isn't wrong, and that is bad. If somebody was to say, I'm gonna beat my son to death if my son is gay, that's totally wrong. That person needs counseling. That's psychological problems in that at all, in that. But for you to generalize the black community negatively based off of your own personal experience, but you won't allow other black people to talk about their experiences without statistics and proof to back it up, is some of the things that we've been saying.
Okay, well, if you want statistics and proof, I just posted a study that was done about the camaraderie and the culture of Black barbershops, and they did mention homophobia in the Black community and how that plays a role into the general.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna look at that, but I don't understand how can the study be generalized when you say homophobia? Because each barbershop is different.
Each
That sounds
barbershop is
like
different.
that
Each
sounds like a
barbershop, no,
biased
no, no, no. Hold on,
generalization.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Because yes, each barbershop is different, just as each person is different. However, there is a culture that exists that is reminiscent on virtually most, if not all, Black barbershops. So, in the same way, there might not be a Black barbershop over here that's not homophobic. There's about 20 others over here that might be homophobic.
Well,
So
that's a generalization again.
the study delves into that, and the study articulates. They've studied hundreds of Black barbershops. They've studied the culture of all of them. They've articulated in a well drafted out dissertation about the culture of Black barbershops. So if you want to see the evidence, there you have it.
Okay. I'm looking at this based off of what you said. I don't see how that could actually be possible, but okay, I'm looking at it now.
Yes, because a lot of straight Black men don't see it, and of course they don't
No,
see it.
no, because I said, and see, this is the issue that I'm having because this is the problem we've been having for hours in this conversation as we keep going back in circles. We've been acknowledging what the LGBT has said. We've been acknowledging the discrimination that has been going on for hours in this conversation. And the second we disagree with something is, oh, the straight Black people don't see it. Oh, the straight Black people don't see it. We don't have to agree with every single thing that you guys
I
say
didn't say
to
you had to.
understand
I
that.
didn't say you
And
had
that's
to.
and see that's the problem I'm having, Eric, because I'm saying for somebody who's worked there, and you're saying, okay, this is the gay experience, the gay Black experience based off of a barbershop that I've been to, so I get to generalize how straight people act. And then you're bringing up a study, and I'm looking at this study. Do you understand how inaccurate studies can be when they're talking about things that aren't tangible and aren't measurable? You can't really measure homophobia, so your study can be very confirm. Your study can have very much so confirmation bias with
Okay.
it, but I will still look that up. But see, that's the problem when we say we acknowledge something and then we say, okay, I acknowledge 99% of everything you said. I just disagree with that one point. You dismiss the fact that we agreed with 99% of what you said.
I wasn't being dismissive of any. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there. We can move on to the hands. I'm not saying that I'm being dismissive of anything that you're saying, and perhaps I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. Of course, straight Black men don't see it, but this is just, I don't know. I'm every time that I have this conversation with people, and I'm not trying to make general statements, but whenever I have a conversation, especially when I bring up the barbershop, it's always, well, I don't want to belittle your experience, but that's just not reminiscent of all barbershops. That's not all barbershops. And I'm like, I get that it's not all barbershops, but it's a very prevalent experience with a lot of Black gay people. And I don't understand why that just can't be acknowledged. That yes,
Well, because there
I
are
might not
Black
understand.
gay people who work in the
I
barbershops.
get
The
that, but
barbershops have a decent
have you
percentage
had,
of Black
okay,
gay representation.
I get that. I get that you see one Black gay person in the
See,
barbershop.
and
I
you're
understand.
saying one, bro. You're
Okay.
saying because you're belittling my
Yes,
point.
because you keep, okay, let me finish the point that I'm trying to make. And because I understand where you're coming from and I'm agreeing with you. And perhaps maybe I'm coming off a little too harsh in the way that I'm articulating my point. And partly it's because I'm getting a little frustrated because we're having hours of conversation and I feel like we're not getting anywhere. But the point that I'm trying to make is I can acknowledge that yes, maybe the study might be biased, confirmation bias. Yes, there's bias in virtually all tests, all exams, and partially all studies. At the same time, y'all have been quoting a lot of different studies that could also be biased, but that's neither here nor there, and quoting a lot of authors who could be making very biased points. But again, I'll digress that point. But at the same time, I'm just saying that, and I use my anecdotal evidence because it's my personal experience. But not just my personal experience. If you do a simple Google search on any sort of panel or discussion where Black and gay issues are talked about in a group of Black gay people, the first thing they bring up is the barbershop. The first thing they bring up is their experience of trauma with other Black men in the barbershop culture. It's not just me. It's other people too. It's Black trans people. It's other Black gay men in the South, especially in some parts of the North. So it's not just me. But again, when I say that, it's always, well, I'm not trying to belittle your experience, but it's not all barbershops. I understand it's not all barbershops. Yes, it might be a general statement. I understand generalities are not absolute statements. So of course there are going to be people that fall outside of that margin. But at the same time, it is a very prevalent part of the trauma of Black gay people that needs to be addressed. That's all I'm saying. So let's just move on. Taylor, you can go ahead.
I was next, actually.
Thank you.
I was next.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you go
Nino
ahead, all right?
go. That's fine.
Oh, can I
All
just
right.
say one thing real quick? I'm sorry. I'll let you go. The only thing I wanted to say to Afro Elite was the fact that I feel like the Lady Gaga example is very what is
I
the
never
word?
mentioned Lady Gaga.
You did earlier.
No, I never said her name. I don't
You
know
said
what
Katy
you.
Perry.
Katy Perry.
Oh,
Yeah.
Katy Perry. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Okay. I'll put that to my ADHD. That was my bad. But Katy Perry also applies to this because both her and Lady Gaga were both touted as LGBT like famous singers because a lot of people accused her of being a lesbian. Do people remember that? But anyways, they had songs associated with that, so I feel like that's a mixture of misogyny and well just being associated with that because their songs were popular with them. You see what I'm saying? That's all I wanted
No,
to say.
no. I feel like that's the problem. That's the problem people have with Katy Perry is that she was on Sesame Street, which is a children's program, with her titties out. That was the issue. It had nothing to do with her sexuality.
But the thing is, you can't kind of separate that.
Yes.
No. Efra, hold up. Because I hear what you're saying, dog, and I agree. Okay? I agree. But all I'm saying is that two things can coexist at the same time. And I think a lot of people just do not realize that or don't want to realize that. Two things can coexist at the same time.
Okay,
People
so
will be very harsh on you for two different things at once in your life.
can I ask you a
And that's the
question?
same kid. Go ahead.
Was Katy Perry openly gay before the controversy? Because I feel like that's important.
No, she wasn't.
Was
She
she
was just
outed as?
accused of
Because
being a lesbian,
yeah, so
and
some
her
people
songs.
accused her of being a lesbian. And even when I said some people accused her of being a lesbian, the issue that parents brought up, and parents don't really follow Katy Perry to that degree to know if she was a lesbian or not. And Katy Perry has actually made multiple appearances on Sesame Street. And the only time parents had an issue with that was the one where she had her titties out. That's the only time. So for you to say that that's homophobia,
I didn't
like I
say that
said
was
again,
homophobia,
or
sir.
for you to say that her sexuality was a part of the reason of her backlash is inaccurate statement because she's been on Sesame Street more than one time, and the only time she's ever had any pushback was because of what she was wearing was provocative during that episode.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna let Nino go because I feel bad for taking up your spot. Again, I'm sorry. I just wanted to point that out because I thought that was, a cool fun fact because I didn't think people remember that Katy Perry and both Lady Gaga at the same time, which is why I mixed them up, were accused of being lesbians at the time. So I'm just saying that people like to hold on to gossip. That's just what people do, especially Black people. I hate to say it, but we like to gossip. Even I do. And even if parents don't keep up with you, or keep up, not with you, keep up with celebs, they're going to remember that certain controversy. It's just like with Britney Spears and that song where she spelled, fuck in the song. Parents still remember that. Even my own. Like, oh, she's so disgusting and weird. Like, even years after, my aunt remembers that. So again, I'm just saying that, like, it's kind of a narrow line you're going on when people are being, what's the word? I guess bullying, not bullying, more like very weird critique towards these artists, especially when they're being provocative, even though celebrities do that on the red carpet anyway. It goes hand in hand. Two things can coexist at the same time. Now, Nino, mic to you.
All right. Well, first and foremost, Eric, I'm sorry that you experienced that in the barbershop, or I had to witness that in the barbershop, because from what I could ascertain, it was not directed towards you. That's disgusting that they would even say that about a child, period. even if they felt like it was, quote unquote barbershop conversations. I feel like that's never appropriate, So I'm sorry that you had to even witness that. But I'm not gonna say, but that's point blank period on that. Another note is I'm looking at this study, and this study is not the best representation of what the point you were trying to get across, because even in the abstract in the very beginning of it, it states that this study was done by only eight self-identified African-American gay men. And basically in the whole study is just basically how they alter their behavior when entering the barbershop just off of preconceived notions on how they suspect they would be treated if they were to just be themselves in there. So I don't think that's really the best study. There might be other ones out there.
I'm looking for the other one. They did one they studied over like 400 barbershops or something like that. So I'm trying to find that one because I was reading it the other day. But sorry.
Oh, okay. And I think that one would probably be the better one to supplement your point, because I don't want to discount your point, because again, that's just disgusting for anybody to say some shit like that. But also, the point that first of all, and also shout out to Renegade, man. Shout out to Renegade, man, because Renegade really was articulating a lot of points that I was trying to say, but I just really I'm not as well spoken, I guess, when it comes down to this topic as she is. But ultimately, man, the point that I keep trying to bring this back around to is white supremacy. That's when we talk about an agenda. That's what we're talking about, and it's like, if for some reason people just become hella defensive when we point out, hey, they're weaponizing you against us, and then all of a sudden we're being homophobic and everything else. But it's like, let's just look at this objectively. Who are the people putting these black LGBT people on a pedestal? It's not black dollars or black people in positions of power that elevating people. These are white people. Do you think those white people are elevating them people for the betterment of the black community the same way they elevate the most toxic rappers? Because I can name hella conscious rappers who's actually talking about something of substance. They gets no shine, but let that motherfucker come up there talking about popping perks and fucking 3 bad bitches and what I'm saying, all that toxic shit. The white dollars are behind them. So we need to question anything white society puts money behind to promote to us. That is, and again, and we talk about people not acknowledging what's being said. I have yet to hear anybody acknowledge what we have, well, especially what I've been saying this entire time about the LGBT community being weaponized against us by the dominant society. I have yet to hear anybody acknowledge that and actually speak on it. And it's like, again, two things can be true at the same time, like Taylor said. Can black LGBT people experience, different types of violence or abuse, be it mental, sexual, or even spiritual abuse? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, I think they're probably more prone to it than, let's say, a heterosexual child at home. But does that also negate the fact that those same children who grow up to become adults is their lifestyle not being weaponized against black people? Again, when I say that seems to strike a nerve, and it's like, I'm not targeting you for being LGBT. I'm pointing the finger at the white supremacists that's weaponizing you against us. Same thing with Lil Nas X that has been brought up. The issue is not necessarily with Lil Nas X as a person. It's about the people that's putting money behind him and promoting him to black people, especially black children. That's what the issue keeps coming back to, is white supremacy. But so far, from a lot of the LGBT people in this space, I have yet to hear anybody acknowledge the part that the dominant society has in promoting that lifestyle back at us. Again, if it was just an LGBT lifestyle being promoted across the board racially, I don't think you would get as much backlash as you have been getting from the black community. Because this is like, well, they doing that shit to everybody. But I think the reason why black people are so vocal about it is because we're looking around like, hey, I don't see y'all pushing that on anybody else. Why are y'all pushing it on us so heavy? And that goes back to what I was saying about that E word, which seemed to trigger some folks, so I won't say it. But basically, dealing with our population at the end of the day. And again, I understand how that can trick you. Like, hey, what you trying to say? That I'm going to cause the extinction of black people? It's like, no, No, not you personally, but that is their intent behind trying to promote that lifestyle onto Black people. That's their intention behind it. That's not to say that's your intention, but that's theirs, and that's why they're using you to push that on us. And again, I have yet to hear anybody acknowledge the fact that can it be possible that the white dollars that are promoting these people in their lifestyle, and is it possible? Just humor me for a second. Is it possible that they are doing it for nefarious reasons? Is that out of the realm of belief? I mean, out of the realm of reality, that they would do something like that for nefarious purposes? When have white people ever promoted something and aimed it at Black people because they actually cared about us? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, that question is
real quick. I'm sorry to cut in, but I get what you're saying. But like, okay, so the problem that I feel is that, okay, if that is the case, where are all the Black people that should be stepping up and saying that, and saying that in our defense? But instead, when we go in spaces, or we're in spaces, and we give our opinion on the matter, we get shut down because, oh, we sound a certain way, or pretty much we don't deserve to have an opinion because of how we sound.
Can I say something about that? I'm sorry.
I just want to make my point really quickly.
No problem.
I'm sorry, Renegade. I'm sorry, sister, and I'm rocking with you heavy. Like, I love all the points you made. I just want to get these
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Get these points out before I forget. That's all. But yeah, and unfortunately, like, and sometimes the issue is not necessarily even being LGBT. Sometimes some of y'all are just bitches. Like, when I say bitches, I'm saying like bitches. Like when I say bitch, I'm not talking about just a female. I'm just talking about the same way I would call a straight dude who acted a certain way. Like, bro, you act like a bitch, bro. Like, that's what I mean. And it has nothing to do with you being gay, per se. It's like you just have a nasty personality. Not talking about you, Cedric. I don't know you. You've been quiet in here. And since I haven't heard you say anything crazy like that. So I don't think I'm talking about you. I'm just saying, just in general. Some people just have nasty-ass personalities. And because I got my education partially in psychology, I understand that a lot of people who do have nasty attitudes is due to some type of trauma. It's due to life experience. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why they act that way. But, a lot of people don't care about that. All they know is how you talking to me, how you treating me. And you know what I'm saying? And then, so folks don't even want to take into account everything that you have going through that's making you react that way. And then in your mind, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, they don't like me because I'm gay. It's like, no, they don't like you because you're rude and nasty and you talking shit about people behind their back and, just whatever, any other negative attributes you can give somebody. Because, for example, I was in high school. There was two gay dudes. It was one gay dude. I don't want to say his name because this probably gonna get a lot of views. It was let's just say L and M. L was a sassy motherfucker who always snapping his neck, snapping at people, getting in their space, putting his hands in people's face and everything else. And then when folks, folks checked his ass on it, oh, y'all just don't like me because you homophobic, blah, 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 blah. Then when M came to the school, M was a transfer from from the county next over. M came in, M was popular as fuck. M was obviously gay too, by the way. This was like back, like I said, I just turned 31 last month. So this is like back in that Kanye West 808s and Heartbreak era. Folks was finally starting to wear American Eagle and fitted clothes and shit. M came to the school. M was obviously gay, but M was just a funny ass, charismatic ass dude. Like, M was cool as a fuck. Like, and everybody knew he was gay. Everybody knew he was gay. And because I'm an asshole and I knew L since middle school, I was like, L, you said, you were saying folks don't like you because you're gay. I was like, nah, because look at M. M gay as hell. Like, it's funny because M, he would crack jokes about him being gay and shit. He would even tell stories about how he was looking at porn, like some gay porn, and his mama walked in and shit. Like, that shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just a real charismatic dude, but he was a very loving person, very selfless, intelligent, and everything else. So it was like, M was cool as fucking gay as hell. Nobody gave a fuck. Whereas L was gay as hell. but he felt like nobody liked him because he was gay. He's like, no, you just got a nasty ass fucking attitude, dude. That's why nobody like you. And as far as back to the barbershop conversation, I'm pretty sure Eric, and this could just be my conjecture. It's not based on any type of statistics or anything like that. I'm pretty sure if those men that was in that barbershop that said that disgusting ass shit about that child being gay or whatever, I'm pretty sure if they knew you was gay, they probably would have checked that. They would have checked themselves real quick or just like, oops, had that dumbass look on their face, like, ooh, shit. Like, my bad, little man, like type shit. If they would have known that, but they was talking in the confidence that they was around, other heterosexual males. And that's not to say it's right, but that's just how people do when they are in amongst company that they feel comfortable around. And I'm pretty sure even gay people do that. Gay people probably will say certain things around other people that they know are gay that they would never say, amongst straight people, and vice versa. The same way men will say things in a group of men that, talking big shit or whatever. Yeah, man, I do these bitches like this and like that and like that. But let a woman walk in, oops, they be on hush mouth. Like that's just human behavior, unfortunately. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm pretty sure if they would have known you was gay, they wouldn't say that shit in front of you. And like I said, that I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. But at the end of the day, the ultimate point that I wanted to make was when we're talking about an agenda, we're talking about who is funding this lifestyle and putting it on a pedestal and putting it out there and directing it towards Black people specifically, and why. That's the question we need to be asking ourselves. The same applies to not only the LGBT lifestyle, but this whole gang culture lifestyle, this overly promiscuous sexual lifestyle amongst gay and straight people, this drug culture, all type of, things. And it's like, okay, I don't want to demonize what anybody's into, but it's like, okay, if white people getting behind it and pushing it on us, maybe we should think twice about why they're doing that. And that's just the point that I just want everybody to kind of just sit on and think about for a minute, man. Why are white people so glad and so happy to get behind that and push it on us? Because when it comes down to actually helping Black LGBT people, like legitimately helping you, they seem to be nowhere to be found, unless it's about targeting other Black people. Oh, those Black people so homophobic. Oh yeah, I hate that. They got your back all day then. But let some white people say some off the wall homophobic shit to you. They ain't calling out other white people in your defense. Same thing with the feminist movement. It's all about sisterhood. But then when they're directing that negative energy towards Black males, but they ain't never got the Black women side when a white male violates them. And that's, like I said, that's just something to think about, y'all. And I'll end with that.
And I actually understand exactly what you're saying. The issue is that there's not enough heterosexual Black men stepping up and saying that.
Saying what, Cedric? I'm sorry, Renegade. I probably didn't even answer his question. I'm sorry.
Just when you are talking about the agenda and who we should be blaming and everything else, just in general, like what you're saying, like everything that you just said, there's not enough heterosexual Black men that are stepping up and saying that. That's the problem.
Well, I think there's enough blame to go around, and I also think that the people that are saying it gets lost in translation because people all get defensive so quickly. I think the minute they hear any type of criticism, it's because I'm gay. It's like, no, you're missing the bigger picture. It's not because you're gay. It's because why are these people so giddy to get behind this thing and push it on us? And again, and I hate that they do that. Like, they're so fucking slick and devious. Like, the fact that they can really make us fight amongst each other, because, man, I promise you get a group of Black people together and some of them are in there gay and obviously gay. I promise you, it don't be no issue half the time. A lot of times, the straight dudes might just keep to themselves or whatever, or the gay dudes will probably be over there with the women or whatever. And sometimes you have a gay dude that's bold enough to come over there and talk to the straight guys, but as long as he ain't violating their personal space and not necessarily physically, but just some dudes feel like, is he trying to holler at me? I feel like he's trying to holler at me, but the dude just come over there just talking about damn sports or a TV show or something. Dudes probably would chop it up with him for a second. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it would be no issue. It's the white supremacists that's adding fuel to this fire, and they love to see us go at each other's necks, man. And I really hate that shit, man. I really, really do. That's not to say that we don't have issues within our own community, but ultimately we need to focus on the true enemy. And that's the white supremacists that's running this fucking planet. But if we talking about holding each other accountable, I said in the very beginning, Cedric, before you got in here, that we need more Black LGBT people calling out other Black LGBT people. That's what we need.
But here's the thing, though. We do that. Like, we do that.
Some of y'all do. Some of y'all do.
You guys might be able to, huh?
I said, yeah, for sure. Some of y'all do. For sure.
I know.
Just
I've done it plenty of times.
You just don't see it because you're not privy to those conversations, but we do.
No, I see it. I see it. And that's what I'm saying. I
have said to other gay people plenty of times, like, dude, why are you doing that? See, this is why we're looked at the way we are. Like,
right.
To my own people so many times.
Right. And like I said, I have seen it. I've seen it. So I'm not going to sit here and say nobody does it. I'll be lying if I said that. But the point is, I feel like more people need to do that. It's the same way how when we talking about folks being ostracized purely off their sexuality and nothing else within the community, I feel like we need more heterosexual people.
What would that look really quickly, and then I'll let Renegade go. What would that look like for you?
As far as what?
As far as you saying more people should be like what should we as Black LGBTQ people, what should we be criticizing with our other LGBTQ counterparts?
Yeah, like what is that going to do?
Okay. Well, what it would do is, for one, when they see that they can't hide behind the rest of the group, they'll probably start stop that behavior. I'm sorry, it's getting late, y'all. They'll probably, slow down that behavior, or ultimately they'll probably abandon the Black community altogether and show their true colors because they was never with us from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the way that, like, you asked me how could it be done, I think, for instance, let's say on these like, let's say Twitter, for instance, when somebody's calling somebody homophobic and it's not homophobic, I feel like it will go a long way for a lot of LGBT people to quote tweet that shit and be vocal about it. Like, no, you was just acting up. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, be vocal about that shit. The same way, if somebody does indeed post some homophobic ass shit, I feel like heterosexual people need to be the first one to call that out and be just as vocal about it. Not behind no closed door shit. Like, I talked to him behind closed doors. No, he violated publicly, so therefore they need to be corrected publicly. That goes across genders and sexuality. And I think that will go a long way, because I know a lot of, even on the gender wars and shit, amongst heterosexual Black men and women. For instance, I know, like,
Nino, make it snappy because we have to get to the hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to. Sorry, but
no, you good. So even with the gender war and shit, I know it goes a long way when you see a female who's making a negative generalization about Black men, but then you have other Black females come in and say something and check her on it. That shit goes a long way. That goes such a long way, and I feel like that would apply for everybody. For me to even do it to our other heterosexual Black men, and I ended there.
Thank you for and I agree with that, definitely. Go ahead, Renegade. Then we're gonna go to
Afro, you're unmuted.
You said what? I'm sorry.
You were unmuted, and I heard a lot of tapping. I didn't know if you unmuted yourself. It's all right. I just wanted you to know.
Alrighty. So a couple things I do want to say, Eric. I want to sincerely apologize for the older people being absolute assholes to our younger generation of LGBTQ people that came up. The church, a lot of older people have been extremely insensitive. They have raised insensitive children, because there's some young people today that are, they can be very homophobic. Please understand, when we do have these discussions, there are many times where some of us don't know the wording and the verbiage, because let's be real, sometimes the verbiage changes a lot within your community. So we may, one moment, one thing will be okay, and then another moment, something else might not be. And we'll say something and they're like, oh, that's homophobic. We're like, shit, we didn't realize it. We stepped on the homophobic bomb and we didn't realize it. But I truly want to apologize to everyone who has been hurt by what someone has said to them, or scarred them or made them feel less than. At the present moment, the Black community is going through a change in this paradigm because the old way of thinking is dying, which was really a trauma based way of thinking. We were still dealing with slave mentality. We're working on changing that right now. Um, this is why the church is not prominent as it used to be, because we realize that the church is deeply rooted in white supremacy. So a lot of younger Black people are going, hey, this is wrong. Even when you look at the Bible and other, things, we're going, hey, this is rooted in pure white supremacy. So we are breaking those bonds. This is why, again, we keep coming back to, hey, listen, don't allow yourself to be a tool used by white supremacy. We're changing. We're learning. We're growing. And now I believe that, yes, there's some that aren't growing as fast as others. But please, when you go out into this world, I'm not saying be open and loving everyone, because that'll just be foolish. But the shield that you're going out with is too big. It's tripping you up. If my analogy is coming off correct, the shield is too big. I know you don't want to get hurt. We get that. But in order to fight this war against white supremacy, you got to get a smaller shield so that you can see the enemy. But right now, you're going out with a big ass shield and you're running over some of the people that want to help you fight. And we're going, hey, take the shield down a little bit, but you're still stuck in trauma, and we get that. We're still dealing with our trauma, and we're trying to get our shield to be smaller so that we can, kind of move around and fight, fight the enemy properly. But we're all stuck in trauma. We all don't want to get hurt. But in this war, we might have to get hurt every so often. But that doesn't mean that you run over your own people that's willing to help you. You're just killing the numbers. We, as in the last room that I was in, and a lot of the LGBTQ community people came in with this anger that they were just raging against the room. And to be honest, a lot of people in the room were saying, hey, were there some people assholes in the room? Yes, there definitely were. But the sentiment of the room was, hey, we love you. We don't care who you sleep with. And they said it apart a million times. We just want you to understand what white supremacy is and don't be a tool for it. And this is the same thing I'm going to say here. We love you guys. When you go out into the world, don't think every Black person hates you. That's not it. And one thing I've learned about life is that your energy will meet the other person before you even utter a word. That's that nonverbal cues. Those are whenever you meet someone, the nonverbal cues is your energy that you present. So if you present a standoffish attitude or a standoffish energy or a, defensive energy, someone's going to read that and they're going to be cautious when they deal with you. And I'm not talking about those that are absolute assholes. Those people can't be helped. And yes, you should have your guard up when you're dealing with someone who's being a literal dick. But there are many of us out here that aren't like that. But we're afraid because we're like, if we say the wrong thing, they'll jump down our throat. All we're saying is, look, we don't want this divide. We have to tighten our ranks. Leave your sexuality at the door, and we'll leave our, our we will leave our ideologies of your sexuality at the door too. And we come in as Black first, Black only, and work off of that agenda. Because truthfully, your sexuality isn't really who you are. I know a lot of people aren't going to like what I just said, but it's the truth. Who you sleep with in the bedroom is not who you are as a totality, as a person. Who you are, who you sleep with in the bedroom, is not who you are as an individual. That's a part of who you are. But the problem is we're not getting to see who you are. You're just leading with your sexuality. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. I don't want to see your sexuality. That's like me as a hetero person. If I just came out and led with my pussy first, it'll be very offensive to everybody, and probably me if I saw it myself. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it feels. It feels like, you know, with your sexuality, you're leading with your private first, and that's not who you are. You're not all dick. And for lesbians, they're not all vaginas. But that's what it feels like. It's like, who is Eric? But Eric is leading with his penis, and we're like, okay, well, Eric's a dick. I'm not saying that in that way, to be an asshole when I say that. I'm just saying, that's what it seems like. That's what, when someone leads with their sexuality, it seems like they're leading with their organ first. And we're like, no, no, we don't need the organ. We need your mentality first. Are you black first? Can you lead with your black first? And that's all we've been asking. And I truly understand what you guys go through and what you have been through. I understand it. Is it right? Absolutely not. Listen, and I'm gonna give, this is a personal testimony of mine. I had a friend that I've known since I was 17 years old. His sister and I were best friends. For 5 years, he lived with a transgendered woman. I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. His family was Jehovah's Witnesses. They didn't talk to him the way they used to for the 5 years that he was living with the transgender guy. His father would say little slick shit to him every so often when they were, whenever he would go to the house. They never went to his home. And because religion did that, and I saw how that hurt him. He told me I was the only one person, him and myself and another friend, that didn't just stop talking to him. I told him, I said, who you sleep with, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. And it hurt him. So I don't really want anyone else to be in that pain. And there are a lot of people who are waking up to the understanding that we have hurt our LGBTQ community people. We have. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to act like, oh, no, we didn't do anything. We have. We've destroyed a many of people. And we're trying to heal that. But if in order for us to heal it, you can't be on the defensive all the time either. You got to kind of let your guard down a little bit. I'm not saying be all out like, oh my God, okay, cool, whatever. No, no, no. But let it down a little bit so we can show you that we're trying to do better. Because I live in Atlanta. I have seen transsexuals, I have seen lesbians, I have seen everything under the sun. And from what I've seen, and even when I was in Philadelphia, the world is becoming more understanding of different personalities. There's some things we are going to push back on because the LGBT community is being ran by the white supremacists, that organization is ran by white supremacy. They're going to try to crowbar some things and you be the frontman for it. And we're going to have to give a little pushback on that. But understand, if we're pushing back, it's because we're concerned. And if you run under their banner all the time, they're only going to use you as the front man for being cannon fodder. You're going to be the first person in that war that's going to take a hit. And they're okay with using you that way. And we're telling you, we don't want to use you that way. In this fight against white supremacy, we want to make sure that you're in the ranks with us, fighting it, not being used to be the first line that gets annihilated. That's all. But I want to thank you guys for having this space. I have to go get some sleep because it's almost 2:00 in the morning. And I want to thank everyone. Please understand that this is all in love. We're all caring. It's all about love. Good night, people.
Good night, Renegade.
Good
Thank
night.
you for your contribution.
Good night, sister.
Really quickly, I am very passionate about this subject. So if I get a little lively in my conversation, I truly apologize. Typically, I am more poised and Black people have been in a lot of spaces with me. So I typically can be a lot more articulate in this conversation. But I don't know, for some odd reason, this conversation has triggered me in a way that it never has before. And so I guess I've been a lot more visceral in my reactions. And I want to apologize to everybody who has received the brunt end of that. That's not how I want to represent myself. That's not how I typically run my conversations. And so throughout,
But you're breaking up a little bit.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I was just saying that I can be a little bit lively in this particular discussion. It I will admit a lot of this discussion has triggered me in a way that it never has before, and so I've been a little bit more visceral in my reactions than I normally am, and for that I apologize to anybody who has been on the receiving end of that. I want to foster like a good space where everybody can share opinions unadulterated, and we can have a productive conversation where we're pushing the needle forward. And I just kind of want to reiterate that in the space that, like, I kind of apologize for my, I guess, belligerence.
I would like to say, first off, Eric, I feel like for the most part, because we've been on for hours, you've been very respectful and fair. Um, Even though there's been, some disagreements, and that happens in these conversations, you know what I'm saying? But as long as everybody's being respectful and fair, and for the chat to know, and I'm gonna mute myself shortly, but this isn't a debate. This isn't a straight black people versus gay black people debate. This is supposed to be addressing some of the issues within the community and addressing ways to move forward, for the betterment of everybody.
Sorry.
I agree with Afro. I don't think you should apologize because you've been nothing but polite and, understandable and just speaking about your own experiences. So I think you're all right, Eric. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Scott, so much. I'll go ahead and keep it moving. So, oh, I forgot. I think it's Kay was next, and then Kiana, and then Folk. I think he had his hand up too, and then Taylor.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, listen, Eric, you're the host of the space. I like your spaces because you try to keep it very calm and not let things get out of hand. I mean, I do not feel that you needed to apologize, but but I'm not you. You felt like you needed to, but at this point, like, I feel like there's a lot of gaslighting going on. I'm not going to have my experience as a gay man invalidated. And that is what I'm hearing a lot of, particularly because it was so funny when you brought up the barbershop. Again, I was in a private DM with someone, and I just as you were saying that, I private messaged barbershop conversations and the church. And we do talk to other gay people, other black gay people from all across the country. And I travel a lot internationally as well. So it's not just my particular barbershop or Eric's particular barbershop. When you talk to black gay men from all different walks of and all different areas of the country, and they're talking about similar experiences, no, it's not every no, it's not every barbershop, but when you keep hearing the same story over and over and over again, there's some truth to it. It's fine if it's not your particular barbershop. I think that obviously, as gay men, we're going to be more sensitive to and be on the lookout for things that are obviously going to trigger us. I know people that talked about having anxiety about going to the barbershop because they said that was one of the places where it was some of the most misogynistic and homophobic conversations that they've been around. So this is not shit that we're making up. This is our experience. And so we are entitled to have differing opinions about white supremacy. Well, I don't think any of us have different opinions about white supremacy because, yes, that is a big influence of what's going on. There can be differences based on certain things, but I will not have my experience as a gay man be dismissed or invalidated as it is a small or, well, I don't think that is, the general of what's going on. Like, nobody's demonizing the black community. We're telling you what our experiences have been. And it is the white evangelicals who actually are the ones who are in, these positions of power. I remember in 2008 when Prop 8 passed, a lot of people, even white gays. I cannot remember the name of this asshole white guy who was like, "Oh, y'all got Obama," but they basically blamed black people for the passage of Prop 8 when it was mainly white evangelicals who were really pushing for that to be passed. And so no one is demonizing the black community, but again, we're products of our upbringings and experiences. So we're going to talk about the experiences that we have had in the community. Yes, there's racism in the white gay community. I expect more support from my own because I'm not looking to white folks for my support. I want to have support from my own community. And so again, that's where intersectionality comes, because it's like, okay, I'm black and then I'm gay and I'm not really accepted. And there's a lot of this, well, we're going to tolerate you. So, and I'm not saying that about anybody in this room, but a lot of people, sort of, you're going to tolerate my existence is what I hear a lot of. These are the experiences that a lot of black gay people have. It's not small. It's not a small fraction. It is what a lot of us experience, have experienced, continue to experience. I would, much rather be, I just turned 44, so I would much rather be a younger, I couldn't come out in high school. I think I would be a lot more comfortable coming out in high school now in 2022 than I would have between 1992 and 1996 when it was, very frowned upon. Now, a lot of times in schools, particularly my school, you couldn't call someone a faggot or something without having the majority of people get on your ass. And that is a great thing that I think the advancement and the more open-minded we have become, and understanding that, okay, if you're gay, okay, big deal. So what? But I'm also not going to have my experiences be sort of minuscule, watered down into, well, that's not, what, no, that, again, talking to many black gay men from all walks, all parts of the country. And when that conversation, yep, yeah, I know, man, hated going to the bar. Or, yeah, I heard this at the barbershop. Again, not every barbershop is the same, but when you hear the same thing over and over, there's obviously some truth in it, and it's not just a few here and there.
For the sake of moving the conversation forward, a lot of people have their hands up. I know it's pretty late. No matter where you are, it's pretty late, and a few people have their hands up. So if we can keep our comments really summarized to maybe 1 or 2 minutes, so everybody gets a chance to speak, let's move forward that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Kiana, you're next, and then Folk, and then Taylor, then Brian, then Party Monster.
Hello, everyone. I'll try and be concise. Thank you for having me in this space. I've been listening for quite some time, and I kind of see both sides of the spectrum. I think that everyone is trying to make sense of the world in which they live in. And I think that everyone is trying to strive to find a community to belong. I wish that Renegade was still in this space, because there were some things that she said that I really wanted to address. And the things that I'm going to say is probably going to hit from both sides, but I mean it, the most respectful way as possible. I think the church is very oppressive when it comes to the LGBTQ community. And when I say the church, I also mean the Black church as well. I think that religion is used to oppress the LGBTQ community. I also think that politics are used to oppress Blacks and the LGBTQ community. And this is done through laws and, of course, through legislation. But one thing that Renegade said is she said that, we love the LGBTQ community, but love is an action, and you have to and actions speak louder than words. So if you are going to love that community, the Blacks that are in that community, you have to open yourself to receiving that community. So she also said that LGBTQ people are leading with their sexual organs. And I totally disagree with that, because when you're living a lifestyle where you are having to, like for instance, I think that it was Q that said it, uh, like he couldn't come out for a long time, and like it's probably easier to come out in 2022 than when he was younger. And when you're leading a life where you have to suppress a big part of your identity, it's so difficult whenever you finally do come out and you do have the freedom to be free and be yourself. It's kind of hard to say, like, oh, let me put this back into a place under lock and key. Like, you want to express yourself 100%, you want to express yourself fully. And I think that everybody should have the opportunity to do that, to express themselves. But there is a system, and we cannot ignore it, that and I 100% agree with this notion, is that Black people, especially those in the LGBTQ community, are used by the dominant society. They're used by the white LGBTQ community to push an agenda. And that's just the truth. And the agenda that I'm talking about is that they are making money off of the backs of, Black trans women. They're making money off of the Black LGBTQ, the Black Lives Matter. But the Black community is not seeing any of that money whatsoever. For example, like I think that Eric posted um, something on his channel where there was a Black trans woman that was being, you know, jumped and beaten by a group of Black men, and no one spoke out about that. The Black men didn't come out and speak out about it. The Black leaders didn't speak out about it, and neither did the white LGBTQ community. Neither did they speak out about it. So, we're being used in two ways. If we truly want to come together, and as a community, if we really want to come together, you can't say to leave your sexuality at the door, because the dominant society doesn't think that way. They don't. If something happens to someone in the dominant society, let's say, for instance, if something happens to a white LGBTQ person, they have that system to back them up, and everybody is going to back them up, and everybody is going to support that person. But Blacks don't get that same support. So why are Blacks, categorizing? Okay, well, we have to put Blacks in this category, that think this way about gender and gender expression in this category, and Blacks that think this way. No, if you're Black, you're Black, and you should get support regardless of whether you are gay, trans, lesbian. That should not matter. If you have a problem, you should be able to get support from your community. So I just think that it's divisive all around. I think that there's some division in the LGBTQ community. I think that there's some division in the Black community, and I think that is just a way to keep us apart.
Thank you for that, Kiana. Go ahead, Folk.
All right, thank you for letting me speak on your platform, this platform here. I wanted to start by saying, we see that brother out there in Chicago, Jesse Smollett, and how he was making the comments about, I had a sentence in that he wasn't going to commit suicide. And, a lot of people kind of making fun of him and saying he was being overly dramatic. And I don't believe he was. That incident that took place, they used that. Kamala Harris and Cory Booker used that incident to push LGBT legislation through the Senate. Not Black LGBT legislation, but LGBT legislation. And I believe that brother, to put on my tinfoil hat here, it's more behind what went on with that crime than just being let on. With that prosecutor out there, Kim Foxx, who tried to, sweep it under the rug, and the fact that, you know, she wasn't allowed to, and they gave him that draconian sentence for a victimless crime. That just goes back to the point that I was making earlier, that these people will throw you under the bus. For them, it's not about LGBT. For them, their culture war, white liberals, their culture war is LGBT, feminism, and whatever else they have going on. We know that. Like, that's what their think tanks are about. Our culture war, black people, our culture war has always been against the white establishment. We can see now, not only do white LGBT use the LGBT movement to cover up white supremacy, but even down in Florida, they're all getting on code. They understand once they start to cover up anti-black racism and white supremacy with critical race theory, then all they have to do is put some more legislation in there in regards to LGBT and trans rights. And then they'll come up with this ridiculous bill that really doesn't stifle LGBT and trans rights, but it coaches anti-black racism in that argument. So now they can say, oh, well, I'm not a racist. Or they're not just racist, but they're also anti-LGBT and anti-trans. When at the end of the day, all of this is to cover up white supremacy. And I'll make this point. Before 1965, you had white people and black people. You had anti-black racism, white supremacy against black people in the United States, and that was the major social issue. After 1965, white people were allowed to break themselves down into subgroups, whether it's LGBT, women, Jews, and by doing that, they made themselves the minority majority. So now, if you look at the United States, white men are actually the minority, because white people have broken themselves down into all of these subgroups. They're no longer the majority. Now they're part of the minority, and they can get 75% of the population in the United States are considered a minority. Like, these people are really playing a game on us. And that's what the point is. When you intersectionalize your section, when you say, okay, we got to look at intersectional, well, you got to take in consideration our intersectional agenda. Well, when you do that on a grid, when you look at an intersection, one point with another, and then you meet that point in the middle, you're equating those 2 points. You're making those points equal. When you meet those points in the middle, your sexuality, your gender, your religion is subordinate to being black. Intersectional means you're coordinating those points. You're equating. You're saying your sexuality is equal to you being black. And that's not the case. And I think that's what Renegade was saying, what she was saying, at the door, check your sexuality at the door, check your gender at the door. Because you can suppress your sexuality. You can go in the closet and not be gay. You can't go in the closet and not be black. These people are weaponizing out these subgroups against us. And I'll land with this point here. If you look at these major corporations, at where the power really lies, you look at CBS, ABC, the Associated Press. You look at Exxon Mobil. You look at Exxon Mobil. You look at any of these major corporations and these banks, Goldman Sachs. You look at the board. 20 years ago, it was all white men on those boards. Nobody was considered a minority. Now, 30% of the white men on those boards are considered minority, whether they're trans, whether they're Jew, whether they're LGBT. But guess what? They're the same white men. Tim Cook from Apple, the CEO of Apple. He was gay 30 years ago. He didn't say anything about being gay, but he was gay. He's the CEO. So now the same white supremacists who control the country, who control these boards, who have the real power, they're minorities, and they can equate their struggle with the struggle of the African American community. And that's the agenda. it's not just the gay agenda. It spans different subgroups, but that's what the agenda is. At the end of the day, they're still in charge. They still hold the reins of power. No matter how much we talk about this minority discrimination, they're still in charge. And lastly, I'll say this: we do need to be more sensitive to our LGBT brothers in the community and sisters and trans. All of us. I've had ignorance. I've seen ignorance. I've practiced ignorance in the past. So there is a silver lining in this. But we should not engage in, we should not meet our brothers and our sisters on this. We shouldn't do a good thing for a bad reason. I'll just leave it at that. We shouldn't do a good thing in a bad reason. We need to understand who the real enemy is. And if we really want to address the issues in our community, we have to be a community first, which means we come together and address the specific issues in our community, not allowing outsiders to manipulate us for our own selfish benefits. And I'll leave it at that note.
Okay. I'll save my commentary for the end. Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay. I'll try to keep this as short as I can, but I need a lot of people to realize in this space, especially when you talk about media, that the media that is being made and you're talking about being created and written are written by the Black people that are a part of our community. And the corporations you're talking about aren't just making these, just to profit. Like, we need to remember something here. That a lot of these Black writers are fighting to have their stories told on the television that you watch and your kids watch. And even scenes are cut, scripts are cut. As a person who writes, I understand how much stuff I need to cut. And as someone who also understands, how TV production works, again, it's not an agenda. It's the fact that these corporations still want to uphold, still that heteronormative, story and stuff, and they have to add little bits of gay characters into it, especially Black gay characters into it. And I think a lot of people don't want to talk about or understand the fact that Black creators and writers are struggling to put their stories on the TV that a lot of you are whining about. And I just really want people to understand that process is a lot harder to get that gay character that a lot of people, including white people, by the way, including white people who are the main, who are part of the problem that is affecting us right now. They also don't like to see it. They don't want to see a Black gay person on the TV. They don't either. But back to the point. Another thing is that I know a lot of people on here have been saying, oh, we love you, this, that. And it's like, again, as I said earlier, when you say we still love you, but that's still a white supremacist talking point that you probably heard from some Black man who probably heard from some white streamer who has never felt the touch of steam from the shower in months, by the way. And I'm sorry, but you're going to have to ask yourself, where did I hear this retort? And if you keep looking back, because I've looked back from Black people that I've heard of repeating this, just absolute insane bullcrap. I'm sorry to say it, but that's what it is. It leads back to a white streamer or just a white person just talking insanity, by the way. Because the same with the population stuff. Because if someone, again, I might bring my special interest into this, who likes comics and have seen the fact that they go over a lot of, insane talking points that a lot of white people have had, because the population thing isn't new. It's just in a new, stupid way. That's all it is. This has been going on since before the 60s. People talking about, oh, the population is becoming smaller and they're doing this and that to stop it. No, it hasn't happened. It never will happen. I'm sorry that the fear mongering isn't true, but it isn't. You can just plainly look it up. You can look up in the past of people who fear monger population or the lack thereof or the destroying of it. We have literal genocides going on. Focus on that. That's real. That's very real. What's going on right now with genocides, not even just in Ukraine, but over in China with other small indigenous tribes and places in general, that's real. None of this other stuff is. I hate to say it, but it's not real. And you need to realize that the fact that you're spewing this very fake, borderline QAnon mess is hurting our community more than what you're saying is hurting, well, your imaginary problem. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but it's like you just have your imaginary little castle being attacked by your imaginary enemy. And you can look anything up right now, a little further from the people, who are telling you this imaginary stuff, and find out that it's not real. And I just want you to realize I'm not trying to disrespect you. And Nina, I see you.
You're
I
invalidating
see you,
everything
man.
we said. You're invalidating everything we said. We took what you said and we internalized it and repeated it back
Okay,
to you. We
Nino,
told you.
Let
We got you.
finish.
She did that to me
Because
too.
I'm almost done. But
she did
hold
that to
up.
me too, though. You interrupted me too, though. So let me interject on you. You are invalidating everything that we said, and we're right back where we started from. We had so much progress, I felt like, until Q got up here and came in saying, I will not be invalidated. It's like we just went down the list and repeated. We understand what you went through and how it's wrong and how we need to fix it and what we can do to fix it. But then all of that just seemed to go out of the window, and then we still are not acknowledging what I said, which is the LGBT community being weaponized against the Black community, and you're not the only one. You're not the only group. This is just the topic of this room. We could talk about the rappers. We could talk about the drug culture. We could talk about all types of other shit that's also being weaponized. But for some reason, the LGBT feel like they're off limits. And like I said, you totally invalidated everything we said.
Nobody is saying that the LGBT community is off limits. You guys have been up here talking about it for the last couple hours. What Taylor was saying is that you go ahead, Taylor, because I don't have the energy right now.
Yeah, everybody, because it's past 1 o'clock.
I don't blame you for not having the energy for this.
Kind of keep their comments within a few minutes.
No, I was almost done.
I'm not talking about you, Taylor, specifically, but in this space, people are going on like a good 10-minute rant and then kind of,
Yeah.
Well,
I've been trying to tell them keep it at 2 minutes, but people do what they want to do. So I might have to start cutting mics if people are going to start running off with it. But
I'll finish up.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and finish your point, Land, and then it's Brian next.
Okay. I'm going to end this with this one single question, which I asked in another space, actually, which went unanswered by the man who had this same conversation for the gay agenda. I want to ask how any of you will quote unquote stop this. Because on one hand, you could say, oh, we're just going to tone down the stories that are in TV. But at the same time, is this going to lead to anything that will positively affect our community? Because I don't think it will. You're just hiding an aspect of our community because you're scared of it. And you don't want to accept the fact that there are Black creatives in the industry who, again, are fighting to get their stories in unedited, unscrapped, and undenied. Because let's not forget, the Superman and Lois writer, who is a Black woman, she was fired off of the set, by the way, but people still watch that show. You need to remember that. We are still fighting to get through the TV industry. So before you talk about, oh, you're being used by these industries, know that they're fighting in order to even be on there. And really think about the fact why you're spewing all this stuff you've heard from white people online that they've heard from their crazy old white grandpas, great grandpas. Because I'm sorry to say it, but the population thing, that talking point has been around and joked about since before the 60s. It's not real. And I know that might sound invalidating to you, But at the same time, it's just like, if it's a fact that something is a conspiracy theory and it's not real, you have to face that. Just like how, your parents told you Santa wasn't real. Well, you have to deal with that. Anyways, thank you. And whoever's next is next.
Thank you, Taylor. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much for letting me speak. I've actually been listening on and off for the past several hours. But yeah, thank you for letting me talk. First, I just want to say I'm Latino. My entire family is from Central America, so I understand how white supremacy, colonialism, and capitalism have destroyed entire groups of people, especially my family's homeland. Um, I will say, as a leftist, I'm a leftist. That's how I identify politically or ideologically. I will say, is the establishment using gay people? Maybe. I can understand some people's arguments a little bit. I do believe like culture war and some things that are a part of it have distracted people from real issues that matter, like addressing the wealth inequality, most especially the racial wealth gap, or issues that matter to everyday people. They are distracting us a little bit, I believe. I will agree on that. But I wanted to address like the name of the chat, or the name of the space, the gay agenda. Since the Don't Say Gay bill was in the news, I've seen a lot of these spaces on Twitter recently. If there is a gay agenda, then I would say there is a heterosexual agenda. I know some people may laugh at that, but what I would say to that is, how many children are in the system? How many men, and I am saying this for all races, because in my own family, several of them have had children outside of their marriages, and they're all heterosexual men, by the way. How many of them have had children with other women? Is that worse than whatever you call a gay agenda? Now, this is completely anecdotal. Myself, my husband, two of my friends, and they're all different races, or all gay men, have had to step up because their heterosexual fathers did not or weren't around. I was in a space briefly yesterday, and I heard someone say that they don't think gay people should be allowed to raise children. So when I hear this gay agenda is being forced on our kids, respectfully, and this is not to anyone in this room, I would just say in general, it's not, when I hear like, oh, it's not you, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, just keep it away from my kids. Fuck your family beliefs. It's bullshit. Like, at the end of the day, I strongly believe you're just trying to use your perception of what family values is just to hide your bigotry and ignorance. Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe anyone in this room is homophobic. Just for the record, I don't believe that. But that's just my take. That's it.
Thank you for that, Brian.
And thank you for not being long-winded either.
Yeah. Go ahead, Breezes.
Okay. Hi, guys. Hope you guys can hear me. It's late, and so I'm kind of talking extra low here.
I
But
can hear you fine.
okay, great. All right. So I've been listening for a while, and thank you, Eric, and thank you, Afro Elite, for holding the space. I was in Eric's space a while ago, so he kind of knows a little bit about my history with my family and the LBGT community. But I had a couple of questions, and I want the room or the space to really understand that my questions come from a very honest space. It's not. Please don't take these questions as me being superficial or accusatory or anything from that. I truly honestly have answers because I am an older lady, and so I'm learning a lot. Especially being here on I'll make it quick because we don't have a lot of time. But okay, here's my questions. All right. For those who are a part of the LBGT community or identify with any aspect within that community, my question is, I've been listening, and there's been a lot of correlation made between the dominant society or white supremacy and the LBGT community. And I know from a historical perspective, I would just like to, for me, understand how do the Black LBGT community reconcile from a historical context that how
the culture of white supremacy is deeply rooted in homosexuality and all forms of homosexuality for that matter. And then the ideal of the Black community being, as a collective, exposed to these cultures, and I would say prior to European experiences. I probably said that wrong. What I mean is that from what I can research and read and understand, I do not see homosexuality being a part of the Black any Black societies prior to European exposure or influences. And so, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I wanted to understand, how does the Black LBGT community reconcile that? I know that we can look into Greek and Roman culture, and we can really see where that is a root for them, and across the board. Even if you go over to Europe, you'll see tons and tons of artifacts that shows where that root lies. So I'm curious about that. And then I also wanted to understand, from the Black LBGT community, when you think about white supremacy, and there's been a lot of correlation within the space tonight, directed back to them and how they move within our society as a whole, but particularly towards Black people as a collective. I wanted to understand, do the Black LBGT community, do they feel that there's any nefarious manufacturing towards the Black race to, um, I guess, participate in such a culture where there is not any non reproductive? And I do know that gay people do have the ability to, to use other means to have children. I understand that because my granddaughter has done that. She's married to a girl and she has the baby. They've gotten medical things to have a child, but I'm just speaking in general. That is a non-reproductive relationship. So, do you not think that if you look at the white race, is their numbers are declining dramatically? Do you feel that the homosexuality as a whole play a part in those declining numbers, of course, with aging? And then, if so, when you look at the Black race, when you think about mass incarceration, you think about medical genocide, you think about police brutality, and other means that decline our numbers, do you think that there's any nefarious manufacturing into introducing this culture to individuals who possibly wouldn't, how can I say, may have not, who tend to pick up the culture as a fad or a trend? Do you not feel that? I'm just curious to, and I may be saying it all wrong because I'm a little nervous about this conversation, because I don't want to come off like I'm being, you know, disrespectful to anyone. But I'm just curious, if someone can help me out and with those questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Well, you asked a lot of questions, so I was trying to like write them all down as you were saying them. The first one was like, why reconcile, or how do you reconcile history, knowing that there is a history of anti-Blackness being ingrained with homosexuality, or homosexuality being a tool to carry out white supremacy? Was that your first question?
Yes, if you look historically, because I do a lot of reading, and
Mm-hmm.
from what I can see, through just a vast amount of different writings that, you know, homosexuality was used as a tool to curve the Black societies, you know, to kind of put them in a submissive, non-reproductive arena. And a lot of the head, I guess if you want to say head honchos, or the more prominent individuals behind the white supremacists were homosexuals. And so how do Black homosexuality people, how do they view that, or how do they reconcile being a part of such a culture that has been rooted in so much hatred?
Well, the first thing would be important to note that homosexuality was not a European concept. Actually, all the way up until parts of the 20th century, most, if not all, European countries had outlawed homosexuality in their homelands. And actually, if you look at many Western and Eastern African cultures, many hundreds and thousands of the tribes that were along that region had homosexual practices. There's actually a term in Nigeria called yandaudu, which is a term that refers to effeminate men who historically were kind of referred to as boy wives. You can look that up. There's actually a book called Boy Wives and Female Husbands, a study or a history on African homosexualities. There's also many scholarly journals that many African studies scholars have written, Black African studies scholars have written, that have traced homosexual practices and homosexual rituals throughout northern, Western, and Eastern Africa. So it's not. And when you say that, or when you articulate that to a lot of people, people take that as, oh, you're rewriting history, or, oh, you know, that's not true. And you can't, our ancestors never practiced that. Our ancestors never practiced that. But if you look at real history, that was what actually went on. I mean, you can look at the Ashanti people at one period of time. You can look at King Mwanga of Buganda, who was openly gay, he was openly gay in the 1300s.
Not to cut you off, Eric, but now I'm writing these books down. Now, would this be would this be prior to European exposure?
Pre-colonial, yes, pre-colonial.
Okay.
Yes, before European influence in the 1300s. So this predates to like AD times, like 700 AD. Even all the way back to ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia, there were practices, hieroglyphs of men engaging in homosexual activities. They actually found a tomb of two men who were buried, and they were in the position as if they were lovers in a tomb. And they were don't quote me on this, but I believe they were aristocratic men as well. So there's like a whole lot of history that people don't know when it comes to LGBTQ people. You can even go back to like the priests of voodoo religion and of many of the polytheistic religions. A lot of them were transsexual or transvestites, men who dressed as women to emulate the goddesses they worshipped. And a lot of those priestesses were seen as the holiest of the holy. I mean, there were rituals dedicated to them as opposed to the regular cisgender people or regular people of the village or of the kingdom. So that's how I reconcile it. That homosexuality is not inherently European. And actually, many European missionaries that came over to Western Africa in the Kingdom of Ouida and the Empire of Ashanti, in the Kingdom of Buganda, and all those different places, they actually implemented anti-gay policies by way of religion to divide and conquer the population of people. In the example of King Mwanga of Buganda, it's a tongue twister, British missionaries came over to Buganda and actually used King Mwanga being a homosexual to basically turn the Bugandans against their own king. And it actually worked. His attitudes and his popularity throughout his reign, towards the end of his reign, dramatically flipped on its head as soon as the British came over and set up churches there. So, yes, that was your first question. I don't want to take up too much time in this space. I know you had a whole lot of other questions. I
Yeah,
guess I'll,
well,
yeah.
no, that's really the gist of it. I kind of wanted to go back to the root, to the earliest possible references that I could, because I did ask my granddaughter, and she wasn't able to articulate that the way that you did. So I have written down some references, and I do appreciate your time, and I'll look that up, and I'll do some more studying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Breeze, and it's always a pleasure having you in these spaces as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sweet Pea.
Hey, Suge, I'm gonna try and keep it really short and cute as possible. I want to say hello to everybody. And thank you for having the topic. It's something that we do need to discuss within our community. I want to first and foremost start off by saying that the roots of homosexuality go all the way back through time, right? Even through the little tribes and carrying on. You just got to read it, research it out. You'll find that it's all there. I want to say representation is everything. When your children are looking at TV and they see all the white kids and the white scenarios and all of that there, and they don't see their little black faces, it makes them feel like they don't belong, right? And it's the same with homosexuality. I didn't wake up one day and say, you know what, I think today is going to be the day that I want to learn how to be a homosexual. That's not how it worked for me. I've always been into men from my earliest memories, right? So when I grew up, and I grew up way back in the 80s and carrying on, I'm old as all dirt. But when I grew up looking at TV, I never seen two men kissing and two men having a relationship on TV. And it always made me feel like I did not belong and I was the odd one out. Going to school, I remember throughout school, because I was the odd one out, I always had to fight. I fought every day in school up until I got into high school. I had guns pulled out on me. I had been shot at. And I mean, I'm talking about middle school getting shot at because you don't see two men on TV or you're told that it's not right. And I come from the church. I remember sitting in tarrying services and shut-ins at the church at the altar begging and crying out to God, please change me. I don't want to be like this because my life was constantly on the line. And he never seen fit to do that. So when you say there's an agenda, I can't agree. Because if you're going to say it's an agenda, they're seeing black people on TV was an agenda, right? And I also want to back up what Brian said earlier, whereas he was saying that us as homosexuals having to step in for fathers that aren't in place. So this is my thing. No one's child should be sitting in front of the TV all day any devilish way, right? And if the TV is raising your children, you got bigger problems on your hand outside of a gay agenda, right? If you don't want your children to see it, you can monitor what they're watching and carrying on. They don't have to see it. And a lot of the stuff that it comes on, they shouldn't be watching anyway. It's always a catch-22 when you say, oh, Little Nas X is kissing a man on a stage on a program that your children should be watching anyway, because right after he get off the stage, the baby or whatever other rap artists come on, and the girls have little to nothing on, popping and gyrating. What does that say to your little girl? Your value and your worth is only your body. In order to attract attention, you have to look like this. Your body has to be shaped like this. You have to gyrate like this. So if we're going to look at it, we have to look at it as a whole, right? And there's children all lost and tied up in the system with parents who didn't want to be parents, but they did what you do to make babies. And so no one's assuming any responsibility for these children. And y'all keep screaming gay agenda, but child, it's the gays that go out there and go grab these babies and give them a loving, nurturing home so they can stop hopping from foster care home to foster care home or abusive situation to abusive situation. I know that's not the scenario for everybody, but what I am saying is, as a black community, we need to stop focusing on what agenda is going on with the homosexuals and just focus on fixing our own selves and what we got going on in our own little circle and then press forward from there. And I get there's a lot of other stuff out there with the rap music and everything like that. And y'all not talking about that right now. Y'all talking about just the gay quote unquote agenda. But my thing is whether you're gay, straight, or whatever it is that you are, right? You still have the capability to bring children in this world. And Whatever you allow your child to see on TV or out and about and carrying on, that's that responsibility falls on you. And your child is going to be what they're going to be, irregardless to the situation. You can shield them and protect them from the world, baby. You can raise them with all the right, correct morals or whatever it is. They still going to be who they are. They're still going to be who they are. You can't fight that. And it just simply is what it is. If you feel like you don't want your child to be gay, then as a man or as a woman, date a man that you know is going to be there in your child's life. As a man, stand up, be a father to your child. But in spite of it, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to close, in spite of it, I know plenty of homosexuals who had loving mothers and loving fathers that were in their home teaching them how to be quote unquote men, and they still ended up gay. So let's try and reduce our suicide rates and show these babies that, listen, if this is what you choose to be or whatever, because that's what they all say, choose. But trust me, it wasn't a choice for me. I didn't wake up and say, I tried girls yesterday, I'm gonna do a man today. It wasn't like that for me. It just was, right? It just was. But let's reduce the suicide rates. Let them see, baby, you're not the only one fighting this thing. You're not the only one that's going through this thing. Because it's a harsh world out there. And it's very lonely when you're a homosexual. It's very lonely. Very lonely. Until you get to a certain age, it's very lonely. And that's why the suicide rate numbers are so high within the gay community. Because there's no representation. We don't see ourselves. And all we hear is everyone around us telling us how gross it is, how nasty it is, how incorrect it is. And I think that's my time. But I love y'all. And I'm just saying be open-minded on both ends. Because it's a lot we go through as homosexuals that y'all don't see. And we just want to be represented just like you want to be represented as African American people. Thank you.
Jeanette,
Oh, real quick, Afro, you're muted.
I've been needing to say something. For now, and I know people still want to make. I know people still want to have some comments. People still want to share some comments. So everybody get a chance to speak because it is. I mean, as we're going on, it is getting later. So if people can, kind of summarize like what brother Sweet Pea said, kind of just kind of summarize because we don't need like another like 10 minutes going on and on. I will say one thing that a lot of the people who are in here originally, the only people who are in here originally that are still in here is me, Eric, and Q. So there's a lot of things that were said that I felt like has been misinterpreted that other people can't really say to defend themselves. So let me restate what I'm saying going on because I'm the only person who's in here, only straight person who's in here who's been in here originally. um I don't feel like any discrimination about from a black person is acceptable at all, whether they're gay or not, whether that's in a school, a barbershop, a job, a bank, or anything like that. I don't approve of any harm being done to anybody because of their sexuality. um I've had spaces where I've allowed Eric. Eric has requested to speak. I've allowed him to speak freely, and nobody's interrupted him. So I do believe that there are straight black people who do need to be more understanding, who do need to have less bias, and who do need to get past whatever beliefs they have and to treat people fairly. So I will say that because as a straight person, I can admit that all straight black men aren't perfect, and there's learning that can be done both ways. I will restate again, my belief is that the dominant white society manipulates or uses, kind of nitpicks the tension and the trauma that they know a lot of gay black people have, and they use that to weaponize that against other black people, just like Billy Porter. And when I said that, and I've been saying this for several hours now, when I said that Billy Porter only has smoke for straight black men, there's only been articles directed, like for instance, Jussie Smollett, that only got smoke for straight black men. Um, saying that the straight black man is the white man of the black society. There are certain things that they specifically, gay LGBT black people, who specifically and exclusively have smoke for straight black people, and who don't to the same degree, or if at all, have that same smoke for white supremacy. So I'm trying to have people realize, and as we're having this conversation, people are opening their minds. People realize that some of the narratives that you're hearing is white supremacy using your trauma that is real, but they're using that to have you go against other people within the community.
Thank
And
you
I
for
think,
mm-hmm.
who has the hand up?
Well, I was just about to get to that. So, Abraham hasn't spoken yet, so I'll go to Abraham and then Taylor, and then for the black girls that couldn't. I like that name. I like your profile. It's cute.
Yes, hi everyone. Yes, thanks for holding this space. Um, yes, you mentioned the book. I want to add another book to Breeze, I think. You said Boy Wives and Female Husbands, Studies in Africa. Then there is also another one which is called Decolonization and Afrofeminism by Sylvia Tamale. She's also a good writer, so you can just add that to part of that.
Can you put that in the jumbotron?
Okay, I'll try to do that after this. What I wanted to say though is about the whole of this. Is it really about mostly the gay agenda being propagated in that way, or is it all about the issue of sustained consumerism and how Black people in this essentially wheel of oppression, we are being used in the sustaining cogs of the capitalist machinery, where even the nuances or the sensations of freedom that were being given all the time is just about the exploitation and creating capital for the white supremacist state. In saying this, I remember like the book, Ronaldo Walcott saying that Black people within the US and the Caribbean and even everywhere have been forced to live through the social systems of death. And then hence they have to make death livings out of them. And every other creations which is coming out of Black vernacular, which is hair, food, whatever, even if its sexuality is policed, and you can be persecuted for it, only or unless if it is helping in creating capital for the white supremacist state. And I wonder if this is maybe the whole enticement of saying that the gay agenda is not more related to the creation of capital rather than about sexual politics. Then the other one, which I maybe just want to end with, is about the whole situation of how we are not talking about the sexual violence that exists within Black families, of which you have actually the harm of sexual violence that is happening within our own families, our own Black males, which is also happening to our own Black females, that in a way we're not kind of like talking about that, and it's not processed very well. But yet we kind of tend also to just kind of like throw and criticize mostly about the representation of like the gay community and how that says that it's in a way politicized, yet it might be about creating more exploitation. So I don't know if that all just like fits in, but that's just what I wanted to add. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibrahim. And yeah, I would appreciate it if you put that book too in the jumbotron for everybody to see. Go ahead, Taylor, and then for the girls, the Black girls that couldn't.
All right, I think this will be the last time I actually speak before I go to bed. You've all entertained my insomnia for the night, so thank you. Okay. Actually, Ibram, I hope I said your name right, but it's late and I might not be seeing it correctly. I should put my glasses on. Anyways, I agree that with what I was talking about earlier, I do think that goes with the problem of consumerism and capitalism in general. Because again, I think a lot of people love to blame and use media as this thing that's pushing things forward. And not to say it doesn't, because again, I like all types of media that have affected, cultural phenomenons. I mean, look at how large comic book movies have gotten and just other breakout films right now. That's causing a change. It's causing conversation. But at the same time, I don't think a lot of people really care or want to think about the creators that they're essentially putting down, that are just putting in the work to make these stories a reality at all. Because, not to get off topic, but with Ryan Coogler, one of my aunts who loves Black Panther, but she's only obsessed with, actors and stuff. I prefer looking at writers and actors. She didn't know the guy's name, even though he's the one who put in, the concept for that movie to be even made and wrote it. So it could be the phenomenon it was. And I think that when we do talk about the gay agenda, especially with media and consumption, I think we should talk about that, because on one side, I do think it's good to get on certain creators who may sexualize Black characters, because again, I'm trying to think of an example. Steven Universe, I don't like that cartoon personally. I don't like Rebecca Sugar personally. But there were Black creators on there who I was happy to see finally have their work recognized. And I know people, I think it was Ninon, I think he's left. Yeah, he left. He was saying they're handpicked, and I'm like, these people aren't handpicked. They got lucky. You'll see a lot of Black creators say they got lucky. So again, I wish I was one of those people who would get lucky one day, but unfortunately that's not the case. But I do think we should be critical of consumerism and capitalism, but also we should support our Black creators and the struggles they go through, because working in the industry is hard as hell. And I think I'll end it on that, because, appreciate Black writers. That's how I'm going to end it.
Thank you for that, Taylor. Go ahead for the Black girls that couldn't.
Okay, so I just got in here. So I'm pansexual, meaning that pretty much I just like everybody. And the entire notion of a gay agenda has always just kind of confused me, because like when I realized where my attraction lied, it wasn't because of media influence. It was just something that was just there. Will I say that the media fuels it sometimes? Sure. I do feel like they are very in tune with certain taboos that a lot of us really like to stray away from, but I'm not gonna go as far as being like there's an agenda. And Afro Elite, you had said something about Billy Porter. I'm not saying that you're wrong, because I don't look too much into Billy Porter and really a lot of these celebrities, but when it comes down to like the whole rhetoric of, like white supremacy and pushing these rhetorics that I guess white people are controlling us to do, I can't agree with that, because a lot of Black people, for most of us, for the average Black person, our entire lives is centered around Blackness and other Black people. Me personally, I didn't grow up with white people, white influence. It was always Black. So it's like, I can't really relate to that. Again, not saying that you're wrong, but it's like that just doesn't hit for me. And to piggyback off of what I think he left, what was his name, Sweet Pea, where he was talking about how like in the LGBTQ community, there are a lot of children that are picked up by these families, even in very unconventional ways. That is true. The mothers, if you had never seen like Paris is Burning, those men genuinely would take in those homeless kids because their families refused to take in the plight and everything that they were going through in regards to like their own sexual identification. They were raising these children as their own. And I understand it came across as a bit unconventional. It might not have even been the best living situation as a whole for those kids, but those kids had families, which was what their original families removed them away from. And I think a lot of the times when we speak on the plight of the Black community, we are completely eliminating the LGBTQ community. LGBTQ people are fighting every single day for issues in our community, because a lot of them, you have to realize, they were children too. They had fathers and mothers that were in prison. They were a part of the foster care system. They had to suffer from the neglect of the healthcare system. Just like the rest of Black people in the Black community, they suffered from issues as well. So just like Black women, they are at the front line of a lot of these movements too. But of course, they don't always come out, because everybody a part of that community doesn't just have it tattooed on their forehead that their sexuality. A lot of times it's really nobody's business. Sometimes we keep it to ourselves. And Taylor, where she was speaking about like a lot of these writers get lucky, that's absolutely true. But with us being Black, we also understand that there are some limitations that we have against us when it comes down to certain industries that we work in. So there are certain things that writers will do that we may not like, but we have no choice but to deal with, because they just need a job. And I feel like when it comes down to this whole Black agenda thing, I guess the point is to just say that we all just need to learn how to like have some sense of empathy for the members of the Black community. I feel like we always direct it towards a certain subsection of the community, but everybody in this community goes through something. And we need to learn how to be just a bit more compassionate to what everybody here has to experience. It can't just be, oh, this one group of people is no, we're all targeted. It's not just one group. We are all targeted. And it's the simple fact that we feel the need to always elevate one above the other. It don't make sense. So that's really all I had to say.
Okay, well, thank you. And to address what you said about me, because I've gotten a lot of criticism with what I said about Billy Porter. Um, let me reiterate. I'm not saying anything Billy Porter said or his experience is invalid, because I have not lived the life of Billy Porter. I've not been in Billy Porter's shoes. Um, but we have to understand there are certain ways to go. There's a right and wrong way to do everything. There's even a right and wrong way to call out other people in your own community. For instance, I will give my personal experience. I have been cheated on, lied to, lied on, and stolen, and had and pretty much robbed multiple, not multiple times, but um times before, by some Black women. It would be utterly treacherous for me to get on a large platform and start dissing Black women. That would be coonish as hell, and that would be against the. I would be utter. I would be an utter race traitor for me to take my anecdotal experiences and to get on a large platform and say fuck Black women.
Okay, but can I
I would
ask
not.
you?
No. So
Hold on.
in that, hold on. Let
Can
me finish.
can
Let
we?
me finish, because that's the thing that keeps getting misconstrued when I say, you can take your personal experiences, and there's a way to correct people within your community without getting on a public platform and comparing them to white supremacists. I would never in my life compare Black women to white supremacists. I would never in my life get on my public platform, my YouTube channel, my Twitter page, and say, hey, Black women, fuck you. I would never do that. But you have Billy Porter who did that. And then when we say, hey, Billy Porter, that's off code as hell for you to be a big Black celebrity and for you to wave your finger at other Black people saying, fuck you. That's off. Even if you wanted to address something, there's a right and wrong way to do it. And the way you did it was wrong. Then you have Black LGBT people coming up and saying he can say whatever he wants, however he wants, because that's his experience. But you guys will address a Black man. Now, if a Black man had a podcast where he's talking about the things that Black women have done to him, you guys will, which is fair for you guys to do, you guys will say, well, there's a right way and a wrong way to address certain things. So we got to keep it fair. That's what I'm saying. We can't have these double standards. I made that post, and I pointed out, have you guys seen, because this is a double standard, have you guys seen Billy Porter go at white supremacy like this? And nobody and everybody ignores that.
Okay, so what you just said in regards to, like, I guess comparing if a Black woman were to do it versus straight male identification is always going to be a powerful powerful form of identification, no matter the community, period. So to compare what straight Black men, or really just straight men in general do to another group will always be asinine, because no matter what community you come from, just off of the fact that you are a heterosexual male,
Okay,
you
you're
have
being very dismissive. Okay.
hold on,
That's
hold on,
not. Hold on.
hold on.
Yeah, she let you
I
talk.
let you talk. I let you talk. You even have
No,
the
you
power
did try to
you
cut me off. I
even
muted you.
had the
I had to
power
mute
to
you.
mute me.
Yeah,
And I
because you
still,
tried to
and
cut
once
me
I
off.
got back on and I cut back on my mic, I still let you talk because I realized how rude that was. Be respectful. And it's not being dismissive. I understand individual cases, and I understand there are straight black men that have their own individual issues that they're hurt. I get that. I will never dismiss the fact that straight black men, straight men in general, go through the things they go through, because as individuals, we are not like everybody else. So I'm not being dismissive. But to to take the collective and compare it to one degree to a completely different degree is not fair. It's not, because there is a certain power that you hold as a heterosexual man that everybody else does not hold,
No,
especially if you are comparing
no.
especially if you are comparing yourself to gay men. It will never be the same.
It's absolutely true, Afro Lee. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's actually not. And I
It is
brought
very
that
true,
up
and I think
before.
you're being very dismissive, and I think you're getting a little bit too emotional because
No,
you can't
ma'am. Okay,
accept the
you've been
privilege that you
dismissive
have as a
because
man.
I literally
You're a
used the
man. It's
exact same
okay.
situation. I used the exact same verbatim situation, and you said that that wouldn't count because I'm a man.
I didn't say it wouldn't count. I said
You
that
just, you
it's not
literally
fair.
just said
No,
that you
I
can't
didn't. If
use
you
that.
gonna hold on, baby, if you're gonna quote me, you better quote me right. I ain't say nothing didn't count. I said it's not a fair comparison.
It
If you're
is
gonna
a fair
compare, if
comparison.
you're
That's
gonna compare
no, it's
your
a
play, no, no,
fair
no, 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 no,
comparison.
no, 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 no,
It
no.
is a
If you're
fair
gonna compare
comparison.
your
I
plight as
used
a
the
straight black
exact same
man, compare
situation,
your
and
plight
I
to
said that
other
that is
groups
off
of straight
code.
men.
It's off
Do not
code. Yes,
compare
it is.
yourself to women. Do not compare
I'm
yourself
not
to gay
comparing
men.
myself to
That's
women.
what it. Yes, it
I'm
is,
just saying.
because you're.
Listen, hold on. No, we're not gonna do this. Okay, we're not gonna do that. Let me say what I said before. I said specifically for a black person to get on a black celebrity to get on a public platform and to say fuck his people because of anecdotal experiences that he has had is treacherous and off code as hell. I said if I was to do that, I would be treacherous and off code as hell too. And you're gonna nitpick the fact that okay, well I'm a black male and I have a different experience. That does not change the principle at all.
It
That
actually
wasn't what she.
does.
I was gonna.
Thank you. He's
If
being
if
sensitive,
I
Eric.
can,
But hold on,
if
Eric.
I
Let me
go
excuse
go
me,
ahead,
Eric.
go ahead.
Let me explain. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know you're trying, but this is the thing. You said as a black male. No, I emphasize straight. You being a black male versus you being a straight black male is where the difference lies within.
No, it
And I
ain't.
no 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 stop interrupting me. And the
Woman,
thing,
I will kick you off. Don't disrespect
Oh,
me.
hold on. Let her, because you keep cutting her off, and she's trying to let you. Come on now,
hold on.
Afro.
No, she's being condescending with some of the things she
Hold on.
said. I haven't had to smoke for nobody up in here except her. Come
First of
on
all,
now.
motherfucker, you co-host. You're
Hold on,
co-host.
hold on,
So
brother. Okay, let's stop.
No, we're not gonna
Oh
do
my
that.
God. Yeah, come on. We have to be a little bit. Did you kick her out?
Yeah, I did. She can come back, but come on, let's not be calling nobody no motherfucker. I didn't call her a motherfucker.
Too
Come on
emotional.
now.
Okay, but
No, you can't
Afro,
insult
I'm sorry,
somebody and
but you
say
were
I'm
being
being
rude.
emotional.
but Afro. Okay, because I can go back to the Nino situation, but I mean, okay,
He
but
did he call when he called somebody a bitch, you threatened to kick him out, and he didn't even call you a bitch.
I didn't threaten to kick him out. I just said no, we're not going to call people names.
You said that if he did that and he went back and forth, and you said that you were going to kick him out. You said that.
Yeah, because there was like 3 or 4 instances beforehand where he was calling people names and making accusations about people. So of course, if you do it over and over and over again, you won't have a space here.
Okay. And if somebody was to call a host a motherfucker after and this has been about respect, and that this is the first person I've been on here for over um 8 hours almost,
Mm-hmm.
and you're coming in disrespecting the host and misquoting what I'm saying and then calling me a motherfucker. Okay, come on now. We're having a productive conversation.
She was
Okay.
out of line for that.
She was out of line for that, but I mean, I don't know. I guess in my spaces, I mean, I've been called names too, and I haven't kicked somebody out just for that reason. But um, What did you want to finish what you were saying, Afro Elite? Like, kind of
No,
just clarify.
I'll let the because there's some people who came in who haven't gotten a chance to speak yet.
It's a great ringtone, by the way, whoever has that.
No, that's me. I'm a Dragon Ball
Okay.
fan.
Good. Zone, since you haven't spoken yet, is there anything that you wanted to add before I go to folk?
Man. Well, thank y'all for letting me speak. I heard, maybe I heard wrong, but Afro said he was the only heterosexual man in the room. No, I'm
straight.
I'm heterosexual too. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just listening to the conversation. And man, look, I don't care if you're gay, straight, queer, whatever. The only thing I'll say is the chick that was just speaking, you can't really compare, you can't really say that there's a difference between like a straight man and a homosexual man, because I mean our sexuality may be different, but if we're black, then that's what's being seen first. And for me personally, I grew up in the Baptist church. I grew up in the Episcopalian church. I'm FBA, Caribbean dude. Man, I done grew up under so many ideologies, and just listen to what this person say, what that person say. And at the end of the day, I mean, if we're talking about black people, man, it's black first. It doesn't matter whether you're gay, straight, queer, lesbian, bisexual. And, as far as an agenda, are there agendas? Absolutely. Now, if we're talking about the gay agenda, I think we might be talking about the exploitation of homosexuality. And if we're talking about homosexuality throughout the course of time, I mean, whether you believe in Adam and Eve or the Big Bang, I mean, I feel like heterosexuality as well as homosexuality have been around since the beginning of time, because we're talking about humans. And logically speaking, technology, methods of how we do things and how we approach our lives might be different than how people may have approached life 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. But human behavior for the most part hasn't changed. Sex, murder, jealousy, envy. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of that stuff has been around for centuries, for millennia. So, and you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to plug nothing like that, but I'm in the music industry. I'm in the entertainment industry to a degree, not on a major scale, but I'm in and out of there. And you would be surprised, I know a lot of rappers and stuff are coming out as bisexual, gay, and all of that kind of stuff, but you'll be surprised how many of your favorite actors and celebrities or whatever they've been doing what's now being shown publicly on your TVs and in your movie theaters. They've been doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't nothing new. And then, for me being in the music business, with my lifestyle, what I do is I try to stay in my lane. Like, I don't try to crash anybody's party. If they want to, have a good time and do what they do, then I don't get in the way. Like, I don't, like, now obviously I got a daughter and everything like that. So obviously if my daughter's being exposed to something that I don't approve of, I'm definitely going to talk about it. I'm definitely going to address it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just a person who, like I say, it's black first, but I don't try to put too many restraints on things, and I don't really, and I admit too that, in the past, I wouldn't say that I have done or said ignorant things deliberately, but maybe I might have cracked a joke or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That may have been a little bit far out of line, but at the same time, I never, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just say, like, if I saw some black people being mistreated because of the way that they're dressed and they happen to be homosexual or whatever, and they're being mistreated and they being roughed up, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a straight dude, but I'm not gonna sit there and let that shit happen in front of me. I don't give a fuck. Like, he that way, I'm this way. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm like C Murder say, man, I'm down for my niggas, man. So that's all I just want to say, man. I'm just listening, and you know, that's just what it is with me, man.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Folk, and then Herbie, and then I guess I'll say something after them.
No, I'll let Herbie go and then let you speak.
Okay, thank you, Folk. Go ahead, Herbie.
Yeah, so I left, and then when I came back, I think there was someone talking about how gay black men are different from straight black men. But in the grand scheme of things, right, I don't think that really matters, because if you look at what's happening in Ukraine, right, so Ukraine got like a whole neo-Nazi movement to the point where their National Guard is pretty much made up of all neo-Nazis. Parts of their government have neo-Nazis in them. So as a black person, it's not really safe to live in Ukraine. But they have a large LGBTQ community in Ukraine. In fact, some of them are thriving, right? So their president, I posted in their Jumbotron, right? He's trying to garner sympathy for Ukraine by, I guess, talking down on this guy who's, I guess, homophobic. But even a Nazi regime like Ukraine is sympathetic towards LGBTQ, but not black people. So I just wanted to hear from the LGBTQ in here to explain that dynamic, right? How is it that a country is anti-black as Ukraine? These are far-right neo-Nazis, right? Still have time to tolerate LGBTQ, but they can tolerate black people, because um, the theme I've seen in the space is that, I guess I'm not going to say you guys claim this, but it seems like people are implying that LGBTQ are more oppressed than black people.
Well, nobody said that, one. And two, how are you going to ask me how these people are shutting down a homophobic heckler? Like, what do you want me to say? The
No,
person
that's
is
that's the president of Ukraine, right? So
yeah, I know who
I don't
President
like, have
Zelensky
you,
is, but why is this a question? Like, why are you
well,
asking me to explain why he's
so
shutting down a homophobic heckler?
Ukraine right now, they're extremely far right. Like it's just a country full of Nazis, but they're still tolerant towards LGBTQ, but not black
Because
people.
they shut down the homophobic heckler, they're tolerant of LGBTQ people.
They are actually. They have a lot of LGBTQ in Ukraine.
Do you know that they're planning on
I can
drafting?
I can post proof and stats if you want me to.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I just don't understand, like, why
Can I
you're
answer that
asking them.
actually?
Go ahead, Brian. I don't.
So I mean, if I believe it, I mean, it might be the case, but to me, it sounds like white people helping out other white people. So I mean you're right. I mean, I can't
So
answer
my
that.
point, right? So that was the point I was trying to make. So at the end of the day, white gays following all this stuff.
But doesn't but that could you can use that logic with any group of other white people, religious, any other group
Right.
of, like,
They
this
put it right. That's the point. They put aside their ideologies for
for their
the
other fellow
They're
white
community.
not
people.
putting aside
On the
ideologies.
other
This
hand,
man is shutting down a homophobic heckler. Name you.
I can post proof
My
of
whole
like
thing.
this
My
normal
whole thing
LGBTQ.
is you. I understand that, but I mean, I don't understand. Like, here's my thing.
As of
This
as of as
entire
Azov, the neo-Nazi group, has LGBTQ in them. Like Azov, the neo-Nazi group in Ukraine, they have LGBTQ members. But they
I'm
would
sure
lynch
they have.
they
I'm
would
sure
lynch
they
black
have.
person. So can you
I'm
explain that?
sure they have self-hating gays that are part of the neo-Nazi movement because one of the tenets of Nazism is anti homosexuality.
I don't know. They
So,
got a lot of them over there. So
well,
it doesn't
define
make
Hey,
sense
homo.
to me.
Eric, this dude is trolling, man. I think you should drop this dude
It's
down.
just
He's trolling.
what he
Like,
was
dude,
in
we're
here
not talking about
before.
Ukraine. We're talking about the United States, and we're talking about our communities here. And I understand your concern, but what I don't want you to do is to come in here and derail the topic to international geopolitical issues. So,
No, I was trying to make a point. I wasn't deflecting. My point was that white people put aside their ideologies when they're trying to get things done. But with black LGBTQ, they'll they'll section themselves off, like with BLM. They
It's
have to
not.
make.
We don't section ourselves off. Like, were you listening the last couple hours, honey? We don't section ourselves off. I think all LGBTQ people have made that clear.
I mean,
This in
actions speak
this
louder.
example, in this example, the president of the Ukraine is, in spite of there being a war going on, is shutting down a person making a homophobic slur. What black LGBTQ people are saying is that if that were a scenario of a person being heckled in a crowd, and this is a lot of pro-black people in there, we question if that same reaction would happen with a lot of people, with a lot of heterosexual people. If a heterosexual person, if they were up and they were very pro-black, speaking on a black issue or speaking on something, having to do with black issues, and a homophobic slur comes out in the crowd, I wonder if there would be somebody who would defend that that would shut that down. That's the entire crux of the conversation.
and black LGBTQ, the black LGBTQ in our community, in black community, don't have the resources to, for the most part, to section themselves off. I mean, that's why we're having this conversation now about
Actually, they do through white liberals. That's what
how
happened
black
during
gay
They
men
BLM.
do, but we don't. Those aren't our
It's
resources
through
that we
white
even have
liberals.
access to.
well, when we're having a conversation
It's
about
through
black
white libs.
barbershops, when we're having a conversation about black barbershops and how black gay men have to come to the barbershops, it's not like they can just up and create their own barbershops. White LGBT have the resources to have gay neighborhoods, to have gay barbershops or
And they push
whatever they
out
want to
black.
have.
They
The,
push out
the,
black people.
Okay,
so
but they
and gay club, nationally gay clubs. So the thing is, we're intertwined, and that's why I said we have our dynamics are different from other gay
we all
communities.
still get support from white liberals, which is like a kind of like a ladder in a way. So
It's
And
not,
that's
but
what
we
we're
just
saying.
spent,
White
but we
liberals
just,
are the
right.
ones who are.
But
But it's not.
hold on, folk. We spent this in I've literally been breaking down this entire space about how there is a major staunch difference between white LGBTQ people and black LGBTQ people. Moreover, I have spent a lot of time in this space trying to articulate that we as black LGBTQ people, and as a lot of the heterosexual people on this panel have articulated as well, those resources in white LGBTQ communities don't trickle down to black LGBTQ people. So those are not our resources to get. We have had to create our own spaces through ballroom, through scrambling up enough money to open up black gay speakeasies and taverns and all that stuff. And we see how Stonewall, how even those get rioted by police, and how we've had to create whole riots and
was that from
protests.
racism or homophobia? Was
It's
that from
from both.
racism?
It's from
I
both.
think it was from racism because if you look through
Well, it's
history,
not from racism, because with Stonewall, it was specifically black, gay, and trans people who were occupying that space. And the mafia was specifically targeting gay taverns and inns to raid because they were making money off the back end from it, because
That's actually a
that's
little
a whole
inaccurate.
elaborate. That's not,
There
it's
was
not at all
no,
inaccurate.
there was a racial issue. I'm not saying that what you're saying is 100% wrong. I'm saying that the racial issue was the factor in it more so than the sexual issue.
Okay, but they
Because
still play
even
a part.
and I mean, yeah, you can make that argument, but like we're saying here, racism is always the bigger factor in it, and you can actually argue
But
that because there
nobody's
was
questioning the Afro. Hold on one second, because again, nobody is saying that one is tantamount to the other. I need for that to be the entire I need y'all to understand that when we're talking about these issues, we're not saying that we're not saying that LGBTQ issues take precedence over Black issues. What we're saying that there is duality, not intersectionality, duality in many of these issues that are being presented. So in the case of Stonewall, they were targeting Black and trans, gay, or Black, gay, and trans taverns, one of them being the
That
Stonewall Inn.
That's first, sir. First off, in Stonewall, the bar that they raided in, which they raided multiple times, that was known for criminal activity. There was other gay bars that
Oh,
had gay
goodness
Black
gracious.
representation in it. Yeah, that's true. You can
So
look it
who?
up.
But
You
so
can look
what?
that
But
up.
there were many.
You,
There were many heterosexual
but
black places that
and
had
I'm not saying that
non-violent
what you're
offenses.
saying
Do you
is
think that they should be
inaccurate. But you're
okay?
saying
But
it's
you're not.
duality as if it goes hand in hand. It's
No,
primarily a
you're
racial
adding that
issue.
into the conversation. I just explained to you. It's not. We're not saying that LGBTQ issues take precedence over the other. I would actually just. I'm actually saying that there is duality and that two things existed in the same space. Nobody can debate that. In the case of Stonewall, it was two aspects that led to these people raiding the Stonewall Tavern. A majority of it was because they were Black, but a part of it was also because there were gay and trans people that were occupying that tavern, that Black, gay, and trans people that were occupying that tavern. And they had been raiding it for weeks and weeks on end because that mafia was making money on the back end from raiding these places. In the same way they were not making the same amount of money raiding heterosexual places and
There was
bars.
other gay Black bars that weren't getting raided though.
Okay,
So
but
So
you're
you're saying that the mafia was
there were
intentionally
bars that were like you can actually look this stuff up. Like there were Black gay bars that were getting raided just because they weren't all getting invaded. That's my whole thing. Like we can't be speaking in absolutes. Like it goes without saying that not every single bar was raided. There were hundreds of bars throughout New York and Chicago and other major cities. But there were prevalent bars that they knew a lot of Black and gay people were occupying during the nighttime that they did raid. And those were the ones that the mafia found were most important.
right, but were they raiding those? Were they raiding them because they had Black people in them, or because they had gay
I
people as
just
well?
explained to you because that they had Black, gay, and trans people that were occupying these spaces.
Right,
And
okay,
that's
you
what
can
I'm.
your
make that
point was that
assumption if that was the
they were
only
being
place that Black,
targeted.
gay, and trans people were.
No,
That
there
was
were
not the
black and
only
gay.
place
There
that
were
Black,
But
gay, and trans
I'm
people
not
were.
understanding when I make the statement that there's Black, gay, and trans people that were occupying that Stonewall was a Black and gay Black LGBTQ bar and inn. Why that has so much pushback? Because that's an undisputable fact. Like, why are y'all trying y'all hardest to say a fact that we all know that yes, race played a more prevalent factor than their sexuality and their gender identity, but they both existed in the same space.
Because your argument was that you guys didn't really have a lot of space. Because so my argument was that you guys have a leg up from white libs, right? Being able to create spaces for yourselves.
No, we
And
don't
your
have a
argument
leg up
was
from white
that
liberals.
historically, hold on. And then your argument was that historically that hasn't been the case because you're LGBTQ, but historically it's because you're Black, not because you're LGBTQ.
Oh
In
my
terms
Well,
of
goodness.
spaces,
here's the
because
thing. Here's what you
at
need
the
to
end of the
understand.
day,
Look, listen, Herb. This is what you need to understand. What our LGBT brothers are saying is that from Black people, we catch hell from white supremacy, right? That's like a universal hell that we all catch. Our LGBT brothers catch hell from white supremacy, and they catch hell from straight Black men. So they're getting it from two different
right,
directions.
right,
It's coming. So it's like
okay,
shit rolls
okay.
downhill. Pardon my
But
language. It
but you
like
just made
they're
my
at the
point.
bottom of the hill.
You just made
So
my
the
point. So
duality.
yeah, you just made my point because you said that they catch hell from white supremacy and Black men. My point was that there's spaces and resources that they can get from white liberals. So
Like what?
how are Black men?
That's
Hold on.
not,
How are
and
Name
Black
one.
that's what
men?
we're
You name one
saying.
to
They're
me.
being
What?
white
How are
Hold on,
Black
liberals.
hold on,
men
folk.
keeping them
Hold
from?
on, folk.
So if
Because
they're
now
catching hell,
I'm about getting
or
tired of this. You name to me one resource that we can get from white gay people. Name to me one. Since you got your degree and you know every fucking thing, in the words of Monique, you explain to me what resources that we can get from white gay people.
well, off the top of my head, I can think of like the increased media representation that
Oh,
recently that
girl.
y'all have been
Here
getting
she go.
from white liberals.
Oh, gosh.
The protected
Bless your
status
heart.
recently, teaching LGBTQ history in Illinois. So that was recently. I mean, I don't see how you guys are laughing. LGBTQ is sort of like a protected
Because
class now.
you're making our point for us. Those
Right.
Okay, I'll post
black
in the
people are being
Gumbo.
used as the mascots, and then the resources are going to other black LGBT communities. It's the same thing with black women. If black women are really the backbone of the Democratic Party, then all those committee seats, all those Democratic committee seats in Congress and in the Senate should be primarily filled by black women. But that's
Hmm.
not what's going on. Our people are being used as the mascots for these movements, but they're not receiving the equity for being the mascots. And that's what the point is.
And that's what we've been trying to say. Thank you, folk. That's the point that we've been trying to make this entire time. That yes,
So
you
you
guys
acknowledge
are,
that you're being
you
used.
guys.
So you know you're
No,
being
it's
used,
not
all
that.
right?
But the way that you articulate, you're making it seem like we're just mindless idiots who are just the strings are being pulled behind the scenes about. Oh yeah, like you know, on the one hand, we think we're getting so much out of the community, but meanwhile, they're sucking the resources out of our nose. We are aware that that white LGBTQ people exploit our efforts time and time and time again. Hell, white people exploit black efforts time and time and time again. It happens with everybody, not just gay people. It happens with all of us. It
So
happens
if
with
you
every
guys are
movement that we
aware, why do
have.
you guys participate? Like, look at BLM,
Nobody,
right?
because nobody. No, hold on one second. Because now you're trying to go somewhere else. It's not the fact that we quote participate unquote in anything. Why participate in society if you know that white people are just going to prevail at the end of the day? When it comes to the LGBTQ
That
issue,
made
I
no
need
sense.
for
If you know someone is using you, why are you going to keep participating in that sort of
why
parasitic
participate
relationship?
why participate in society at all if we all know that we're going to be used by white people at the end of the day. We're all black. We all understand racism and how white supremacy works and the institutions that keep us asunder. Why participate in society to begin with if we all know that white people are just going to be using us at the end of the day? That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not that we're willing participants in all of this depravity and all this thievery and stuff like that. Please understand, I say this in every single space. LGBTQ was started by black people, okay? It was not a white movement. It was not a white person that brought that up. Black people started the LGBTQ movement. It was Miss Major, Marsha P. Johnson, and all those other black, gay, and trans people that were the ones rioting at Stonewall, not white people. White people came into the picture about a couple months later when they started protesting in the streets and started making the flag and were doing the admin stuff on the back end for the movement, and they ended up hijacking it under our nose. Okay? So please don't be mistaken. The point that I'm trying to make is we as black LGBTQ people, we understand our white counterparts are trash. We understand that our white counterparts do a lot to keep us asunder. At the end of the day, like I've been trying to explain to you guys before, it would be one thing if the majority of us, most of us, a large swath of us could take off our gayness, remove the gay label, remove our LGBTQ-ness, and go to the black community and feel unadulteratedly welcome. But we are not. And I keep trying to explain it, and y'all keep proving my point time and time and time and time again with all of this different rhetoric. Whenever we
Okay.
go to the whenever we go to the community, whenever we go to the black community for solace and protection to help fight the black cause, the first thing that y'all do is talk about white LGBTQ people. You talk about our gender identity. You talk about our sexuality. And you talk about how we don't have room in the movement because we can't have children and we can't advance the black community. And you ask us to do subordinate background roles. That's what I've been trying to articulate this entire time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Afro.
I'm gonna say, I feel like, right now, kind of the space probably might need to be reset, and everybody just needs to briefly, within like a good 30 seconds to a minute, restate their stance because, I'm gonna say something that I've been saying that has been consistently dismissed. I've been saying that the dominant society manipulates black LGBT people into attack openly promoting the
openly attacking their own race of people, just like Billy Porter. And when that whatever girl, whatever her name was, when I gave that example, I gave a perfect analogy, and she excuse me, she completely dismissed that by saying, "Oh, well, you're a black man, so you can't compare the things that's happened to you by the things that's happened to Billy Porter." That completely dismisses the thing. When I said, okay, the thing about Little Nas X and how Little Nas X was wrong for what he did, and I got a lot of flack, not because a gay person disagreed with my point, but a gay person disagreed with the fact that I said something because he was gay. And every single LGBT black person in here who said something about what I said about Little Nas X has kind of proved the point. There are LGBT black people who claim to say, okay, well, I understand my race comes before my sexuality. They claim to understand that, but they do not operate in that way. They claim to understand, like I said, I understand my race comes before the fact that I'm a male. I would never put my manhood before my race. I would never openly go on a platform and say F black women are I would never openly do that, because that is a treacherous thing to do, because my race comes and my loyalty to black women comes before my loyalty to my manhood. But when you have Billy Porter, who is gay, and he chose to he's a gay celebrity, and he chose to use his celebrity platform to say F black people, F black straight men. And I'm saying, hey, that's off code. And ain't none of the LGBT people in this chat room that we've been on for 8 hours has addressed the fact that, yeah, that's off code as hell. All of you guys have caped for that, or either has dismissed that. And that is the problem that we're having with the LGBT community, is that when we address the off codeness that some LGBT have, you want to come in defense. You want to use the shield of, okay, well, that's just his perspective. It doesn't matter if it's his perspective, it's off code. And the fact that you can't see that because of your sexuality makes you off code too. So I feel like this chat needs to be reset, because we have new people in here. My thing is that you can be whatever you want to be, and as long as you are on code. And we have a large number of LGBT black people who claim to be black first, but do not operate that way. Because just like Billy Porter, they will make spaces all the live long day about how bad black people are, straight black men are, just like Billy Porter, but will not address how off code other LGBT black people are. We sitting up there, I'm talking about Billy Porter as a celebrity saying fuck black men, and then somebody coming up here talking about they want to validate their experiences. Every single straight black man who has came on here has said that they feel like discrimination is wrong. Your sexuality shouldn't be a factor in the quality of your life. Every single last one of them has said that. And they said too, but you guys have to understand that the dominant society is using you guys. And you guys have said, oh, see the butt? And they ignored every single fact that we've brought up here. I've completely sacrificed my Saturday evening, and I've been up here for hours, and I've held my tongue for hours, and I've said the same thing. And each time I've said the same thing, it's been completely dismissed with, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. And nobody is saying that your feelings do not matter, but we have to get past the way people feel. If I was in a space talking about my unity with black men and black women, I'm not going to get on the space between, oh, well, all the black women I've dated cheated on me, so in my opinion, black women are unfaithful. In my opinion, black women are liars. You cannot use your anecdotal experience as justification for not unifying with the rest of the group. And that's something that the LGBT community has specifically done since they've been here.
Okay. Well, number one, let me go ahead and just say that yes, what Billy Porter said was wrong. Billy Porter should not have gotten on a public platform and desecrated on black men like that. He should be corrected. And to be quite honest with you, there were a lot of people that did not agree with him. He gets slaughtered in the media every single day, whether it be his fashions, his word choice, what he says on interviews, what he says on red carpets. So the damage from his career and his personhood is already done. Number one, okay.
That's
So
no, Eric. Come on, bro.
yes,
Because
no,
if
but
somebody was to
hold
say
on one
no,
second. Let me
Eric, come
finish.
on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I let you talk this whole time. Just let me talk. I'm agreeing with you because yes, no one has said it, physically said it on this space, that yes, what Billy Porter said was wrong. What Billy Porter said falls on the line of anti-black, and that Billy Porter, perhaps is not on code, whatever that means, because I still don't have an answer on what on code means or what the code is. Secondly, I think that in the same way, like I said, everybody keeps bringing up Billy Porter and Lil Nas X and all those people and all of those critiques. I have seen it not only on social media, in the media, mainstream media, black media, and otherwise, of Lil Nas X being nailed to the cross for those Satan shoes and the images in his music videos. Black media talks about it all the time like clockwork. When his videos came out, that was all black social media talked about, was Lil Nas X twerking on Satan and wearing cornrows with boxers with thigh-high boots sliding down the pole into hell. That was what everybody talked about. So this notion that nobody is addressing what Lil Nas X did in his music videos, I don't classify that as a true statement, because he was
No,
nailed to because a
that's not what
lot
I
of black
said.
people, because I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying that was something that was said in this space. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. What I'm saying is that Lil Nas X has been nailed to the cross since he came out of the closet for being gay, and nailed to the cross
That's
for
not
the way
true.
that is very true. It's
No, it's
very
not.
true. Yes, it is. It's very true. It's a very fair statement to make. And if you
It's
fail
not.
to
It's
see
not.
that,
Okay, keep going. But it's not true. Keep going.
it's a very true statement. Ever since yes, maybe you don't see it because Lil Nas X is a mainstream artist, and yes, his music gets a lot of play, and he gets a lot of interviews, and he goes on tour and all that kind of other stuff. But please don't be remiss in the fact that his career did take a hit when he came out as gay. There were a lot
Sure.
of people,
No.
there were a lot of people, there were a lot of parents who had a lot of shit to say about his sexuality as soon as he came out. He actually did a show called The Barbershop with LeBron James and Kevin Hart, and there were other people that were on there. And he was trying to articulate what was happening inside of him and his sexuality. He was like, I was taught to hate this shit growing up. When you're in the hood, you're taught to hate who you are. And there was a bunch of men gaslighting him into making him feel like he was fucking crazy. Into making him feel like, oh, well, who's saying to hate this shit? Be yourself. Just be who you are. We don't care who you sleep with. Some of the same rhetoric that's said in this space. Sometimes, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, Afro Elite, but for a lot of the men that did come up on this space and say that, oh, I don't care who you sleep with, I don't care what your sexuality is, it is gaslighting. It is to set the tone to level with gay people and say, I don't care who you sleep with, so as to kind of give the illusion that you're not going to make as much of a homophobic statement as you think that you're going to make. Because right after they say that, they go on to talk about the gay agenda and how it's real and how they're making children gay and how we believe that it's eugenics and how we believe that it's an agenda pushed by white people and how there's over-representation of Black LGBTQ people in the media. Like, all this different rhetoric was masked behind, I don't care who you sleep with, but.
Okay,
So in
no.
the
See,
same way
this is,
you want to,
and that's the problem, bro. That's the problem.
it's not the
People can
problem.
disagree. People can disagree. Everybody in here has said, okay, I don't care who you sleep with, and this is their point. That doesn't mean just because I don't care who you sleep with doesn't mean I have to agree with every single thing you said. They're prefacing saying, I'm going to disagree with a point that you made, but let me preference by saying that's not because you're gay. That's not because you're gay. That's because a talking
So
point
how are you
or
going
a
to sit there
stance
in the
that you
one breath
had.
and say that? How are you going to sit there in the one breath and say, "Oh, it's not because you're gay," and then proceed to talk about how destructive gay people are?
No, but because the thing is that we are not saying the destruction of gay people. Homosexuality is something evil and destructive, and that is the oversimplification and the inaccurate simplification of what we've been saying. I've been in this chat for
for like all night long, and there's been a whole bunch of straw man arguments coming from the the LGBT
It's not
community.
I want you to stop saying strong man arguments. This is a
Because
space
that's
where
what it is,
people.
brother.
It's
That's what it
not.
is.
It's a space where people can articulate how they feel. If they come up
But
on a
if
space and they
okay,
want to
but if
articulate
you
an
feel,
aspect of the
but the
subject,
thing is,
they
you're
have free agency to
inaccurately
do that.
summarizing things that people have
They would
said.
not. Okay, but okay, and we addressed that before.
But
We addressed
and
that
that's what
before.
I'm saying. That's what I'm
You gave this
saying.
grievance 4 hours ago, and we addressed
No,
it then.
because you're repeating the same thing. You keep saying everybody who comes in here and say, I don't see if they critique a problem with the LGBT community, they want to preference that by saying, hey, the problem that I'm going to critique, let me preference that by saying I'm not critiquing this because I hate homosexuality. That's why they're saying I don't care who you sleep with, but I
Right,
have this
but they
issue
fail,
with the
and what
community.
we haven't even touched on in this entire conversation. It's not even, and I even said this 6 hours ago. It's not just who I have sex with. It's also about gender identity and gender expression. LGBTQ. It's not just the LGB part. It's also the TQ plus part. People that express themselves in different ways. And we touched on this before, and you said there is a difference in the way that people are perceived based on the way that they act. And there's a difference. A man who is more flamboyant about his sexuality is perceived a lot differently than a man who's not. You said that yourself, and a lot of other guys have said that
That
on this
doesn't just
space.
apply
And
to queer people, Eric.
that was the point that I was making before, that it's not just who I sleep with. It's when I walk into a room and people see my feminine mannerisms and they see my hair and they see the way that I dress, they automatically put me in the other category. And that
Oh,
has not been addressed at all either.
okay. Yeah, first off, okay, here is the thing. Everybody is not going to, and unfortunately, this is the truth. Everybody is
I don't
not
want to
going
hear
to.
not everybody's gonna like. I don't care. I
No,
know
no,
that.
okay, see,
Let's
this
stop.
is
Come
your
on now.
problem, bro. This is the thing. When I said there are people who do not like certain behaviors and certain mannerisms of other different types of people. I can put on Tim's, I can put on a snapback with it bent backwards, and that can just be, people can say, okay, well, you're acting like a thug, and I don't like the way you act. Oh, well, this is how I grew up. These are this is the culture I grew up in, where I'm wearing Jordans, where I'm wearing baggy pants, where I'm wearing a snapback or a do-rag, and this is how I grew up. And people will project that as a certain thing. If you go out in society and you operate a certain way, you can't say, oh, people can't treat me any differently, even though I operate very differently. You can't, and you're saying that that's an attack on your sexuality. Like I said before, there are
Wow.
flamboyant people who are not gay, and there are some gay people who are not flamboyant. But you're correlating people disliking flamboyant people to people disliking people because of their sexuality. And I've stated that
I'm not a
you can't make
flamboyant
that
person.
correlation.
I'm not conflating people being flamboyant like that in itself is borderline offensive. That I'm not talking about that I'm not conflating people being flamboyant and overly rambunctious to that. I'm saying that the way people express their gender identity, that has nothing to do with being flamboyant. The way that people express their gender identity, people are being attacked for the way that they present themselves. That's what I'm saying. In
Oh,
the same
and
way
I'm
that
saying that that's wrong, but you can't say that that's an exclusive thing. As
it is
as a black
exclusive.
man, you can
It
be
is
attacked.
exclusive.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
If
It is exclusive.
if I as a black man was to, if I was as a black man was decided to put on my Timbs or put on my Jordans and walk outside with my do rag on, I would be perceived as a certain way. Or if I operated a certain way, using a lot of vernacular, using a lot of urban language and things like that, I
Absolutely
would
you
be
would. But
perceived
guess
as a
what?
certain way.
But guess what? That same thug, that same person that's perceived as a thug, he can run his ass to the black community all day, every day, and they will accept him with open
No,
arms.
that's not.
That's the
And see, that's
difference.
your projection because you don't
It's not a
see that
projection.
because you're
It's
not
not a
in that
projection.
part.
It's not.
And see,
No, no, no,
that's
no,
the
no, no,
problem.
no, no, no,
That is
no.
the
It's not a
problem. You're being
projection.
dismissive to
It's not
other
a
people's
projection.
experiences.
No,
You're being
what
dismissive,
we're not about
brother.
to do is that what we're not about to do is that I'm not dismissing anybody. I'm making it.
Yes, you are.
I'm not dismissing anybody. I'm simply telling you. Again, I live this, buddy. I live this every single day. So
Oh
you don't
no,
get to
you
tell
don't
me.
live that,
You don't
Eric.
get to tell. I do live it every day. What
No,
are you talking
Eric,
about? I
you
don't live
you
it
live
every
like
day.
a thug, Eric.
No,
So that's
I
what I'm
live as an
saying.
open I live as an openly gay male every single day. I absolutely do. I live as a
Okay, but
feminine
I'm
presenting
saying,
gay man every single day, and I'm telling you right now that I am perceived a lot differently inside and outside my community than somebody who presents themselves as a heterosexual cisgender person. I just do. It's a
okay, first
fact.
off,
You
okay,
can't
to say
dispute
I
that.
present myself, like when we brought up Marcel does not present himself as any type of sexuality. He presents himself as black first. He's very open and it's very well known that he is
Wow.
a
So
gay
I don't
man.
present myself as black first? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm not saying you specifically. I've actually given you your props for actually being black first and for actually staying 10 toes down as far as being black first. So I will always respect that and give you your props for that. But I'm saying specifically because you've compared yourself to Marcel before in the conversation. I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying Marcel does not push the issue of him being homosexual, but yet it's very well known that he is homosexual. And there is a difference between the way society, black society, I would say, accepts you or views you in comparison to Marcel, even though you both are homosexual, even though you both are LGBT.
I don't push my sexuality on anybody.
No, I'm not saying you push it on anybody, but hold on. Hold on. I made a mistake right there. I'm not saying you push it on, and I don't first off believe that you do, or Marcel does. I'm saying that you're saying that there is a difference between um Marcel is acting straight. Marcel is not acting straight. Marcel is
I
not
didn't
trying
say
to
he acted
portray
straight at
himself as
all.
acting straight.
Mm-hmm.
Marcel is an openly gay person, and it's very well known that he's gay. It's not a secret that he's gay. It's not nobody's surprised when he comes out as being gay. I follow Marcel. Marcel follows me. We've been in many different spaces before and have many different conversations before. Okay, I feel like Marcel does actually very good work, and I feel like, and I will say, I will give you your props for it too. But what I disagree with is the fact that you're saying that society treats me differently because of the way I act, versus the way Marcel acts. And also I'm saying, see, that's the thing. You're summarizing this up to, okay, this is about my sexual orientation. I'm saying once you're talking about the way you act, that goes beyond your sexual orientation, because
That's
you
what
and
I just
Marcel have
said.
the same sexual orientation and you
Exactly. So
guys operate
we're not
very
talking
differently.
about sexual. I'm talking about gender expression and identity at this point. So we're beyond sexual orientation.
Okay, well, when we talk about okay. So, okay, I feel like that was lost in the conversation.
No, I made that pretty clear that it goes beyond sexual orientation. We've been focusing on the LGB part of the community, but we have not been focusing on the T and the Q and the plus. And people that don't fit the binary, people that have gender expressions that fall outside of man, woman, male, female, whatever, they get treated differently. We get treated differently because of the way that we're presented in society.
Okay,
That's a
and I will
plain
admit that.
fact.
I will admit that, and I'm not saying that that's incorrect. I will give you your credit on that. I will give you your credit on that. There was one thing that you said that I do disagree with, though. When you said that a thug would be taken in with open arms in the society, and I feel
In
like
the
for
black
your
community.
in the black community, and I feel like, first off, I'm from Chicago, so I know a lot about this. Not
Mm-hmm.
saying that I'm a thug or have ever been a part of a gang, but I have family members who were and are still gang members and everything. So to say that everybody else is accepted with open arms in the black community, and I'm the only one who's not, because I act feminine in comparison to most black men, that's an inaccurate statement. The black community is that ostracizes different groups of people, not just queer people or not just people who are feminine. The black community, I know specifically, because in Chicago we do have issues when it comes to, you know, gangs and things like that. So the black community does oftentimes ostracize. You have had parents, I will say specifically, who have kicked their sons out when they found out that their sons were selling drugs, or when they found out their sons were a part of a gang. So those things do happen. And for you to say that the black community will welcomes thugs with open arms is just flat out wrong. I wouldn't even say that's inaccurate. That's a wrong thing to say.
No, but if a person
Here's the
was
thing. Here's the
if a
thing.
person was
Here's the thing.
presenting
Afro
himself
Elite.
as a thug, then yes, they would be taken in a lot faster than any black LGBTQ person.
Well, okay.
No,
So
okay, no.
so
See,
here's the
that's
thing.
incorrect as well.
Here's the thing. To equate homosexuality with criminal behavior, I just think that that's a false equivalency, and
I
I think
agree.
First,
that's
bro,
not.
that's not what I did. That's not what I
Well, no,
did.
well, selling drugs and I get where you're coming from, but the dysfunction of selling drugs and being a thug is a dysfunction created by white supremacy, right? It's like one of those lower level activities that we kind of had to engage in, and it's became a culture because we had to build the underground. But like you said, resetting the room. I just wanted to state my position here as a straight black man in the community, and to kind of address Herbie. So I do understand that once again that the black LGBT community catches more hell than straight blacks, right? Because it's kind of like this pyramid scheme that we live in, where the society is stratified by race, and black people are at the bottom of that, and then at the bottom of that pyramid with black people, African Americans specifically, you have the subgroups, right? You have women, and then you have gays, and then you have children, and the impoverished and the mentally ill. Black gays, LGBT, they have to bear the weight of not just white supremacy, but also being discriminated against by straight men. And I've been on football teams, I've been in the military, I've been in church, and I grew up in a black church. There's in all of those places. If we're gonna keep it 100 and be honest, you know what I'm saying? If you're in there and you're flamboyantly gay, you're gonna catch more hell, right? Like that's just the way it is. And if we're gonna be honest, if we're gonna keep it 100,
Wrong.
right? And like what's that?
I said wrong.
It's not
Can
wrong
I
at
can I make a
all.
quick
Well, okay,
statement?
so
I've been listening
I
for a
just
Hey,
want
while.
to
let's
just
let
real
him
quick.
speak. Let's let him
I just
speak. Even though you did cut me off, folks, and you misstated what I said, but keep going.
Well, okay.
Yeah, you misstated what I said as
All right,
well.
so
So,
just restating my point here. Just like we said, it can go two ways, right? The white community can acknowledge LGBT discrimination and use LGBT discrimination in the black community against us. They can weaponize it. They can acknowledge it and they can weaponize it. The black LGBT community also, and that's what I think Eric was mentioning, the duality. They can because they're using the black community, there's equity there. So that equity, it's uneven equity. It's only maybe 20% that blacks are able to use, but they can use that equity to expose the discrimination that, because this is complex, we live in a complex society. They can use that little bit of equity, that unfair amount, that unbalanced equity amount there, to expose the discrimination, while also acknowledging that these devils are using our people against us. They can do two things at one time. My problem is that's not what's happening. A lot, and I'm not gonna just say they, because once again, it's being perceived that way because of the media. The large majority of LGBTQ, they're not on board. They're not even participating in this because this is what's being projected by politics and the media. But the ones who are, then it's going two ways, but they're only using it one from what I see. It's just they're using that equity to expose discrimination and the oppression that they're getting from the black community. And then they're not calling out the exploitation that the white LGBT community. So they can do both. They can say, yeah, this is what's going on. Like Marcel's, he's one of the brothers that does that. He says he'll acknowledge what he went through, the abuse, the discrimination from black people, from black men, and the trauma that he has, and then he'll say, I went through all of that, and you're acknowledging it, but my blackness trumps all of that. So with doing that, by using their tools again, using the equity that's given to him and using the tool back against them, he's actually putting black first while acknowledging the discrimination. So I think that is the way that black LGBT, the brothers and sisters in our community, need to conduct themselves. And I don't see that from the ones that's out there. That's my position.
Let me also, well, I'm going to actually close this space in about 10 minutes because we've been going for almost 10 hours now and I'm tired. I will say, okay, the way that I personally operate, when it comes to conversations outside of the Black community, so dealing with white people, Jewish people, whatever, people that are not Black, I make it a point to stand in solidarity with Black people, regardless of what they're talking about or what they say. Because I think that showing a united front outside is much more important when it comes to addressing Black issues. It's actually called politicking in society. So I am always going to be and always will be, no matter what, Black first whenever I step outside the community and I'm talking to other people about issues. Whenever I'm talking to other people, I bring up nothing but Black issues and speak on nothing but, regular Black issues or whatever. I've had to check a couple people that have not been that way in regards to other white people and Jewish people and all that stuff. My thing is, again, most of us are Black in this space. So whenever I'm having an internal conversation with my brothers, sisters, and siblings in the community, of course, I'm going to air y'all shit out and talk about my grievances to y'all because y'all are the ones that not only I am in close proximity to, but it's an in-house conversation. So this is the space where it needs to be had. You don't have to be B1. I mean, you don't have to be super fight the power within you're supposed to run to your community as a safe haven, and not every single day has to be fight the power day when I'm with other Black people. I want to be able to address issues that are affecting us internally. And when we step outside society and we go towards all the other non-Black people out there, then that's when we go and we fight the power and we go and we call game. But when I'm talking to my Black people, of course, you're going to hear the issues that you guys are, that I feel like you guys are doing that's affecting me every single day and my grievances with y'all, because I love y'all enough to articulate and tell y'all when I think you're wrong. We can have these conversations, and it's not anti-Black to address these issues to other Black people. It would be anti-Black, just like Afro Elite said, if I was a Billy Porter going on national news and telling all the white people, Hispanic people, and otherwise about how sucky Black people are. So that's all I got to say. But again, I'm closing it in 10 minutes. So if everybody can do kind of closing statements, keep them nice and short and concise, then that would be great. I'm going to go ahead and bring it to B1 Badass first because he hasn't spoken yet. And he has his hand up.
Yeah, so that you were who I was trying to respond to, not the other guy. I think you've been really deceptive in this conversation. It's like no one, as Afro Elite said, you don't wearing your sexuality. That's not true. You don't wear your sexuality. Now, if you have feminine mannerism and tendencies and stuff, of course you're going to be the oddball out in society. But this whole notion of being victimized by Black people is bullshit. Because in every Black...
Okay, I'm going to mute you because at this point, you just were not here or listening to anything that was said in the last couple hours. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to correct your behavior. But when you address me correctly and address the stuff that I actually said, okay? Okay, because I'm tired and I don't have time. You can go ahead.
B1 Badass, you can finish. But let's keep the profanity kind of down.
No, what Badass is being disrespectful, man. You should drop him down. I mean, it's obvious he's being disrespectful.
Doing the most for no reason.
Hey,
I just don't understand it.
We've had other people who've come up here being disrespectful, and when we've addressed the disrespect, people called us out. Okay.
I mean, but let's not perpetuate bad behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Folks,
let's keep it moving.
Folks, thank you. As the host, we'll decide who gets dropped or not.
Well, he got dropped only because we have 9 minutes left now in the space, and I just don't have. It just clear he wasn't listening. But If it was 8 o'clock, then I would have let him got up and say his other piece. But it's too much. But go ahead, Kay, then Taylor.
So
Oh,
I guess I'll just end by saying, oh goodness, there's some agreement that I think we can, as I sort of wrap a bow on this tonight. There are obviously some things that we're just not going to agree on. I think that unless you are living life as a gay person, particularly a black gay person, you're just going to have blind spots. You're just going to, and I would kind of expect you to, because you're not living this life every day. In terms of issues of white supremacy, there is legitimacy to, using the black community against a larger black agenda. The issue that I have is what Eric said. Like, we're just sort of dummies in this, allowing ourselves to be used. Yeah, I don't have white gay friends because most of them are fucking trash. Like mainstream organizations like GLAAD and HRC, they don't give a fuck about black issues. They can put a token black president in there. They still don't focus on a lot of the issues affecting the black gay community. I don't really do like white prides and stuff. I'll do like black gay pride and whatnot. So just like white supremacy is very good at understanding, if these minority groups got together, they would have a lot of power that would basically run us out of town. So for marginalized groups that are fighting for limited resources, they're absolutely going to pit Latinos against black people, and they're absolutely going to pit, just marginalized groups against each other. So I'm not saying that there's no validity to what some people are saying about that issue. I don't like the way that it was being said, and there are still certain things about experiences that we're just going to have to agree to disagree on. We're not, you're not going to see my point of view on it. I know what my lived experiences are, and that's just that on that. So overall, I think this was a good, productive conversation. I appreciate everyone's contribution to it. And what is this code? What is the code? And who gets to decide what the code is? I think that's the only thing I would hopefully like to hear before this space ends, if someone can answer that.
I feel like that's a long
I
answer,
was
actually,
gonna
bro.
say that's a space in itself. What is this code? Maybe that'll be the next one. um, go ahead, Taylor.
Okay. Well, I know I said I'd go to bed earlier, but I lied. Anyways, I want to thank Eric again for letting me come up here and speak. I appreciate it. The only thing I wanted to end this with was bringing attention to Herbie's tweets, and I think he got up out of here. But the ones he shared were very transphobic, because especially the one from Yadi Larbi was literally laughing at the fact that, transgender people in Ukraine are, they don't want to die. And I think that's rather disgusting. And maybe in the future, if you see someone like, I know it's probably hard, dealing with requests and stuff, but, maybe the co-host could have kicked them for something, that disgusting, because, people are dying in a war right now. I don't think anybody really wants to hear from a person who will willingly share a tweet like that. And I think this kind of coincides with the problem of some of the talking points that I was critiquing earlier, that all of this, especially the phrase the gay agenda, is a tool in itself. Because if you're comfortable sharing a tweet laughing at people dying, well, I mean, you're a tool in itself. You've already just sold your humanity away. And, if you're willing to just set aside certain parts of someone's humanity, well, how are you not also a tool? And again, I'm just going to leave it with this question again. How exactly are you going to end the gay agenda without hurting other people? And that's what I'm going to end it with. I hope you all have a nice morning at this point, and love you.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you so much. Afro Elite, did you have any like closing, anything that you wanted to say?
Yeah, first off, thank you, Eric. Um, you know what I'm saying? This conversation, and so you guys know, me and Eric actually did plan to have this space. This space was, it didn't just come up. Me and Eric actually planned this space some days ago, and he said it was gonna be long. Uh the brother was not joking. The brother was not kidding. On my time we start this space at 6 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock now. So this space was a very long space. A lot of opinions have been shared. I do feel like there has been some progress that has been reached. Um, there's been certain people, and I'm not gonna say their names specifically because some of them are not here right now, but there's been some people who've kind of set the progression of the space back. Hopefully next time when we have spaces like this, if people could try to comprehend and move forward instead of kind of just like ranting a little bit, because there's been kind of a lot of ranting. But I feel overall that I feel like a lot of people gain from these spaces, whether people agreed or disagreed. There was a lot to gain from spaces like this. So once again, I have to thank Eric, the host, um, thank all of the speakers. Thank all of the people who are listening now. Thank all the people who've been in and out. Because I know you guys is been very long. So I'd like to thank you all for joining. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you all for joining.
All right, and I'll keep mine pretty short and sweet. I also want to thank everybody for coming in. I want to thank everybody that got up to speak today. I apologize to those that I missed a little bit later on. I feel like it was a rather productive conversation. It did get very passionate and heated, but I feel like that needed to happen. I feel like that kind of helped push the needle forward, and we were able to say some things that needed to be said that perhaps we couldn't say in other spaces. So I'm glad that we were able to foster an environment where people were confident enough to share their beliefs, share their personal opinions and feelings. I welcome all opinions and all feelings as it pertains to the subject. And yes, Afro Elite talking about some 3 to 4 hours. I was like, oh, honey, you have no idea with the topic
Yeah,
this
yeah, I was
hot.
tripping with that one.
With the topic this hot, we about to be here for like 8 or 9 hours. So, so I want to thank everybody for coming again. And yes, maybe the next space will be what is the code? Because what is the code? Is it 25784? Is it 35953? I don't know. But that's all I got. So thank you guys so much for coming, and you guys have a great rest of your morning and day. I'm taking my ass to bed because I have to drop to North Carolina tomorrow. So yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye, y'all.